Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Fire Issei got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Hayu family is one of the most powerful clans in the underworld for having great magicians, but in this generation the leader of the clan married a human woman, who is a great magician, taking the Hayu house to the top, as well as the Gremory family, Citri and Agars, being a family to fear. In the time now when it was at peace, the patriarchs were happy since they had their third son who they named Issei. His older brother Shiro with 3, his other brother Alex with 2 and Issei who was barely a child. Their parents trained them since they could remember, and at a young age the older brother Shiro manifested his power, which was the boostier gear, leaving his parents proud. And his other brother Alex had an affinity with any element, like his mother being a great magician and having great reservations about being half-demon. Time passed and his parents realized that Issei did not manifest any magical power or sacred gear. While the two brothers were with 2 other girls talking. Rias, Shiro, when we grow up we will get tired, right? Shiro, of course Rias, no matter what, you will be mine. Sona, Alex, you won't marry me. Alex, obviously Sona, we are one for another. While they were talking, Issei arrived. Issei, hello brothers, hello girls, what are you doing? Shiro, Issei, what are you doing here? Go home. Issei, Pero. Alex, but nothing go. At that Alex pushes him and Issei looks up, and how they were laughing at him, as were Rias and Sona. Issei just gets up and leaves. Years passed and the parents did not take importance to Issei since he showed signs of power, calling him useless. None of his family spoke to him the same way as the servants. Nobody paid attention to him. Time passed and Issei was already 16 years old, deciding to go to the human world to have a quiet life. Recently his brothers were given to high-class demons, and they had a big party for them, not inviting Issei, and their engagement with Rias and Sona was also announced, being a big party in the underworld. While the party was going on, Issei went to pack. Issei, since everyone is having fun without me, it's better to leave without disturbing them. I finish packing and head out. Since I couldn't use magic circles, I had to take the train. Hours passed and they arrived. Issei, excuse me, but where are we? The driver didn't care and left him in the middle of the forest, leaving Issei in the middle of nowhere. Issei made a sad face since no one spoke to him, not even those on duty. Issei, it's getting late, I'd better get out of here quickly. Issei begins to walk to try to get out of the forest. Minutes passed and then night came and Issei saw a cave and decided to enter. Issei, well, it's too late, I'll sleep here. Issei entered the cave and began to walk until he reached the end along some sticks and created a bonfire since the night was cold. After that he looks at her and it starts to get cold. Issei, how strange, it's not yet time for it to be so cold. Out of nowhere a piece of branch with fire flies towards Issei, but it is barely removed. Then he turns around and looks at 2 large drawings. Issei, wow, how appealing 2 phoenixes are, but why are there 2? Because there is only the fire one and because there is a blue one here. Issei approaches and looks down at the 2 drawings. There was something written. Issei starts reading it as an ancient language. Issei is intelligent since no one trained him or dedicated anything to studying. And out of nowhere he starts to get dizzy until he is lying on the ground. In Issei's mental space. He was walking in the dark. Out of nowhere I hear a voice. Wow, so you woke us up. With a thick voice. And Issei settled down a little. Issei, excuse me, but who are you? The truth is we don't have a name, but they call me the Fire Phoenix. At that Issei saw a large red brio, and after a few seconds he could see a large bird flying. Ami, I am known as the Ice Phoenix. Doing the same. Issei was surprised seeing those 2 very appealing existences. Issei, wow, but how is that possible? I never found out that an ice phoenix existed. Ice, I never let the truth be known since I didn't like problems like the one here. Looking at the fire. But he is right, but even if you don't believe it, he is just as strong as me. Issei, I understand, but I thought that you had ceased to exist. Fire, something like that, The truth is that we got tired of so many problems that the other races caused us. Issei, I see then you are the first phoenix, so you are like the leader of the Phoenix clan. No. Fuego, that clan does not belong to me at all. Issei, what do you mean? Fire, it happened thousands of years ago. I was resting in my cave and out of nowhere a wounded demon arrived and begged me for help. And well, I didn't want problems, so I gave him a drop of my BLD, and that's how he was cured, and he had a little of my ability but little generation and fire. Issei, then at what level of you are they? Fire. Very far away. They can only heal their wounds and regenerate some of their body, but what happens if you cut off their heads or turn them into ashes? Issei, Moriran no. Fire. Exactly. On the other hand, if they do all that to me, I will be reborn. My regeneration is thousands of times faster than theirs. Issei, I have a question for both of you. Ice, what is it? Issei, how were you born? Ice, I was born from the darkest and coldest place in the whole world. My ice is so powerful that if it touches someone you destroy a part of their body. Issei, genial. Fire. Mine was something similar except that it was in the hottest place that exists where no one could get caught. Issei, like a volcano. Fire, that place is not warm at all where I say it is so hot that no one comes close. Issei, that's new. So you guys are like Drake and not Albion. Ice, don't mess with them. Fire, yes. Issei, Poro. Ice, the two of them love to fight over anything stupid. Fire, while we don't. We only fought to measure strength, and in the end it is the same if one died or were reborn. Issei, Yavio. But no offense, but what are they doing in my head? Ice, Issei, we were waiting for a person who is worthy of having our role. Issei, because yo. Fire, Issei, we know what you've been through and so you don't want revenge or anything. You kept going. Ice, we were waiting thousands of years for someone to come here. Issei, but because someone didn't come in before. Fire, simple, the cave was only going to appear only when someone is kind-hearted. And that's you. Ice, Issei, what would you do with our power? Issei, I don't really know, but if something happens that endangers someone innocent, I will help no matter the cost. Fire, I like that. You know, we are here because we got tired of living and wanted a successor. Ice, if living so long is really ugly and people are afraid of you. Issei, what are they trying to get at? Fire, Issei, if you accept our power, we would work with you so we can rest. Ice, Issei, you accept. Issei shed a tear but smiled. Issei, I agree, I will use his power for good, I swear. The two phoenixes just nodded and little by little they began to disappear. Ice, Issei has a life. Fire, train a little so you can develop everything. Take care of yourself. Issei, thank you, it will be an honor to have your skills. The two phoenixes took flight and finished disappearing before Issei heard the two say, thank you. And so leaving and Issei waking up in the morning. Issei suddenly woke up and felt a burning sensation in his hand and then it felt cold. After that he saw his hand and it had a tattoo of a red and blue phoenix. Just imagine the color. Issei, it's appealing, I'll train to be strong like you. Issei stands up and when he does he feels his hair getting longer. Issei, because my hair grew so much. Issei leaves the cave in search of a lake, when he finds one and looks at his reflection, being surprised. Issei, completely changed, what happened to me? Issei sits with his feet crossed, nothing coming to mind. Issei, maybe it's their power and if I try it. Issei looks around and finds a pointed stone and begins to hurt his arm. Not even 2 seconds passed when he had healed. Issei, I see, it is an impressive ability but I also have to train otherwise I will be weak. But I'm hungry, I better try to get out of here. He stands up and heads towards the cave and takes his things and starts walking until he reaches a road. Issei, I finally arrived and from what I see on the poster I am in the city of Ko. I think Rias and Sona will study here and soon my brothers. I hope I don't have problems. He started walking until he saw a restaurant and entered quickly and ate like never before. Issei, it was very good. He asked for the bill and continued on his way to look for an apartment. Issei, with all the money I collected all these years I can live for a while and then I will look for a scary job. As he walked some girls looked at him and whispered how cute he was. Issei didn't care about that. He arrived at a building and saw that there was an apartment left. Issei called and asked for it. Once inside the apartment, everything was already furnished, so he sat down on the sofa. Issei, tomorrow I'm going to enroll at the academy. I should change my name for now so I can save myself the trouble. From what I see, they can't feel my aura. That's better so I don't have problems with any of them. The next day Issei left his house on his way to the academy. He arrived, entered and went straight to the director's office. Issei knocked and entered. Director, young man who wishes. Issei, I'm here to enroll. Director, well, take a seat over there and fill out these papers. Issei took the papers after an hour and the director started to review and was surprised at how good it was. Principal, you are very intelligent for your age. You will be in second year. Issei just nodded and was given the uniform after leaving the academy. The next day he was preparing to go to the academy. He was walking through the streets, and he arrived at the academy with a ponytail, drawing the attention of many girls. As soon as he gets to his classroom, it's the teacher's turn and he makes him wait seconds after he enters. Issei, hello, my name is Yukihira Soma. I hope we get along well. The girls screamed with excitement while the boys cried almost BLD. Teacher, ask your questions. Where are you from? Issei, from China. That surprised the girls, but they liked it. Do you have a girlfriend? Issei, no. The girls were crying with joy. The teacher silenced them all and sent Issei to sit near the window. Issei, hello, I hope we get along well. You can call me Yukihira. A pleasure, I'm also Asia Argento. I hope we'll be friends. Asia was already in Rias's entourage for a long time. Issei just nodded while thinking about something. Issei, now that I think about it, I never met Rias or Sona's pieces, but she has a crimson aura. It would be a Rias piece. Minutes passed and lunchtime arrived. Issei went out to explore the surroundings of the school. While walking, two boys bumped into Issei. They just got up and left. Issei, what's up? You're welcome. Someone hits his head and Issei falls to his knees while clutching his head. Issei, hey, what's wrong? You have no right to speak pervertedly. Yes, you better shut up. Issei, what are you talking about? They were about to hit him again, but two girls arrived. Hey, what are you girls doing? Murayama, we managed to catch the pervert. Murayama looks at Issei and opens his eyes wide. Mura, he is not. What are you talking about? Mura, he's the new guy in my classroom. He just arrived today. All the girls' eyes widened, and they started to apologize until Issei stopped them. Mura, I hope you can forgive us. Say, Mura, my name is Murayama, the captain of the Kendo Club, and this is the vice captain Kates. Kates, un gusto Yukihira. Issei, the taste is mine. Well, I'm going goodbye. Thus leaving everyone in the club silent. Issei was walking through the school. Issei, if it weren't for my ability I would already be in the infirmary. Classes passed and everyone went home. Issei arrived at his house, changed his clothes and started running to the forest until he reached the deepest part. Issei, I ran kilometers and I don't feel tired. That's great. Well, what do I start with? For now I will train the power of ice more since for now I don't want to have problems with the Phoenix clan. Issei began to create ice and began to throw it on the trees, and when he touched them they froze, surprising Issei, and this happened until he reached his limit. Issei, it wasn't bad. I was able to create a sword in the end. Little by little I managed to completely mstr it. It was like that for a few minutes. Issei stood up and walked towards the house. Issei, from what I saw today there are many demons in the academy besides my brothers. There are quite a few on the student council. In the abandoned building there are fewer. Soon my brothers will have theirs for having moved up in class. Someday I will have my team too. While walking towards the house, when he was about to leave the forest he heard a noise far away. And he decided to go investigate, and when he arrived he found a renegade demon eating a human. Taking another step forward, Issei broke a branch and the renegade heard it. Wow, we have a curious human here as well as being cute. Come and let me eat you. The renegade, at a great speed that Issei could not dodge, smashed his entire abdomen, throwing Issei to the ground. The renegade thought he had killed him and turned around. To say, hey, that hurt. The renegade turns around. Renegade, How come you're still alive? Maybe you were carrying a phoenix tear with you. Issei, for nothing. Issei quickly punches him in the face, but the renegade manages to tear off his arm. Renegade, haha, now you don't have any more tears. The renegade saw the arm that was turning to ashes and was surprised and saw how Issei was growing another one. He was completely surprised and scared. Issei put his hands on the ground, freezing the demon completely. Issei leaving later. Minutes later, the two entourages and the two brothers arrived. And they look around and are surprised. Rias, but what happened here and why is it so cold? While he was shaking a little like the others. Sona, I don't know, but this ice is more powerful than my sister's. It surprised everyone since they knew that she completely mastered that power. Sona, I'll call in case she has an idea. Minutes passed until she arrived at the place, being just as surprised as the others present. Serafal, wow, it's so cold here. While crossing his arms. Sona, I don't know, we arrived recently because we felt a great power coming from here, and when we arrived we saw this. A frozen demon could be seen. Serafal, I see, but this ice is very powerful. It's the first time I've seen it too. Someone please create a fire to thaw it out. Shiro created a fire spell and it started. Seconds passed and nothing. Serafal, stop, this ice is too powerful so your fire can thaw. Surprising. Everyone by what was said. Serafal, the one who created this ice must be very strong. I'm curious to know who it is. While he had stars in his eyes. After that everyone left the place. While Issei was arriving home. Issei, that renegade surprised me, but regenerating that arm took away some of my energy since it was the first time it happened to me. I must train harder, otherwise in the future I may die because I am not strong. Starting tomorrow I will train harder, I must surpass my limits. While fire came out of his eyes. The next day classes were quiet for Issei. Already in the afternoon, Issei crossed his limits by training so much, and when he did, his appearance changed a little, surprising Issei. A week later, Issei was in the forest training already with his new appearance. After hours he returned to his normal appearance. Issei, in 1 week I have achieved a lot, and by using that appearance no one will be able to recognize me, and so I can have a normal life. Going home to go to the academy the next day. Issei was on his way to school on his bicycle that he had bought, and he liked it since it was the first time he had one. He went with a big smile, he liked the wind on his face. That's when he arrives at the academy and greets everyone he can. Classes were normal and it was late. Issei stayed since it was his turn to clean. He finished doing what he had to do and left towards where his bicycle was, and when he arrived, out of nowhere, a fireball came out that hit the bicycle and left him injured, but in a few seconds he was cured. Issei, all angry, saw where the fireball came from and saw that it was from the old building. He stood up and walked to where it was. Minutes later he arrives, kicking the door strong, surprising everyone. Issei, who was it that threw that fireball? Everyone was surprised as they saw him burned and without any injuries. I wonder if you have some human problem. Issei turns around, and when he does so he is surprised, but he doesn't show it since he knows who he is. Issei, pay me for my bike and everything will end well. A filthy human is ordering me to the great Razor Phoenix Ha. Everyone was silent. Issei, Paloma lady. Those words made Razor angry and he created a fireball, but before throwing it Issei arrived at great speed and hit him strong in the face, embedding him in the wall. Surprising everyone present by such strength. After that Razor gets all angry with a bloody nose when Graphia arrives. And he sees the situation and was surprised since he saw that Razor was angry and bloody and with a death look towards someone. Graphia, what's going on here? Issei looks towards the voice and doesn't say anything since he knows who it is. Issei, I only came so that this guy could pay me for my bicycle that I destroyed recently, and he doesn't want to pay me. Those words surprised Graphia. Graphia, don't worry, I'll pay you for it. Issei, I don't want him to hit her. It cost me a lot of effort to have her, and I don't want someone to pay for his mistakes. Graphia didn't say anything since she was right, but she had to do it. Graphia, sorry per. Issei continued. Issei, if that pigeon over there doesn't pay me I'll kill him. Graphia opened her eyes at these words, as did some of those present. Graphia, If he says that and does it, he would be in trouble with his entire family and the underworld. Razor gave a big smile, but he didn't expect what Issei said. Issei, and who cares about that? I don't care if it's the four mouths if they try to do it. Those words left everyone with their mouths open since he knew who they were and was not afraid. But Grafia didn't know how, but she didn't feel any aura in him. Grafia, who are you and how do you know that? Issei, I'm just a normal person who knows more than he should. And whether he paid me or not. Grafia was going to speak, but Razor did it first. Razor, haha, simple human, haha, you better die. At that, Razor created a large fireball and threw it at Issei, but he grabbed it with one hand and returned it to him, and Razor received it squarely, surprising everyone. Issei, tomorrow at this time I will return here, and if he does not have my money in hand I will go to the underworld itself to finish him off. Issei left the building, leaving a great silence. Grafia, some of you know who he is. Rias, it's not the first time I've seen it. Sona, I say the same. Asia, this is Yukihira Soma, he is my classmate. Rias, what do you know about him? Asia, he's just a good person, he always smiles and greets whoever he is, he's kind. Grafia, what a problem, despite being a human, he has great power, it would be better to listen to him because if he knows a lot, you don't know anything. At that, Razor gets up, somewhat injured, and begins to heal. Razor, I won't give you anything. Grafia, it doesn't cost you anything, Razor-sama, so you don't have any problems. Razor, I don't give a shit, I'd rather just bind by family orders. At that, Razor left. Grafia, this is a big problem. I will inform Surzek-sama of what happened. At that, Grafia left, leaving everyone there. Shiro, Drake, how strong is that boy? Drake, I don't know, he hides his power well. Rias, if he's that strong I must have him in my entourage. Drake, I don't recommend it. Rias, because. Drake, because of how I saw and threatened the underworld, he somewhat hates demons. Nobody said anything since they didn't know the reason why. While Issei ran as fast as he could into the forest. Issei, because this happens to me, I can't have anything since they destroy it. Releasing a tear. Issei, and it had to be Razor who along with my brothers made my childhood horrible, but I hope he pays me. If not, I will give him a slight lesson to change that attitude. Issei was lying on a tree while looking at the starry sky. Issei, tomorrow I won't go to the academy so they don't call me Rias or Sona, I'll go when it's time. I'll stay here to train for that day. I'm sorry he didn't pay me so easily, but he has to learn to take responsibility for his mistakes. I hope and pay. I liked riding a bike. At that, Issei gets up and starts training until the day comes. It was already noon and Issei was still training from the night before without stopping. Issei, if I continue like this I will be able to advance further forward. The mouse will intervene since he is pure BLD, but I have to do it. Issei became serious and continued training. It was time and those at the club were waiting. Asia, believe it will come. Shiro, I don't think I'm that stupid. Rias, you are. Then a magic circle appears where Surzek and Grafia appear. Rias, Oni-sama, what are you doing here? Surzek, I come in case something happens, it's better not to have problems. After saying that, the door opened and Issei entered. Everyone was surprised since he came and that no one felt his presence, not even Surzek. Issei, well, where is he? I come in peace. I just want him to pay me and I'll leave. Surzek Asiya circa Issei. Surzek, he won't come, but don't worry, we'll pay you more for causing inconvenience. He said it while smiling. Issei, no thanks, if this is fine. See you. Issei turned around and started walking. Surzek, where are you going? Issei, to the underworld, to the Phoenix clan. Those words surprised everyone. Surzek was about to stop him, but Issei had already left and closed the door. Surzek, Grafa, let's go quickly or that boy will cause something foolish. He was serious. Rias, Oni-sama, we can go with you. Surzek just nodded and everyone left for the underworld. Everyone went to the Phoenix clan and knocked on the door. And a servant came and let them in. Lord, Lucifer-sama brings you here. Surzek, where is Razor? Lady, in his room. Surzek, Lamello. Lord, what's going on? Surzek, I'll explain it later. At that, Razor's father went to call him minutes later and arrived with his sister who found her on the road. Razor, what's wrong? Surzek, Razor, you have to pay that boy. Razor, to whom? Grafia, the boy whose bike you destroyed yesterday. That surprised Razor's family. Razor, because I would. Surzek, he's coming here, he won't be long in coming. Lord, what did you do, Razor? He said it angrily. Grafia, yesterday he was in the human world and he threw a sphere of fire outside and hit a boy next to his bicycle and he destroyed it. He came in all angry, wanting someone to pay him and he didn't want to. Lady, Razor, it didn't cost you anything to do it. Razor, how do you want me to reduce myself to a simple human? Seconds later, Sona and Serafal's entourage arrives. Serafal, Surzek already told me everything Sona is going through. Surzek, don't try to talk to him, but when you did he just turned around and came here. Serafal, what a problem, and tell me it's powerful. Surzek, I don't know, I didn't feel anything in him. Grafia, I only felt a human aura, nothing more. Serafal, I see, and why didn't you pay him after all he hit you twice? Razor got angry when he remembered that and his family was surprised. Just then they heard a scream and out of nowhere a guard flew out, destroying the door, falling in front of those present, leaving them surprised. Issei walked while emanating a blue aura. Surprising those present out of nowhere, they saw how it changed completely. Everyone was on shock since he was a different person. Issei, well Razor, you will pay me or not? Surzek, we can fix this as civilized people. Issei, I gave him a chance but his pride and stubbornness didn't let him. Everyone get out of your head or you'll get hurt, okay? Serafal, I'm sorry but I can't do that even if I don't want to. It's my duty as a Mao to protect everyone. While making a somewhat frustrated face. Issei, I see Serafal Leviathan, a great Mao with a great power of ice. Serafal was surprised since she knew about her. Issei, they don't leave me easily if they don't move away, yes. Surzek, no. With that he stood forward next to Serafal and Grafia followed him. Issei, I see, then I hope you forgive me. At that Issei puts his hands on the ground and those present didn't know what he was doing until out of nowhere everyone felt a cold air. Everyone present was frozen from foot to neck. They could barely move, the only one free was Razor. Serafal, so you are the owner of this ice? Issei, yes, I'm sorry for this but they didn't leave me a choice. When everything is over I'll unfreeze you. Putting on a half smile makes Serafal blush a little. Surzek, because I can't free myself. Grafia, it's impossible, this ice is very powerful. The first time I've seen it, it surpasses mine by a lot. Surzek, why that Serafal? Serafal, I'm sorry but it's the same case. Issei, well, Razor, you will pay me, I will give you this last chance, or maybe you like to see your family suffer from the cold. Razor saw his family and looked like they were shivering a little from the cold. Revel, Onisama just Hazel case, yes. Razor got angry when he heard that, so he went at great speed and tore off his arm, leaving everyone present in shock. And they saw that Issei was calm. Razor, what can you do now? Razor, after saying that, saw how the arm made cold smoke and disappeared and saw Issei how another one came out quickly. Leaving everyone present with their mouths open apparently, as well as Razor. Razor, how did you do that? I didn't see how you took a phoenix tear. Issei, I don't need that. At that Issei spreads light blue wings, surprising those present by how appealing they were. Lord, what are you? Issei, I am the Ice Phoenix. When he said it, everyone was surprised since such a bird existed. Lady, that's impossible. I never heard of her. Issei, I never left my place, I only went out to fight with my friend the Fire Phoenix. Revel, so you met our ancestor. Issei, you could say he was a good person who helped whoever asked him, but now I'm disappointed that his family has become a group of arrogant people. Those words hurt the family, but someone didn't take it well and went on the attack. Issei just chilled his arm and made him scream in pain. Issei, you won't even be able to remove your arm, you will suffer until you pay for your crimes. Only the fire of the true phoenix can extinguish my ice. Razor tried with all his power but nothing. Issei, you're deaf, right? Only the original, you don't have royal BLD. Lady, what do you mean? Issei, You guys thought the phoenix was a demon or what? Those words made the family widen their eyes. Issei, you only have your power but not your original BLD, if that were the case you wouldn't be demons. Razor was already tired and seeing how his family suffered had no other choice. He knelt down and asked for forgiveness for all the damage and I paid him. Issei, see, it doesn't matter. Surzek, because coming this far you are not afraid of the underworld because of what you caused. Issei, I lived here since I was little and I saw how no one paid attention to me and the duty of a leader is to take care of his people. Like you did today, Leviathan, but there are people who suffer and you don't even lift a finger, you look at it and you don't say anything. The underworld is a place where I don't know if I can trust it. And before I go I hope that you two Rias and Sona don't bother me at the academy about me joining your entourage, otherwise I'll freeze your hands for a whole day. With everything, his entourage as well as his partners, except Asia, he is a good person. Well, I'll leave and don't worry, just cross that door, the ice will disappear. Issei begins to walk and returns to his old appearance and opens the door and leaves only when he closes the door the ice is destroyed and disappears. Everything was silent. Serafal, what do you mean by those words? We saw someone suffer and we did nothing. Surzek, I don't know. Serafal, Sona, do me a favor and never bother that boy. Yes. Sona, I will do it, I don't want to feel that cold again, it's very painful. Surzek, Rias, I know you and don't be so stupid as to do it because of how you dress, nor am I your rival. Rias, I understand I won't do it but. Surzek, no buts, if you do it, don't ask me for help, we don't know the reason but he hates us all. Serafal, yes, we started investigating who he is and we'll see how we solve it. Lady, he is a very strong person and is a pure blooded phoenix. Surzek, how dangerous is that? Lord, I don't know if he has everything the same as our ancestor, but if he dies he will only be reborn. There is no way to kill him or cut off his head or destroy his body, he will be reborn. Everyone was in shock when they found out. Serafal, but you can do that too. Lady, no, we can't do it, the only thing we have is great feedback. He is right, we are fake. While trying not to cry. Serafal, this at the same time is a problem. Sona, because. Serafal, if the council finds out about this they will think that he is a demon of the Phoenix family and will force him to marry someone or take away his tears since they will think that they are stronger. Surzek, yes, and if they make him angry it will only cause him to destroy the underworld and no one can stop him. Serafal, this is just a big problem so please no one bother him. Yeah. Lady, yes, but because he hates us so much, he talks about demons and, from what I saw, it's more about you and your family. Serafal, I don't know but I will find out and if we did something wrong I will do my best to fix my mistakes and if I did I will accept my punishment. Sona, don't you think that's much Sama? Serafal, no, since if we did it we only have to see what we will do. Surzek, yes, so please don't bother him and if he approaches you just act as if nothing happened. Everyone nodded in confirmation. Meanwhile Issei was arriving home and upon entering he fell to his knees. Issei, I went over my limit but that's good so I can get stronger. I finally said some words that I wanted to say. I feel calmer. If I keep training I can get stronger. Issei stood up with determination. Issei, but tomorrow I will rest. I will not go to the academy and later I will go by my bicycle. I don't understand, he couldn't just pay and that's how we save ourselves from these problems. Issei gave a big sigh and went to sleep. The next day everyone headed to the academy, exactly Issei who took the day off to rest. While at the academy Rias wanted to call him but she refrained since she didn't want any problems. In the afternoon Issei went to buy a bicycle and returned to his apartment with a big smile. The next day Issei was riding his bicycle very happily until he arrived at the academy and saw two people dressed in robes. Issei, excuse me, you need help. Could you tell us if you know Rias Gremory and Sona Citri? Issei, yes, and speaking of them, here they come. Just then they arrive and an explanation later Issei was about to leave but they talked to him. Sona, excuse me but you could come too if it's not a bother. He said it with a little fear since he said he didn't want them to approach him. Issei, of course I'll go in the afternoon, have a nice day. Issei left with a smile. Rias, what's wrong? Sona, I think he's only serious when it comes to his enemies. With that, they both left, and in the afternoon Issei was with Asia. Issei, tell me Asia, are you dating Shiro? Asia became nervous and red. Asia, how do you know? Issei, I can see it in your aura and how he treats you. Asia, he is kind and affectionate. Issei, that's okay. At that point they both arrived and those from the church were surprised to see him. One talk later and a fight that Shiro won but Kiba lost. Issei went home since he didn't want that kind of trouble. While he was riding his bike he passed by his favorite anime store since his favorite series was coming out that day. At that point, he entered and there was only one copy left, and when he was about to take it, another person also grabbed it. Issei, hey there V. Seraphal, I see her. They were both speechless as they were both surprised to see themselves there. Issei, well, take it goodbye. Issei drops the manga and leaves the store quickly. Seraphal, in order not to miss the opportunity, left everything she had to follow him and talk. Already at the exit Issei was going up to the library but before he left someone spoke to him. Seraphal, excuse me but we could talk for a moment. Issei, of what? Seraphal, whatever. Issei, good but change yourself. At that Seraphal enters the store and puts on normal clothes and leaves and they both go to a cafe to talk. Issei, well, tell me what you want. Seraphal, how do you know I want something from you? Issei, it's obvious no. Seraphal, yes. Tell me why you hate us. Issei, straight to the point. What do you think of Leviathan? Seraphal, I have no idea but you could call me Seraphal yes. Issei, Yavir. Seraphal, I searched for information about you and I did not find any clan with your last name or first name, not even in the reincarnated ones. Issei, it didn't work. Seraphal, it's partly my job hee. Issei, I will tell you who I am but what will happen to you if you speak without my permission? Seraphal, I won't do anything. Issei, a favor from a Mao is good but I'm not interested. Seraphal, if I speak I will be your servant forever. Issei, that's a big bet, don't you think? Seraphal, I never back down. Say. At that Issei takes a notebook out of his suitcase and writes a letter and then he passes it to Seraphal and she takes the pen and signs. Seraphal, ready. Issei, I'll know. Issei takes Seraphal's hand and she blushes. Issei grabs a finger and pricks it and a drop of BLD comes out. Say, now yes. While Issei smiled and did the same and Seraphal had a pout at what he did. Seraphal, okay and now. Issei, I'm the third child of a good family. Seraphal thought and nothing came to mind. Issei, my brothers are engaged to the sisters of two Maos. Seraphal, upon hearing that, widened her eyes and got up from the chair and stayed like that for a few seconds until she sat down. Seraphal, but you don't look anything like Issei. Issei, life gave me a second chance to be happy, not like before. Seraphal, now I understand everything. While Seraphal lowered her head, she now understood why Issei was against the underworld like this, since neither his family nor the servants paid attention to him and his brothers bothered him along with Riser and Rias and Sona. Seraphal understood everything. Seraphal, I see those words correctly. Issei, you already remembered, no. Seraphal, with her head lowered as she talks about the day where she and everyone bothered Issei and she just walked by and did nothing. Seraphal began to cry. Seraphal, I'm sorry, I know I didn't do anything but I don't know what happened. Say, there. What happened is that you love your sister as much as Serzek does and what they do doesn't matter to you, does it? Issei said it calmly but Seraphal, every word they said hurt her but she was right, if it was her sister she would do anything. Seraphal, I know and I don't blame you for hating us all. Issei, I don't hate anyone. Seraphal, Issei, it's not that I forgive you either, but it's simple. When I came to the human world, some friends told me to live my life and that's what I do. I will never return to the underworld and if I help you, it will only be for the innocent people, not for you. Those last words hurt Seraphal but he was right. Issei, you know since I was little I had to get ahead on my own, I had to learn to cook, wash my clothes and other things. One time I was heating water and I dropped some on my shoulder. Issei shows his shoulder a little and he had a burn from a long time ago. Issei, And you know what happened? I screamed in pain and no one came. I cried until I was tired. I went to the bathroom where the first aid kit was and I healed myself, and the reason comes out as to why this scar didn't disappear. It's easy because when I see it I remember everything I did to survive on my own. Seraphal could only listen. She could not speak. She could not say anything. She remembered when Issei said those words. And he was right, having a child so close did nothing. Issei, but look now, all suffering has its reward now. I have a peaceful life. I study and I'm at home. Maybe I'll go to college and find a job and keep it up as long as I can. Seraphal, I see. Issei, I don't hate you but I can't trust you. It still hurts me to remember how you treated me. Seraphal wanted to cry but she held it in. Issei, well, with that clear, you can start your work tomorrow. It's easy, you just have to clean the house, just that. And that's it. Puts a flame near her. Issei, just do the cleaning in the morning so I don't bother you. And don't worry about the food, I'll do it myself. I'm afraid you'll add something to it. A bit of mockery, but Seraphal didn't take it that way. I just take the key. Issei, well, it was a pleasure, Leviathan. I hope to see you one day. Issei left without hearing a response. Seraphal, he still doesn't say my name and I won't be able to see him or prepare his food. He said it while shedding a few tears. But I clean them. Seraphal, I will do my best so that you forgive me and we start being friends, and then whatever happens, happens. He left the cafe heading home. Issei woke up the next morning because he heard noise in the house, so he got up and went to see. And look at Seraphal. Issei, what are you doing here so early and dressed like that? Seraphal, I'm coming to my business, remember? Issei, yes, but I also said that it would be when I wasn't there. Seraphal, yes, but you know I have work, no. Issei, yes, but you didn't want this. Putting on a half smile, Seraphal pouts. Issei, it's okay after all, you never pay attention to anything. Seraphal, you know a lot, don't you? Issei, I had more free time than I should have. Seraphal opens her eyes wide. Issei, but don't worry, I won't hurt you, well, making everything clear. I'll ask you something. Seraphal, Issei, you already know that Kokobile is in this city, right? At that Seraphal opens her eyes wide. Issei, I see you haven't figured it out yet. Seraphal, how do you know? Issei, recently some exorcists came and went to talk to Rias and Sona. Seraphal, I see but I didn't know. Issei, I see that there is a lot of trust in the family. Seraphal frowned for a moment but then relaxed. Seraphal, well, they've always been like that. They don't like to ask for help. Issei, that's true, but well, I'm going to go cook something, so wait here. Seraphal, I'll eat too. Issei, yes, it would be rude for me to eat alone and someone else just go no. Issei goes to the kitchen and finishes. Seconds later, they eat in silence. When Issei finishes, Issei comes out. Seraphal, there are classes today, you won't go. Issei, I'll go train, I'm very weak, well, have a good day, goodbye. And so leaving Seraphal alone. At that point she finishes cleaning and puts on normal clothes and goes to the academy to be informed. Minutes later he appears in Sona's office and she becomes excited. Sona, Nasama, something happens. Seraphal, you don't have something to tell me. He said it seriously, which surprised Sona since it was strange to see her like that. Sona, not really. Seraphal, and the two exorcists. Sona opened her eyes wide upon hearing that. Sona, how did you find out about that? Seraphal, I have my sources and well. Sona, well, nothing has happened and he is a cadre. Seraphal, don't tell me that you and Rias and their partners will be able to stop him, maybe they are crazy. Sona, but... Seraphal, but nothing, and when were they going to inform me or Surzek about this? Sona, when everything has passed. Seraphal, I worry about you and if something happens to you that you think will happen to our parents. Sona just hung his head. Seraphal, you better inform me of this if something happens, okay? Sona just nodded and Seraphal left. Meanwhile Issei. He was in his ice form so he could break his limit more and be able to use his power more. After that he takes a break. Issei, phew, I've made great progress, now I can stay in that form for longer, I hope I can enter it soon, difficult days will come. At that Issei gets up and continues until night comes. Issei left the forest and went to eat something, then he rode through a park on his bike and while doing so he saw someone on the ground. Issei, that girl over there is an exorcist that happened to you. Issei saw that she had many injuries and took her to the house. When he arrives he puts her on the bed and approaches her and sheds a tear and little by little she recovers. Issei, although my tears are still weak, they can help a little. Issei left the room to go look for something to put on him. He had a slight fever. Minutes later he arrived. And he saw that she was waking up. Issei, you feel better? Irena, what happened to me? Issei, that should be my question. Irena, I just remember that we were fighting with a priest and an exorcist and a fallen man arrived and well, that's all. Issei, I see, your name is Irena, no. Irena, yes and you. Issei, soy Issei. Irena, thank you for saving me. Now that I realize why I have no injuries and I feel better. Issei, t'aide una lagrima de phoenix. Irena, but that's very expensive, how did you get it? Issei, I had different methods. Well now rest since your friend along with the others are fighting. Irena, how do you know that? Issei, I'm sorry, they just started and well, it's not going very well for them to say the least. Irena, I have to go help. Issei, how will you do it without a weapon? Irena, I'll find a way. Issei, I recommend that you don't do it and if you go alone you will be dead weight in that battle. Irena, and why aren't you there? Issei, they will be able to handle him. Irena, you trust them. Issei, not really. Irena, Issei, I only know that they are strong and if something happens there is someone there who can help too, although now they are just watching. Irena, who? Issei, El Hakuryukoi. Irena, I see, tell me Issei, why did you save me? You're a demon, no. Issei, I can't leave someone hurt if I can help. And the other good thing is that my family is evil, I was born 100% human that's why they kicked me out. Irena, I see and you miss your family. Issei, if I'm honest, not really. Irena, because. Issei, you saw that I didn't have magic power or sacred gear that's why. So they left me aside. Irena, I understand. Issei, tell me something from how I saw you, like Shiro no. Irena, because you say so. Issei, I saw how you looked at him when you were with Rias. Irena, it's nothing like that. Irena, it's because I was curious who the new security was and well it was just that. I don't like him at all, he has the face of a womanizer. Issei, Yavio. Irena, you don't get along very well with all of them since you didn't talk much that day. Issei, well that boy is the boyfriend and Rias and the other one who was with Sona is Alex and well they are my brothers. Irena opened her eyes wide. Irena, so they are. Issei, yes but they don't know. Irena, because. Issei, when I left the underworld my appearance changed and now I look so that no one knows I am Issei. Irena, I understand and you will say it. Issei, soon everyone will know, it gives me that feeling. Issei gets down on his feet. Irena, what's wrong? Issei, those still can't handle Kokobile and that white dragon doesn't do anything. I'll have to go. I will come shortly. Issei leaves the room and changes his appearance and takes out his wings and heads to the place at great speed. Issei, and what these two were doing, don't tell me that they trusted each other. In a few minutes Issei arrived at the place and entered the place. And see how the majority were hurting. Issei, this makes them overconfident. The president only looks at Issei, surprised. Kokobile, wow, someone else came to the party. Issei, I don't have much time. Kokobile got angry and was going to say something but Issei went at him at great speed, giving him a big blow. Leaving it on the ground. Kokobile was going to get up but Issei thought he felt ice spikes. Hitting Kokobile squarely since he couldn't defend himself. At that moment Issei was going to continue but someone spoke. Vali, I'll take care of the rest. Issei, you've been watching for a while and until now you come out, it shows that you don't have confidence in yourself. Those words made Vali angry. He was going to hit him but Issei froze his feet. Issei, I don't want any problems so goodbye. At that Issei takes out his wings and leaves, leaving a great silence. After a few seconds, Vali was able to get out and took Kokobile and left. Upon arriving at the house, Issei returns to his normal appearance and goes to where Irena is. Just then he enters and she speaks before him. Irena, that was fast. Issei, well if I didn't I would end up killing everyone. Irena, I see. Issei, I see that you're fine now, you should go see your friend. Irena, you're right. Irena gets up and goes to the door. Irena, thank you for everything, I don't know how to repay you. Issei, just don't get into any more trouble. While putting on a smile, Irena went to where he gave her a hug and then an embrace on her cheek and left quickly. Issei, the good thing is that there won't be any problems for a while, hee. I better go to sleep, I have to get up early, I have to train a little. For now I control ice a little better, I must train more with fire. Issei, after saying, he went to his room. He got up early before Serafal arrived, took the bike and left. Issei, now that I remember, today is Father's Day. But since I don't have any, I better not go. Issei continued on his way to the forest when he arrived and began training with fire. Making progress quickly. Issei, I'm surprised, maybe it's because my body can handle more power than normal. If I continue like this I will be able to master it and become stronger. Issei continued to be well motivated at the academy. Serafal was looking for Issei throughout the academy since she wanted to talk to him since she didn't see him in the morning. Serafal, maybe he didn't come. Well, I partly understand it since none of his parents would go to him, only his brothers. He stopped searching and better went to the others. Surzek, well today the meeting will take place and it will be here at the academy. Rias, I understand. Surzek, we're also going to need that boy to come since he defeated Kokabil. Sona, that would be impossible. He doesn't come to the academy for days, and we don't want to bother him. Serafal, I'll see how I get it, okay? Everyone was surprised to hear that. Surzek, are you sure? Serafal, of course from what I saw that time he is a good boy. Surzek, how do you know that? Serafal, he had a sad look that day. Nobody said anything and they left it to her. Issei, phew, I did it, it was difficult. If I continue like this, I will be able to reach a good level and be able to protect people. It was already late so Issei took his bike and headed home. When he arrived he opened the door and saw Serafal sitting there. Issei, what brings you here at this hour? Serafal, I've been waiting for you for hours you know. Issei, when you say that you sound like an angry wife. He said it with a smile while Serafal blushed at those words. Serafal, don't say that. Issei, fine but tell me. Serafal, there will be a faction meeting and you have to go. Issei, because yo. Serafal, you defeated Kokabil because of that. Issei, I see, it's fine. Serafal, how quickly you accepted. Issei, if I didn't, you'd be bothering me until I did. Serafal, well you're right about that. He said it with a big smile. Issei, well I'll go eat. Serafal, I can help you. Issei, no offense but you just know how to use a knife. Serafal, just because she's a Mao doesn't mean she can't do normal things. Issei doesn't say anything so they go to the kitchen and well Serafal did her best. They ate and laughed a little. Issei, and when is the meeting? Serafal, it's tomorrow night. Issei, I understand, I'll be there. Serafal, thank you. Tell me Issei what plans you have for the future. Issei, I won't lie to you, I will create my own entourage that will be my family, just that. Serafal, for that you have to be a demon. Issei, yes, but you owe me a favor, no. Serafal, which one? Issei, not to go to your meeting. Serafal, I understand that's a good move of yours. Issei, yes. Serafal, but if you have one you will have to participate in the raiding game. Issei, no, it's a problem. You're afraid I'll beat your sister. Serafal, a little but I know you won't hurt him. Issei, of course. Serafal, and you already have someone in mind. Issei, nope, those people will come on their own, I won't force anyone. Serafal, I see. But I will be in it. Issei's eyes widened. Issei, because. Serafal, because I am your servant. Issei, yes, but this is different. I don't want servants, what I want is a family. Serafal, I understand but I want to be with you. Issei, that sounded more like a confession, no? Serafal, maybe. From the short time that I have known you, I have seen that you are someone with a good heart and I want to be with you. Issei, you know I'm just an ordinary person, right? Seraphal, yes, but that doesn't matter. When we are like this now, I feel stress-free from work. Issei, for a person like you to say that to me leaves me speechless. Seraphal, because... Issei, Seraphal, you are a very appealing woman coveted by the entire underworld, and for a normal person to say that to me is strong to believe. Seraphal, yes, but you know, fame has never interested me. I have my program just for fun. And men only see me because of my title. Issei, okay, but for a Mao to be in my family, that would be great news and would cause the entire underworld to come after me. Seraphal, yes I know, but no one will know for now, only we will. Issei, well yes you are right. Seraphal, Issei, welcome to the family. Seraphal puts on a big smile and throws herself at Issei, throwing him to the ground and hugging him and giving him an embrace. Issei, you don't have a lot of energy left over. Seraphal, when I'm with you I'm always 100%. Issei, I see it's good to have someone like that. Seraphal, yes, I will make you the happiest person in the world. Issei, I say the same. While the two smiled. Minutes later Seraphal went home. Issei, this was a surprise but I'm not complaining, it's nice to have someone around now, even more so I have to train. While Issei felt very motivated. While Seraphal, I can't believe I did it. But I don't regret it, I'm the happiest person. Issei, I will make you very happy, although I won't be the only one, but that doesn't matter. As I jumped up to go to bed. The next day Issei went to the forest well motivated to train more. While passing through the park he saw a girl on a bench. Issei, sorry, what are you doing here so early? You're not cold. I like being like this. Issei, you're waiting for someone. No. Issei, I see, tell me, do you want to have some breakfast with me? The girl didn't say anything. Issei, let's not pass anything. You're not afraid of me. Issei, because... But first tell me why you're dressed like that, it's strange. I like it. Issei, I see, well, come get on the bike and let's go get something. The girl just got up and went back, then they left and arrived at a familiar restaurant. They ordered the food and when the girl tried it, she ate it all and asked for more, surprising Issei. Issei, you weren't hungry. Yes. Issei, tell me what you are. You're not a human, I know that. I am the dragon goddess of infinity. Issei, oh you're Ophis Ouroboros. Ophis, how? Do you know? Issei, I read that you are someone very strong. Ophis, you're not afraid of me. He said it with doubt. Issei, because I would have if you didn't hurt me, no. Ophis, yes. With that they left the restaurant and Ophis followed him into the forest. Issei, well something happens. Ophis, no. Issei, okay well I'll go in there. Ophis, as I see, you're only human. Issei, I am a phoenix. Ophis showed no sign of surprise as Issei changed into his ice form and Ophis was a little surprised although she didn't show it. Hours passed and Ophis just looked at him. Issei, tell me Ophis, what are you doing in the human world? Ophis, I was just passing by. Issei, Yavio. Ophis, you won't ask more. Say, like that? Ophis, you're strange, aren't you? Issei, the truth has been told to me before. But I do want to know something because Hakuyukoi is with you. Ophis, how do you know that? Issei, when I went to stop Kokobile I could feel a faint trace of you on him. Ophis, you're good. Issei, a little and tell me what you plan, I know you're not here just because. Ophis, I seek silence. As he looked up at the sky Issei more or less understood. Issei, what are you talking about? Ophis, I'm talking about silence, someone took it away from me. Issei, who are you talking about? Ophis, Great Red. Issei, I see the dragon god of the dream and true you want the dimensional gap for yourself no. Ophis, yes. Issei, and tell me what you will do after you have her. Ophis, just being there in my silence. Issei, it's good to have silence but that would be from time to time, it's not always boring. Ophis, but I like that. Issei, I understand, tell me why you don't look for something better to do so you will see that silence is not good. Ophis, like. Issei, I'll show you better. Issei returns to his normal form and grabs his hand and they go to the city. Issei takes her to many fun places and to the movies and lunch. As they passed the time while they were walking, Issei could see a small smile on Ophis and he was happy. It was later that they were in a park. Issei, and what did you think? Ophis, it was something new but I liked it. Issei, I'm glad. Ophis, because you do this for me. Issei, it's a long story. It would take a long time to count. Ophis, no problem. At that, he gets up from the stool and places his forehead with Issei's and closes his eyes. Issei does the same. In a few seconds Ophis could see her entire life, even the two phoenixes, which surprised her. Ophis, I understand now, I see why you helped me. Issei, you saw it all. Ophis, yes, and I'm sorry for the other thing. Issei, okay, I can trust you. Ophis, porque? Issei, I see that you are a good person. Tell me, Ophis, don't you want to stay with me? I will always take care of you and do my best to see your sincere smile. Ophis, but don't lie to yourself in trouble. Issei, maybe, but it doesn't matter, you are a good person who also deserves to be happy. Ophis said nothing for a moment. Ophis, it's okay from now on, you're my partner. Issei's eyes widened. Issei, because... Ophis, because I will be with you forever, so you are mine and I am yours even if I am the second. Issei, you are not the second for me, you are both the first, okay? Ophis, okay. The two give each other a hug. Ophis likes it, it's the first time she feels such quality. Issei, well, let's go home since later I have to go to a meeting with the factions. Ophis, you shouldn't go. Issei, because... Ophis, you're going to see an attack. Issei, I understand. Ophis, still angry, no. Issei, yes, Seraphal will be there and I must take care of her. Ophis, I'll go with you. Issei, I don't think they would recognize you and attack you. At that Ophis began to change her appearance. Issei was surprised. Issei, you look cute and I see that you changed your aura. Ophis, did you notice? Issei, yes, but don't do anything if I'm in charge. Ophis, okay. They both arrived at the house. Issei changed and sat on the couch. Issei, tell me, Ophis, what you had planned. Ophis, people came to me and told me that if I gave them power they would help me with Rojo. Issei, you know they were just playing with you, right? Ophis, I don't know. Issei, well, that's how it is now, you will always be by my side, okay, so nothing happens to you. Ophis, okay, I'll do my best. Issei, I understand, well, since there is a long way to go, let's see a movie. Issei takes control and they watch a comedy. Issei was laughing and Ophis didn't understand why he was laughing. But little by little he understood the movie and just smiled. Time passed and it was time. The two headed to the academy. At the academy. Surzek, Seraphal, you're sure he'll come? Seraphal, yes, don't worry. Azazel, who are we talking about? Seraphal, from the person who defeated Kokabeel. Michael, I thought it was the two entourages. They were going to continue talking but someone opened the door. Issei, sorry for the delay, we were late. At that point the two entered, being surprised by their companion, but some boys looked at her since she was very appealing. But Seraphal had a twitch in her eye when she saw them. She looked at Issei and he just nodded and she understood. Surzek, excuse me, but who is she? Issei, oh, this is Mia, a friend of mine. Ophis just nods and says nothing. Issei, well, let's start, yes. Surzek, well, Rias and Sona do us a favor. That's what they put the fight on and saw how Shiro couldn't. After a while they saw Issei arrive. Azazel, wait, but they don't look anything alike. Seraphal, when the fight takes that form. Azazel just nodded and they continued watching and also saw when Vali wanted to attack him but Issei stopped him. Michael, boy, you are very strong. Issei, I train daily to overcome my limits. Azazel, you have a great power, boy. Issei just nods. And so everything continues like the series. Vali, I am Vali Lucifer. Azazel, my men discovered that you work for the dragon goddess of infinity Ophis Ouroboros. Vali, yes, but our goals are different. And I don't pay attention to him in the end. At that Issei looks at Ophis and she avoids seeing him. The battle of the celestial dragons happens, Vali winning since Shiro, despite being a high class, cannot keep his armor for long in an official battle. Vali, since you're talking about dead weight, now I want to kill someone who dared to humiliate me. Issei, you're talking about me, no. Vali, just because you have that power doesn't make you immortal. In his mind. Ophis, the truth is immortal. Issei, and because I would have to fight you. Vali, if not, I will destroy everything here, starting with you of course. Issei didn't say anything and Vali got angry, so he gathered a lot of power and at great speed he got behind Issei and hit him squarely, destroying his entire body. Leaving everyone in shock. Vali, haha, and that one is stronger. No one could believe it, not even Seraphal. She was sad. She looked at Ophis and saw her calm, so she decided to see what was happening. While Vali was laughing, something happened behind him. Vali felt it and turned around. And he saw something that surprised him just like the rest, even Seraphal. They saw how a pillar of fire formed and saw Issei leave. They also saw Issei with fire. Then they saw how it burned until its appearance changed, leaving everyone shocked. They saw Issei emerge in his fire phoenix form with his large wings. Vali, how is it possible you should be dead? Issei, when a dead phoenix is reborn from its ashes. Vali, that would be impossible, so I don't know that not even the phoenix family can do that. Issei, I'm not part of your family. You recognize me, not Drake Albion. When he said that, everyone was surprised. Drake, I didn't think you were still alive after so many years. Albion, although it would be strange for an immortal being to be dead. Vali, you know him, Albion. Albio, yes, thousands of years ago while Drake and I were fighting we went through his cave and destroyed it. Drake. He came out and beat us up even though we killed him more than 20 times. Albion, there's no use fighting someone like that. Nobody believed his words. Drake, so boy, tell me why you control the ice. Issei, until recently I was human. Everyone was surprised and Seraphal thought Issei was going to speak. Issei, I had a family but they never loved me the same as my friends, so they never listened to me, so I decided to come to this city. They left me in the forest, so I walked and found a cave between there, and well, I saw a mural and something and I fainted. It was on my mind to talk to them. Everyone's eyes were wide. Issei, they told me their story and at the end of everything they left me everything as a sample. Issei showed his red and blue phoenix tattoo. Issei, when I left the cave I felt different, so I went to look for a lake and all my changes. And from that moment he decides to train to be strong like them. Michael, but who are you? Issei, mi nombre es Hayu de Issei. Issei, mi nombre es Hayu de Issei. Everyone who knew him couldn't believe it. Shiro, that's impossible, he's weakling. Alex, he's right, how someone like him would be that strong. Issei, I'm just telling the truth. Vali, I don't give a shit who you are. Vali attacks and Issei dodges him and gives him a big kick that sends him to the sky. Issei makes a big jump and sends him back to the ground. Vali gets up and Issei goes against him, giving him a big blow full of fire. Vali could barely resist, and when Issei walked away Vali was without his armor and with burns. Little by little he began to heal and activated his armor again. Vali, this is exciting. Issei didn't say anything and went against him. Shooting fire from his mouth, Vali barely dodged it, but he still burned and gave a great scream of pain. Vali, because it burns so much if I just touch myself. Albion, he is a being of pure fire, his power is pure. Issei started walking and changed to ice, surprising those who had not seen it. Issei put his hands on the ground and created a large glacier that hit Vali. Everyone present was surprised by the tremendous power. Afterwards Issei removed all the ice and you could see an unconscious Vali on the ground. Seconds later someone arrived and when he saw him he was impressed, took it and left. Issei returns to normal form. It was a great silence. Surzek, because you never said it was you. Issei, why for that? If I did, what would happen? I will say it, you would force me to return to the underworld and do whatever you want. No. No one could respond to those words. Sona, but you are part of it. Issei, it's not like Sona. You yourself once told me that I belonged to the human world and it is the place that I will defend. Surzek, what do you mean? Issei, what you heard, I will defend humans and I came to the meeting just to say that. From now on I am their protector. And I am here as your representative. Azazel, that means you would be like a faction leader, no. Say, you could say so. Michael, it's fine with me as long as we're at peace. Azazel, I say the same. Surzak, Issei, good, and Seraphal, you must fulfill your promise. Surzak, what do you mean? Seraphal, well, for him to come I promised him a game of evil pieces. Surzak, seriously? Seraphal, yes, and I promised to keep my promise. Surzak, Issei, bien. Mia, please. Just then Mia approaches with a contract and Issei signs it and gives it to Seraphal. Issei, well, we're leaving, have a good day. In that, Mia creates a dimensional gap, leaving everyone with their mouths open. Azazel, who is she that can do that? Surzak, it's not the first time I've seen it. Michael, he has a good person at his side, and if she enters, his nobility will have someone powerful. Better they didn't continue talking and signed the contract and left. Seraphal went to Issei's house and she wanted to meet the new one. Already in Issei's house a magic circle appears and Seraphal comes out. Issei, Seraphal, that brings you here. Seraphal, it's not obvious, no. Issei, yes. Seraphal, who is she? Issei, you or I do it. Ophis gets up. Ophis, I am Ophis Ouroboros, you can call me Ophis here but outside Mia. Sural's eyes were wide open. In front of her she had the goddess of infinity. He saw Issei and after a while explained. Seraphal, I understand, okay, I hope we get along well, yes. Ophis, same thing. Seraphal, Issei, tomorrow we will go for the evil pieces, yes. Say, after that Seraphal left. The next morning the three were in the underworld. Issei did everything and then they gave him a box with his pieces. Issei wanted to open them at his house. So the three of them returned. Ophis, as they are. Issei opens the box and the three of them admire each other since they were pieces that looked like a phoenix and there were 2 sets. Issei, I didn't expect this, there are 2 of them. Seraphal, me neither. Issei, good, and tell me you want to be my 2 queens. The 2 girls just smiled and accepted. Issei started the ritual and they were already part of the team. Issei, for now we will say that I only have 1 game and Ophis will be the main one since if they bury what Seraphal is it would be a big problem. Seraphal, I understand and it's okay. Issei, well, let's celebrate, yes. The 2 just nodded and left. Ophis was enrolled in the academy in the same room that Issei all the boys wanted with her. But she just put on a serious face and all the men walked away. Just like Issei's brothers since they tried to stuck her. But they couldn't. Ophis always sent them flying with a great blow. Issei, Ophis, I see that you are very popular. Ophis, yes, but that doesn't matter. Issei, tell me what will happen with that cows brigade that you created. Since you are the leader. Ophis, nothing, as you said, in the end they continue with their plans. Issei, okay, and tell me you want to go back to the dimensional gap. Ophis, the answer should be obvious, no. I am your queen and I can't leave you alone. Issei, thank you, and I can see that you can express yourself better, which makes me happy. Ophis, it's thanks to you. Ophis took Issei's hand and they both went to the house. When we entered, Seraphal was making dinner. Seraphal, welcome. They both greeted her and went to her after eating and talked for a while. Seraphal, Issei, you are invited to the leaders' meeting that will take place during the holidays. Issei, I see, it's okay, we'll go or not, Ophis? Ophis, you should already know my answer. Seraphal, and also something else. Seraphal, Issei puso Syria. Issei, dime. Seraphal, you have to move to a mansion with the others. Say, Seraphal, this is how it was decided for all the leaders since there will be each race. Say, like who? Seraphal, of the demons you already know about the fallen, it would only be Aquino. And from Los Angeles there is Irena. Issei, I understand, it's fine as long as you don't bother my group, I'll be fine. Seraphal, Issei, but this will be our meeting place. Seraphal, sounds good. Well, making that clear, tell me, do you want to go to the underworld with me on your vacation? Issei, okay Ophis, you're ready for the holidays. Ophis, with you I know there will be a lot to do. Issei and Seraphal just laughed. Issei and Ophis were in front of the mansion where they were going to live with 2 suitcases. Issei, Ophis, I really don't want to live here. Ophis, I don't want to be bothered by your brothers and that Citri laborer either. Issei, I only resist if something good happens, you tell me and we'll talk about it. It's better not to have problems, don't you think? Ophis, yes you are right. Issei takes her hand and they knock on the door. Maid, you are offered something. Issei, well we are also residents of here. Maid, I see ahead. They both passed and were guided to their rooms. After settling in, they both went down to the living room and there was no one. Issei, excuse me, where are the others? Maid, in the academy. Issei, I see, thank you. He left, leaving Issei and Ophis alone. Issei, do you want to watch a movie? Ophis, yes. Issei, well, choose one and I'll go get drinks and popcorn. They both went about their business minutes later and started an afternoon of watching movies. It was already late and Issei went to the kitchen to make dinner while Ophis watched TV. Just then the others appear and look at Ophis watching TV with great concentration and at Issei in the kitchen. Sona, they have already settled in no. Ophis, yes. It was the only thing he said without stopping watching TV. Rias, what will they do on vacation? Ophis, on Trinar. Aquino, can I ask you something? Ophis, yes. Aquino, what is your magic? Ophis stopped watching TV and looked at her with a half smile. Ophis, they will know when we fight in the raiding game. Sona, do you think you two can do it? Ophis, that's enough for me. Shiro, you see us so weak. Ophis, yes. Alex, then prove it. Ophis, all in good time. Ophis gets up and leaves the kitchen, leaving everyone there. Already in the kitchen, Issei and Ophis ate quietly until the others arrived. Shiro, and where is ours? Issei, not if. Alex, don't act important. Issei, because I would just cook for 2 since it was just us. Sona, leave it at that. Issei didn't say anything but Alex wasn't very happy, which was said when he wanted to hit Issei. Ophis stopped him. Ophis, it's rude to bother at dinner. As he squeezed the hand, causing Alex to scream in pain. Issei, Mia, please let's not cause problems. Ophis, let's go, and they both get up and go to the kitchen and wash their dishes and they both go upstairs. Asia was healing Alex. Alex, that woman has great strength. Sona, seriously. Alex, yes, and he wasn't even trying. Tsubaki, it would be better not to mess with them, they are strong. Nobody said anything and everyone took a different path. The next day Irena arrived. Issei and Ophis were training when she arrived. Irena, hello Issei, how long? Issei turns around and sees her. Issei, Irena, how are you? Irena, good since I have a friend besides Zenobia. Issei, Yavio. Let me introduce you to Mia. Ophis arrives and greets her. Irena, hello. You already have your own game, huh? Issei, well, I'm happy to be able to have friends around. Irena, it's true. Issei, Irena, you turned into an angel, no? Irena, did you realize you are the first? Issei, bueno. And tell me what you will do this vacation. Irena, I have to go to heaven and then to the underworld for a meeting with you. Issei, we will go to the underworld to rest a little and then to the meeting. Irena, oh it's true, you are the leader of the humans, no he. Issei, you could say even if I only nominated myself, haha. They continued talking and the days passed until the day of the vacation arrived. Everyone was heading to the train station. Rias, and why are you going? No one invited you. Issei, yes, someone did. A good friend, so goodbye. They both got on the train. Issei left alone with Ophis in a carriage. Ophis, tell me Issei, did you want to come back? Issei, not much, but sooner or later I would have to do it. And well, I came because Serafal asked me to. Ophis, I see. Issei, tell me Ophis, your team will look for you or your old allies. Ophis, maybe, but it will be difficult for them to find me. Issei, I can see it, not even the leaders know who you are, no. Ophis, yes, so don't worry. And tell me you already have someone for your entourage. Issei, girls, I'm going out for a while. Serafal, okay, be careful. Issei left the house and was walking through the forest. Issei, It's a quiet place to walk. He continued until he reached a lake and saw how cool it was. He continued on his way when he heard a loud roar. Issei, what must that have been? Issei went to where the Rudio went. It took him a while to arrive, and when he did he saw a group of dead soldiers who are demons. He started to see if there was one alive, but nothing. He decided to continue. What are you doing here? Issei, I was walking through the forest and I heard a roar, just that. I don't believe you, it would be better if you died. Issei dodges a blow that was coming towards him. Issei, wait, I won't hurt you, I promise. I don't believe in demons, they only look for me to bother me. Issei, I know, but I'm not a demon, I'm a human. I was born in a family of demons, but my mother is human, that's why I was born 100F human. Now that you say it, you have that aura, but you also have another one. Issei, I'm also a phoenix. Then why do you say that you are not a demon? Yes, that is a clan. Issei, it's because I'm not from that branch. I am the original phoenix. Seriously, even if you don't believe it, I saw him once and you look nothing alike. And from what I know, he is a non-human bird. Issei, if I show you that I am him, you will forgive me. All right. Issei puts on a smile since he was given the chance. Issei, well, this will be the first time I do it. At that moment, a flare of fire begins to be created, and out of nowhere something flies and shows its appearance, leaving the person shocked. Seconds later, Issei returns to his original form. Issei, it's just the first time I've done it, but it's difficult. And well, okay, I believe you. Issei, okay, and tell me who you are. I am the Dragon Queen Tiamat. Issei, great, oh, and sorry, I'm Issei. A place. Tiamat, what are you doing here? Issei, I came with my 2 partners to camp not far from here, and well, I decided to walk a little, and here I am. Tiamat, Yavio. Issei, tell me, you don't get bored of being bothered. Tiamat, of course they won't even let me sleep. Issei, I have a proposal for you. Tiamat, that. Issei, do you want to be part of my entourage? Tiamat, how come you have evil pieces? Issei, I earn them by helping and they won't turn you into a demon. Tiamat, then what? Issei, you will be yourself. The only thing that changes in you will be that you will have a little regeneration from a phoenix, just that. Tiamat, interesting. Issei, of course I won't oblige you. Tiamat, let's better fight and see if you're strong or not. Issei takes a step back and begins to change. Tiamat, you are fine. Issei, thank you. They both launched the attack. Issei had the advantage since he was smaller, since Tiamat is in her dragon form. Issei hits her strong in the face, sending her flying. Tiamat gets up and flies against Issei, and a great battle begins. Minutes later, Tiamat was seen on the ground, injured, and Issei tired. But it began to heal, and seconds later it was fine and returned to its original shape. Issei, you're not a queen for nothing, you're strong. Tiamat, you beat me and it's fair, I will be with you forever as a partner and partner. Issei widened his eyes upon hearing that. What do you mean by couple? Tiamat, you don't know when a dragon loses to someone else, that person will be her partner. Issei, I didn't know. Tiamat, you don't like me. Making a sad face. Issei, it's not that, it's just that I can't force someone to love me. Tiamat, I am not obligated, in time you will love me and I will love you. Issei, okay, welcome to the family. And you will be in that form. At that, Tiamat begins to change into a human appearance. Issei, you look very pretty. Tiamat, thank you. She said it blushing and happy. After that, Issei gives her the pawn piece and they go home. Tiamat was on Issei's arm. Issei, we're almost there, I hope you get along well. Tiamat, of course it will be. Minutes later they arrive at the house and Issei enters. Issei, hello girls, I'm back. Ophis, you were late. Seraphal, Issei, something's happened, let me introduce you, she is our new partner. Tiamat, hello, I'm your pawn and your partner and I'm Tiamat. Seraphal, wait, what? You are the Dragon Queen. Tiamat, sip. Seraphal, and how is that as a couple? Ophis, they didn't fight. Issei, you didn't know. Ophis, yes. Tiamat, I hope we get along well. Seraphal, sure, and let me introduce myself. Seraphal returns to her normal appearance, surprising Tiamat a little. Seraphal, I am Seraphal and I am Issei's queen and partner. Tiamat, wait, how is that queen thing? You're a Maono. Seraphal, I wanted to be with Issei and that doesn't matter. Tiamat, I see, it's fine. Ophis, hello, I'm Issei's other queen, my name is Ophis. Tiamat's eyes were wide. Tiamat, wait, what's it like to have two queens? Issei, I have two games. Tiamat, I understand, but that name is familiar to me. Ophis releases a bit of her aura and Tiamat gets a little scared. Tiamat, you are the dragon goddess of infinity. Ophis, yes, but now I'm just Issei's queen and his partner. Tiamat was too surprised to speak, she had two strong people at her side. Tiamat, Yavio. Ophis, when we are together you can call me Ophis but in public call me Mia. Tiamat, I understand. Ophis, don't be afraid, we're family now. Tiamat, thank you. Issei, I'm glad you guys get along. Well, now there are 3 of us in the group. Tiamat, like 3. Issei, well, no one knows I have 2 Sakitos I just killed. And well, it will just be Ophis and you and me. Tiamat, I understand. Issei, yes, and soon the youth meeting will be, so tell me, can you go or not? Tiamat, I'll go if it's with you, that's fine. Ophis, yes, I hope they don't bother you so much. Tiamat, because you say so. Seraphal, many guys try to stalk her and well. Ophis, I would like to kill them but I hold back just so I don't get Issei in trouble. Issei, thank you and sorry for the inconvenience. Ophis, okay. Tiamat, well, if they bother me, I'll just beat them up. Issei, Solo resists the raiding game. Tiamat, then I'll hold on. Issei, thank you. Seraphal, I'll be there to support you. Tiamat, yes. Seraphal, but after that will be the meeting with the Nordic faction. Issei, yes, I honestly don't like meetings, they're boring. Seraphal, me too, but you are not a representative of humans. Issei, well, that's true, hee. Tiamat, haha, it will be fun. They continued talking and the next day they returned to the mansion and went out to see the city. The girls attracted a lot of attention since they are very pretty. They did not pay attention to them, and if someone approached they would only release a little of their aura and they would run away out of fear. Day of the meeting 1 hour before it starts. Issei, girls look very cute. Seraphal, thanks, I say the same. Ophis, thank you. Tiamat, thank you. Issei, well, let's go, appealing ladies. They left the mansion and headed to the place, waiting for what was going to happen to them there. Issei's entourage was entering the meeting and many boys just looked at the girls with lascivious looks, but they had a serious look. Issei, you guys really draw attention, don't you, hee. Ophis, yes, but it doesn't matter, I'm just interested in you looking at me. With a smile. Tiamat, I say the same. Issei, well, what do we do now? That's when Seraphal arrives. Seraphal, well, Issei, let's go to the meeting room, or do you want to go to the youth meeting? Issei, I prefer a quiet place, let's go. At that point, the 4 of them head towards the meeting room. There will only be them since it hasn't started yet. Seraphal, I'll be back later, I must be present at the meeting. Issei said goodbye to Seraphal with an embrace and she left with joy. Ophis, well, what do we do while we wait? Issei, well, how about we play Monopoly, it will be fun. Tiamat, how to play that? Issei takes the game out of a pocket dimension and explains the rules to the 2. Minutes passed. Ophis, well, Issei, I'll take this house. Issei, wait, if they keep going like this I'll run out of money. Tiamat, I'm sorry darling, but we're good and you know we don't like to lose. Ophis, it's true. They continued playing and then the others arrived and saw them playing. Azazel, what the hell are they doing? Tiamat, well, we were bored of waiting so we played a little. Michael, seriously. Seraphal, that game looks fun. Ophis, and it is Issei lost everything, hee. Issei, when I return home I want revenge. Tiamat, it's fine with me, in the end you're going to lose again. At that point they saved the game and minutes later Odin arrived. Same thing happening as the original story. Surzek, what are we going to do with Loki? This is bad. Odin, this is my fault. Issei, it's okay, Don't worry, we'll help you. Odin, they are safe. Just then the two entourages arrive with their partners and their two queens. Shiro, we can handle it, leave it in our hands. Surzek, they already got their first piece from what I see. Alex, yes, and they are very strong. She is my queen Amira and she is very strong in her magical field. Shiro, and she is Akira, she is a magician and her strongest power is fire. The two just nodded towards the leaders, and when they saw Issei they only made disgusted faces, and Issei's two partners did not take that well. Surzek, good, but not so many people can go. So you four and Rias and her entourage will go since he is small, and Sona and her queen and pawn will help you weaken him. Michael, Irena will be angry on my part. Odin, my bodyguard Rosyz will be on my side. She steps forward and bows. And the two boys look at her and Rosyz doesn't like those looks. Issei, well, my queen and my pawn will go on my side. The two just nod and the two brothers saw Tiamat from head to toe. Alex, seriously, you'll send them to them. Don't worry, we'll take care of them. Tiamat, we're fine on our own, thank you. Surzek, you are a new piece of Issei, I have never seen you. Issei, well, I met her recently. Shiro, are you sure to send her as soon as you have just reincarnated her, but we will take care of her. Azazel, are you sure? Issei, I know about their strength and if they are strong. Michael, I don't feel much power from her. Tiamat, I will demonstrate that I can defend myself. At that point he suddenly releases his aura, surprising everyone. Surzek, that energy you are. Tiamat la reina dragona. Caring said the four entourages were surprised to know that. Issei, dis. Azazel, how did you meet her? Issei was going to speak but someone beat him to it. Tiamat, we fight and I win. Everyone was shocked to know that since they knew that she was strong and was about to make a celestial dragon. Tiamat, Drake has been very quiet. Drake, Tiamat has been a long time. The fear was evident. Tiamat, for now I won't do anything to you, but if your bearer tries to do something you know what will happen. No. Drake. There was silence. Issei, well, leaving that behind, it's time to start. At that point everyone goes outside the building and everyone gets together to leave, except two people. Rias, because they don't come. Ophis, we'll see you there. Alex, like the hell they'll know where to go. Ophis, it's my problem. Tiamat Vamanos. At that point, a dimensional gap opens and the two of them leave. Odin, wow, what kind of power does she have? Issei, I'll just say that he's strong. Azazel, so that I can do that. Your queen would be the strongest among the young people. The others listened and got angry when they heard that. And when they arrived they saw the two of them sitting there playing. Sona, what the hell are they doing? Ophis, without seeing them, just spoke. Ophis, we play that crazy guy won't leave that place since it's 2 hours away. Tiamat, so don't bother. The others didn't say anything and it was better they left and didn't bother. Tiamat, you want to play the Valkyrie? Rosyz only nodded as the two brothers walked towards her. He sat down and they explained to him how to play. Ophis, you don't like them, right? Ross, if you notice so much. Ophis, well, I can see it. Tiamat, don't worry, they won't do anything to you for now. Ross, I see you two seem very calm. Ophis, well, we are strong so there is no need to worry. Ross, I see. Tiamat, dime. Ross, you can call me Rosyz or Ross. Tiamat, okay Ross, call me Tiamat. Ophis, call me Mia. Ross just nodded with a smile. Tiamat, Ross, I can tell you something. Ross, dime. Tiamat, wouldn't you like to join our entourage? Rosyz widened her eyes upon hearing that. Ross, but I'm a bodyguard. Tiamat, that old man isn't interested in that and you don't know it. Ross, yes I know, but I don't think he'll leave me. Ophis, don't worry about that detail and tell me what you say. Ross, but I don't know much about your king. Ophis, I'll just say that he is strong and is like the leader of the humans. Ross, that's why it was at the table. Ophis, yes, he is also a good person and he will not force you. Tiamat, it's true he gave me the option and I accepted because he beat me and well I saw that he is a great person. Ross, I see, then I accept. I say with a smile and the two dragons just smiled and continued playing. In the meeting room all the leaders watched and were surprised to see them play. Serafal, those girls love that game, don't they? Issei, yes, I already have to lose often just like you. Serafal, of course I won't win and from what I see that girl will be in your entourage. Issei, you know that I don't force anyone, right? Serafal, I know but I see that they play very happily with them. Issei, yes and you know what makes me most happy. Serafal, okay. Issei, let Mia express her feelings better. Serafal, yes, I'm happy for her. Time passed and the time for the fight arrived. Everyone was ready to fight. Loki comes out and just laughs when he sees children present. I summon Fenrir and his children and the dragon. Ophis, Tiamat and I take care of the dragon goodbye. I didn't even let them respond and they both went on the attack. Loki, haha, how two brats can handle him. Ophis did not say anything and put on a serious look and the dragon only under the head of respect could feel her aura. And I was very afraid of her. Loki, what the hell did you do to him? Ophis, he's just learning his place. She said it without emotions, only people she considers family can see her act normal. Loki, seeing that look, was a little scared but he didn't show it. Everyone was fighting exactly Ophis and Tiamat since they had taken care of everything. The leaders were surprised to see how easily he did it and they saw Issei and he just smiled. In the fight everyone had a strong time, they were getting beaten up. Tiamat, already tired, takes out her wings and goes against Loki. Because he was careless, he received the blow squarely when he was about to hit the ground. Ophis gave him another blow. And then he uses his magic that is as black as the night making Loki scream in pain until he is unconscious. Just then Vali and his group arrived to take Fenrir. Ophis only shook her head when she saw them and the group gave them a chill. Minutes passed and everyone returned to the meeting room. When they arrived everyone was tired except Issei's group since they didn't do much. When the two girls arrived, they gave him a hug. Issei, being a little taller, caressed their heads and they had a slight smile. Issei, they did a great job. Ophis, well it wasn't much. Issei, I already see good things inside with the others. And so the three entered, most of them were talking and others were in the infirmary healing. Tiamat, Kazake, can I ask you a favor? Issei, if it's in my hands of course. Tiamat, you can convince Odin to make Rosweiss part of the entourage. Issei was surprised to hear that. Issei, you know I can't force someone to be with us. Ophis, did you see us? We talked for a while and well one thing led to another. Issei, I see what she thinks. Tiamat, give me a few seconds. And so they went to look for Rosweiss. A few seconds passed and they arrived. Issei, hello, my name is Issei, my pleasure. Extending his hand. And Rosweiss took it. Ross, nice to meet you, my name is Rosweiss, I'm Odin-sama's bodyguard. Issei, the girls give me information about what you think. Ross, at first I was surprised but I would like to be on your team since Odin-sama always abandons me. Issei, I understand, I'll come later. And so going in search of Odin, upon finding him, he spoke to him. Issei, Odin, can I talk to you for a moment? Odin, sure, tell me boy what's wrong. Issei, I'm interested in your Valkyrie, I would like to know if you would let her be on my team. Odin was surprised to hear this request and looks for Rosweiss and when he sees her he sees that she is talking happily with Ophis and Tiamat. Odin, and what does she think? Issei, I agree since she says you always abandon her. Odin made a strange face that Issei knew how to identify. Odin, it's fine with me, let me call her. At that Odin calls her and asks her and she accepts. Odin, I hope you are happy Rosweiss. Ross, thank you for everything you did for me. Odin, I say the same. And so they leave and the two go in search of the other two girls. When he arrived the two girls gave him a welcoming hug. Issei, well, since we're all here, we're all going home. The three girls nodded, they were about to leave but someone stopped them. Shiro, wait, why she's going with you? Issei, she's part of my entourage now, that's the reason. Everyone heard that and was surprised exactly by Odin. Alex, I wanted her to be in my entourage. Issei, hey, don't talk like that, she's not an object, she's a person. Rosweiss puts on a smile since he treats her well and defends her even though he barely knows her. Shiro, go alone and your group but leave her to it. Issei, I'm not going with them. Alex, you're challenging me. Issei, you weren't like that before. Issei, you already said this before but now it's different. Shiro, you tried an unrated game. Alex, I say the same. While they put on a smile. Issei, well, I accept your challenges but you all know that all the rating games are scheduled so you will have to wait. Shiro, and so be prepared to lose. I'm not a celestial dragon for nothing. Alex, and I'm a great wizard, your power won't help you. Issei was going to speak but someone beat him to it. Ophis, he will not fight alone and we will win and I never lie. While he had a vacant look that scared those present a little. Issei stroked her head to calm her down. Issei, we'll see you in the rating game. And so the four of them went home. When they arrived, Issei took a pawn and gave it to Rosweiss. When she received it she felt stronger. Issei, well, since everything is just waiting for that day to arrive, sorry for this. Rosweiss is just arriving and soon you will have to fight. Ross, okay, I'm ready for this. While you put a smile on that, Serafal arrives and Ross was surprised. Ross, Serafal-sama, who brings you here? Serafal, you haven't told him anything. Issei. Ross, about what? Issei scratched the back of his neck as he told her that Serafal is his partner and that she is also part of his entourage. Rosweiss was surprised to hear all that information. Ross, this is a big surprise, it's a lot of information for one day. Issei, I see. Ross, but what will I do during this time besides training? Serafal, I have an idea but it will be your decision. Ross, what would it be? Serafal, you want to be a teacher at the academy so you won't be bored. Ross, sounds good, I'll do it. Tiamat, I want to go too. I want to be in Issei's class so I won't be alone here. Serafal, well, I'll talk to the director tomorrow and you can go soon. Issei, well, since everything is fine, how about we go out to dinner to celebrate Rosweiss being on our team? Ophis, wait, before that I have to say something. Issei, I understand. Ophis, Rosweiss, since we will be in the same group you should know something. Ross, what? Ophis returned to her true appearance and Rosweiss was surprised to see her since the entire supernatural world knows about her. Ross, you are Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity. At that, Ophis returns to her other appearance. Ophis, yes, but only you know and call me Mia with the others and Ophis at home. Ross, I understand, thanks for the trust. And so everyone went to a restaurant to celebrate. The holidays were over and Rosweiss and Tiamat were ready for their first day. Tiamat was in the same class as Issei. When she entered, all the men shouted with joy, but the only thing she said, Tiamat, I'm Tiamat, I come from France and before you ask, I'm Issei's girlfriend. Everyone had their mouths open when they heard that, even the teacher. She went to sit next to Ophis and gave him a smile. While Rosweiss, her first class would be in her third year, when she arrived all the men looked at her. She just put on a serious face. Ross, well, I'll be your history teacher, I hope you're serious. At that a boy raises his hand. Ross, something's up. Student, you have a partner. Ross, that's a personal scare. He was serious and some students got scared and didn't ask any more questions. The days passed and everything was calm. Ophis and Tiamat trained Rosweiss in her stamina to make her stronger. It was a quiet night and Issei was walking through the streets when he heard some noises and decided to go see. He starts walking towards the place. When he arrived he saw Sona's entourage fighting alongside his brother Alex. Issei could see that they had a difficult time but he decided not to bother because he didn't want any problems. And he decided to leave. As he walked with his enhanced senses he smelled BLD. And I decided to go since it smelled of BLD. When he arrived at the place he saw a blonde girl all injured. Issei, she's barely alive despite having those injuries. Issei approaches her and draws a tear from one of her eyes. And he sees that the girl begins to heal little by little. Until after a while I no longer had anything. Issei, I got a little better with my healing. Issei sat up and waited for the girl to wake up. After a few minutes she started to wake up and saw Issei and stood up suddenly. But she was surprised to see that she didn't have any injuries and saw Issei with a serious face. What did you do to me? Issei, I healed you and since you're fine I'll leave. He got up and was going to leave, but the girl stopped him. I'm sorry, I'm still in shock for seeing myself as nothing. Issei, I see, it's fine. I call him Issei, and you? My name is A. Issei, my name is Issei, and you? My name is Alice Zuberg, but you can call me Alice. Issei, thank you, I say the same thing. Could you tell me what happened to your eye? Alice looked away. Issei, you must have had a strong time, didn't you? Alice, you saved me, so I'll tell you. She was going to say something, but Issei heard her stomach growl and Alice got embarrassed. Issei, come, let's go eat and explain to me what happened. Alice just nodded and they both went to the nearest restaurant. When they arrived, they ordered food. Alice asked for a lot since she was hungry. After a few minutes of eating, they were having coffee until she decided to talk. Alice, thank you for everything. I don't know how to repay you for so much you've done for a stranger. Issei, okay, tell me what happened, I'm really curious. Alice, a group of demons tried to kill me not far from there. I was able to defend myself, but there were many of them and I also don't have much experience with combat, I'm still weak. Making a somewhat sad and frustrated face. Issei, I saw before I passed near where you were, I saw the group that attacked you, well, if it was that one. How did you escape? Alice, out of nowhere a blue circle and another green one appeared, they got distracted and with all my strength I managed to escape to where you found me. I thought I was going to die. Issei, I understand and your family won't be worried about you. Alice, no, I've been a girl for as long as I can remember. When I turned 16, I decided to leave. Issei, you are brave to go out and fight the demons. But how did you know about the supernatural? Alice, it wasn't very nice. One day I was leaving work at a store and it was night and out of nowhere a man attacked me. I tried to run but I saw how he took out black wings. Issei, that was a fallen angel. Alice, I see. Then I ran and when he cornered me I thought I was going to die, so I thought of something to defend myself and in my hand it looked like a golden sword. Issei, you had a difficult time and that makes a story. Alice, about half a year ago. Issei, I won't lie to you, I'm amazed that you were able to survive so long with an active sacred gear. Alice, so good, what can I say, I was able to get out. Although I reached my limit today, hee. Issei just put on a smile at what was said. Issei, Alice, I know you barely know me, but if you want you can join my entourage. Alice, what is an entourage? Issei, it is a game of pieces that are made up of a king, a queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and 8 pawns. And by giving a piece to that person they become part of the king. Alice, I see, it sounds interesting, and how do you get those things? Issei, you have to be a high-class demon. Alice, upon hearing that, was surprised. She was going to say something but Issei beat her to it. Issei, just so you know, I'm not a demon, my brothers are, I was born 100% human. Alice, that's a surprise really. Issei, yes, but the truth is I'm half human. Alice, what are you? Issei, I am half of the phoenix. That's why your wounds healed quickly. I gave you one of my tears. Alice, wow, that's great. Issei, tell me Alice, do you agree? I won't force you, but it's better that you be with someone, you've seen how difficult life is on its own. I won't force you to fight, I'll help you train with your sword, I don't know much, but something to nothing. And when you want to leave I won't stop you. Alice thought for a long time. There was silence. Issei didn't say anything since he wanted her to think about it well. After a few minutes he responded. Alice, I accept since you spoke honestly to me and I can see that you are a good person, I will be in your care. While putting on a smile. Issei, I'm glad we're going outside to do the procedure. Alice just nodded. Issei just put money on the table and they both went to a place where there was nothing and took out a knight's piece. Alice, what do your pieces do? They will make me a demon since they are theirs. Issei, you will still be human, the only thing you will have is regeneration like that of a phoenix, only slower, but over time you will advance, and the knight piece will make you faster. Alice, I understand. Issei, but tell me in the end you didn't tell me with your eye. Alice, it was years ago at the orphanage, a girl attacked me near him and I lost my sight. Issei, I understand when you receive the piece you will slowly recover your eye, so don't worry. She just nodded and Issei proceeded to do the job. After a few seconds they were done. Alice, I feel lighter. Issei, I know, let's go home, I'll introduce you to the rest of the team. Alice, how many are there? Issei, with you there are 5, don't worry, they are good people. Alice just nodded and they both started walking. Issei, from now on you will stay with my group if you don't have problems. Alice, it's fine for me but work would be far away. Issei, leave it, those in my group don't work, I have my resources, you just concentrate on improving and becoming stronger, yes. Alice, thank you for this opportunity, it's like a dream. Issei, it's nothing and tell me you want to study, you can do it too. Alice, I really would love to be honest. Issei, I'm glad. I hope we can support each other in the future and if you have problems, tell me. Alice, yes my king. Issei, you're not joking with me. They both started laughing at what was said. Minutes after a walk they arrived at Issei's apartment since he didn't want to go where the others were. When we entered the 4 were in the room. Issei, hello girls, can you give me a minute, I want to introduce you to a new member of the family. At that the 4 of them set their sights on Alice and stopped. Issei, bien. Alice, a pleasure, my name is Alice Suberg, I am a gentleman, I hope we get along well, I am in your care. Serafal, hello, I'm Serafal Leviathan, I'm one of Issei's queens, a pleasure too. Ophis, I am Ophis Ouroboros, also your queen, but you can call me Mia for pleasure. Tiamat, my name is Tiamat, I am a pawn and welcome. Rosweiss, my name is Rosweiss, I'm a laborer and it's also a pleasure. Alice, sure but how is it about 2 queens? Issei, oh that's it, I have 2 games he. Alice, I see but why should I call you Mia? At that Ophis gives her an explanation and Alice, upon finding out who she was even more surprised to know the rank of the other people. She was going to faint from shock, but she managed to resist. Alice, you have a very strong group, Issei. Issei, I know but leaving that aside. Serafal, would you do me a favor? Serafal, La Academia no. Issei, exactly but it could be after his eye recovers, maybe next week, that's fine. Serafal, okay, don't worry I'll do it. Issei, well now I have to figure out how to train her since I'm not very good with the sword. Tiamat, I can help a little, I know something. Ophis, I have also lived a lot. Issei, que bien. Alice, I'll be in your care. Ophis, it won't be that easy so be prepared. Alice felt a sneer run down her sword as she felt it wouldn't be that easy. Issei could only put on a smile at what Ophis said. Issei, Alice I wish you luck. Well Serafal, tell me who will be my first rival in the raiding game. Serafal, Umkhan Zepherdor Glaciolabilus. Issei, he's the one who likes to make a lot of trouble, this won't be so easy, he likes to play dirty. Serafal, I know and he's very arrogant. Issei, if you're like Razor. And when will the game be? Serafal, in 2 weeks. Issei, I see Ophis and Tiamat think they can help Alice during that time. Well only if she agrees to enter. Alice, I will do it, it won't be easy but I will do my best. Ophis, it will be ready, don't worry, I see it has potential. Issei, well, I'm glad so you have to get ready. They just nod after a few minutes of chatting to get to know each other better, everyone went to sleep to start a new day. The next day the group had breakfast. Ophis, well Alice, we will go to train from now on so you can defend yourself in the fight. Alice, thank you, I'll do my best. Issei, don't try strong. Tiamat, we will miss the academy these 2 weeks to focus on your training. Serafal, I already told the director so you can go quietly. Both girls nodded after a few minutes of goodbye they left into a dimensional gap. Leaving only 3 people. Issei, I hope it goes well. Serafal, yes but it was quick like finding someone else for your team. Issei, as you know it wasn't on good terms since I was hurt. Ross, yes, tell me Serafal, is that boy we are going to face strong? Serafal, he knows a little about defending himself. Issei, yes but he is very trusting at the same time, that is his weakness so we will take advantage of it. Ross, I understand. Serafal, plus you have the advantage since he doesn't know anything about you. And the report cannot put all your skills. Ross, that's good. Issei, yes, so train a little, I know you're strong but it's not good to trust yourself, okay? Ross, I understand, don't worry. Serafal, I'll be cheering you on, okay? And when they will return to the mansion. Issei, don't even remind me, honestly, and I don't want to go back, and they don't even notice that we're not there. Ross, see. Issei, it's already late, let's go to the academy. Issei just nods and approaches Seraphal, embraces her on the forehead, and they both leave for the academy. When they arrived, everything was quiet. They had a free hour since the teacher did not arrive. And someone approaches Issei. Asia, Issei, you already know who you are going to face in your match. Issei, yes, it will be in a week, it will be Citri's entourage, no. Asia, you are. Someone else joins the conversation. Zenobia, you look very calm. Issei, what do you want to change me? I trust my ability. Zenobia, that confidence won't get you very far. Issei, I say the same about you, just because you have a holy sword doesn't mean you're invincible, no. Zenobia, I know, but I can still hurt you. Issei, maybe, but not so much you forget that I'm not a demon. Asia, don't fight, you might get attention. Issei, I'm fine, your friend. Asia, Zenobia, let's go, yes. Zenobia just nods and they both leave. Issei left there thinking. Issei, when I get that Gremory or Citri team or the two Hayu entourage, it won't be easy at all. Giving a sigh since I didn't know what would happen later, the day passed. Issei and Ross YZ were on their way to the house. Issei, how was your day? Ross, fine, but Rias approached me saying that I should give up being on your team since you are weak and you won't be able to beat Zephyrdor. Since you have few members. Issei, and what happened? Ross, I just left, leaving her with the word in her mouth. Issei, he must have been angry, no. Ross, as I walked I could feel his gaze burning into me. Issei, ha, I can imagine it. Tell me you want to go have a coffee. There won't be anyone home since the girls are training and Seraphal won't be back until later. He has a lot of work. Ross, I'd love to come on. They both took a different path to go to a cafeteria. Meanwhile, two dragons and a human were in a place away from civilization as a few explosions could be heard. A few minutes later they could no longer hear anything as they decided to rest. Ophis, well, it was a great advance for being the first day, you are good. Alice, thanks for the compliment, I'll do my best. Tiamat, don't try strong, even if you regenerate half the time you run out of strength, you won't be able to do it like now. Tiamat looked at some wounds on her arms and abdomen and saw how they were slowly healing. Alice, I know, but it is more difficult since Ophis attacks me with her magic and your Tiamat entertains me with the sword, it is not easy. Ophis, in a real battle it wouldn't be so easy, so it's better to be prepared for the situation. Alice, I understand and thank you. Tell me how you met Issei since yesterday it was late and there was no time. Ophis, I met him in a park, he approached me and we talked for a while when I found out who she was. I wasn't scared like the others and I didn't see that he didn't want my power. I'm happy and decided to stay with him. Alice, that sounds nice. Ophis, I'm also his partner. Alice, what a surprise. Tiamat, well, I met him in a forest, I challenged him to a fight and in the end he beat me. And I'm also his partner. Alice, he didn't understand how you two became a couple. Tiamat, well, when a dragon loses, she stays with the winning male. Alice, I see, but wait, how come Issei has two partners? Ophis, well, there are three with Seraphal. In the supernatural they can have many partners. Tiamat, but don't be confused, we decided to be with him. Ophis, there are some women who only join others for power or protection. Alice, I understand that, I didn't know that. This whole supernatural thing is new to me. Tiamat, I know it can be difficult, but you are intelligent and you assimilate everything quickly. Ophis, besides, if we continue like this for the entire 2 weeks, you will be able to go far. Maybe you can reach the balance breaker. Alice, what is that? Ophis, you'll know when the time comes, so don't worry about it. Just get better, since you are a knight, your speed is your advantage. But you must also improve your strength. Tiamat, it's true that the more strength you have, the more powerful your attacks will be, so starting tomorrow we will put some weights on your body and give you a heavier sword. Alice, they won't have mercy on me, right? The two just denied. And they continued talking about trivial things. Meanwhile, at Issei's house, 2 people were watching TV while another was training. Issei, how do you think the girls are doing? Seraphal. I say well, you won't always have the opportunity to be trained by a dragon queen and a goddess. Issei. Yes, but he will suffer. Seraphal. Maybe, but I know she can, it looks like she's strong. And Ryz, I can feel that he is giving his all. Issei. I know, I'm sorry too, I'm glad you're making an effort. Seraphal. Issei, you have a great group. Issei. I know, but you are also part of it, don't forget it, yes. Seraphal. I know, although I can't participate, that's sad. While pouting. Issei. Yes, but you have more work, then you can participate, even if it's not in rating games, it can be a mission. Seraphal. Yes, and don't worry, I'll take care of going with you and the others. Issei. I don't think it will be that easy to leave your position. Seraphal. Don't worry about it, leave it in my hands. Issei was going to make up for it when he saw Ryz arrive with a towel around her neck, already bathed. Issei. I see you're done with your training. Ross. If I had time I didn't train like that. Since she was Oda-sama-'s bodyguard, she didn't have much time. Seraphal. But don't try strong. Ross. I know, don't worry, I'll take it easy. Issei. You must be tired, you should go to sleep, and you have classes tomorrow, no. Ross. I'll almost tell you since it was a strong day. If you'll excuse me, good night. They both said goodbye to them. A few minutes passed and they both continued talking until they decided to go rest too. The days passed and the girls trained to improve their level more than Alice since their level was low. Until 2 weeks and 1 day passed before the rating game. The 3 girls from training arrived. It was night and the team was gathered. Issei, and how it went. Ophis. I won't lie, she is a good learner, she has a great future as a knight. Issei. I'm happy for you, Alice. Alice. Thank you, I did my best. Tiamat. If he had someone who would teach him better, he would learn more. I would reach better levels. Issei. I'll see more than I'll look for someone. Ross. And aren't you nervous, Alice? Tomorrow is the big day. Alice. A little, but since I will be with you I will do my best. Seraphal. I see that your eye is already healed. Alice. If I can see better now I will be able to defend myself. Issei. That's good, and tell me Seraphal who will go to the fight. Seraphal. The leaders and some clans are the ones who support your rival. Issei. In short, they want to see me lose, right? Seraphal. The truth is, since everyone knows that you are the weakest of the Hayu family. Issei. I don't understand why they are like this. They can't see an example of how Serorg, the one without magic, has come very far. Seraphal. You know what demons are like. Tiamat. Yes, they are very greedy. Seraphal. Some of you already know how everything works except you, Alice. Be careful when a noble approaches you. Tiamat. They will offer you anything as long as you join their team. Alice. I understand and I don't trust anyone other than you. Issei. And that's good. Tell me Seraphal will go. Seraphal. If the 4 entourages will go, your parents will also go. Issei. Yavio. Ophis. Issei. You'll be fine. Issei. Furthermore, I no longer belong to that family, they never loved me. It's time to form my own path with you. Tiamat. And you will see that we will go far, no one will beat us. Ross. It's true that we are strong for a reason. Alice. Issei. For now I can only use my balance breaker for 5 minutes. Issei. Wow, in such a short time you came so far, that's great. Ophis. I told you he has talent, with a good coach he will go very far. Issei. Yes, but don't use it. Use it only when necessary. Maybe your Ophis. Don't use too much of your magic, it's better to have a slightly low profile, and your Tiamat already tastes the same as Ryz. Ophis. Okay, I'll just use my strength. Issei. Well, I know you're strong, I'm glad to be on your side. Ross. You have to win. Issei. Yes, and then celebrate big. Seraphal. I will support them from the big ones. Issei. Genial. At that moment Issei put his hand in the center and the others did the same. After that they all raised it up. The group went to sleep for the next day's fight. The next day the group did not attend classes since they saw some of Zephyr's fights. They wanted to see his style and formations for a plan. Night came and the group was teleported to a room. Issei. Well, when we leave here we will be in the arena, they are ready. All the girls nodded with serious tasting. Issei. Well, only your YZ will wear armor and the rest will wear normal clothes. Ophis, I feel more comfortable. Tiamat, I say the same. Alice, maybe in the end I have the armor but for now I won't need it. Issei, bien. Ophis, Issei, in what element are you going to fight? Issei, I think fire. I want to try something new, you'll like it. Tiamat, I want to know what it will be like. You always give us a surprise, honestly. Issei just smiles. Meanwhile, the leaders and their families were also gathered in the VIP room. Odin, I already want to see that boys group. Azazel, I say the same thing. For now we only know that it has 4 pieces. I'm amazed that he got so many in such a short time. Shiro, in his haste he must have gotten the first one he came across. Alex, you're right brother. Surzek, please be quiet. Theat, come on Surzek, leave them. Zeudicus, if you're not a party pooper, I also don't know why all the leaders are gathered together for a simple fight. Azazel, I say the same about you, plus I know one of the competitors a little and you don't. The parents did not know how to respond since they were right. Michael, come on, calm down. Azazel, good only because my beloved Gabriel. Gabriel, I think you're making the wrong people. Azazel, you know that will never happen. Azazel, maybe one day. Griselda, Azazel-sama, please stop playing your games. Azazel, well. Azazel, but I'm surprised you guys are here. Gabriel, I didn't have much to do and Oni-sama invited me so I leveled up. While putting on a quality smile. While Issei's brothers tried to get closer to her since she was very appealing. But they couldn't since they saw Griselda's serious face until Zenobia hid from her since she was a little afraid of her. At that point the entire room listened to the presenter. Presenter, well, it's time to start the rating games with the first duel that will be between the young demon Zephyrdor and the young Issei, which is their first duel. Everyone applauded, some were excited and others said that Zephyrdor had already won the game because of how weak Issei was for them. Announcer, well, give a round of applause to young Zephyrdor and his group. I'll only put him in since I don't know who his group is. Everyone applauded since he had a full entourage. Shiro, he won't have more experience in this, I don't know what that useless guy will do there. Seraphal, you don't know anything about him, just shut up and watch. Shiro was going to respond but Seraphal released a little of her aura to make him quiet. The leaders were surprised by that. Presenter, well, let's welcome young Issei and his group to their first rating game. Pass the king. Just then they saw Issei come out of one of the burning entrances. Everyone had their mouths open, apparently even the presenter. He was going to say something but then they saw that he was turned off with his new appearance. Those who did not know that way were more surprised by some women because of how appealing it was in addition to having those clothes. Azazel, haha, what a great entry. Odin, I say the same, that's a great way to give a presentation. At that the presenter left the shock and continued. Presenter, well, let your queen pass. They watched as Ophis came out with a smile and red eyes. Some men screamed but others were scared by such a murderous look until the leaders felt the chill. Surzek, that girl has an aura that's a little scary. Michael, you felt what kind of group Issei has. The best presenter continued. Presenter, well, next is your gentleman. In the VIP room. Alex, she already got a knight. Zenobia, what kind of knight would he be? Maybe he'll fight me. Kiba, we have to check. They looked at the entrance and saw a blonde come out. With a casual dress that surprised everyone with such clothes. Although it was a joy for the men to see her. Shiro, she's cute. Alex, I agree with that. Meanwhile, a sky knight had a somewhat thoughtful face and someone noticed. Gabriel, Griselda, what's wrong because you have that face? Griselda, I can tell that girl is strong but she still lacks. Someone heard his words and approached him. Seraphal, it's true, she's only been training for 2 weeks, she still has more to do. Griselda, but I can tell that it's good. Seraphal just shrugged and continued watching. Presenter, well, now to your 2 pawns. That's where Tiamat enters with Rosweiss. Both groups were facing each other ready for combat, just waiting for them to warn them. Zephyrdor, as changed Issei. Issei, I say the same. Zephyrdor, well, this will be easy because just changing your appearance doesn't make you a winner. That's when he looks at the 4 girls and puts on a smile. Zephyrdor, Hey Issei, if I win, you give me your group, what do you say? Issei, you're joking, I'm not sure the answer is no. Zephyrdor, you are weak, they will be better off with me. Issei, see you on the battlefield. And so leaving with his group leaves Zephyr angry for leaving him talking to himself. Meanwhile Issei arrived at his place. Ophis, it's okay Issei. Issei, although you are in charge of the group and I will go against the king, the sooner we finish this the better. They will be able to. Tiamat, of course, if you go with everything, we'll get back home faster. Issei, well I have an idea. I don't want them to defeat them all, I want them to gather them in one place. Ross, because. Issei, I want to try something new, I told you. Ophis, well it won't be that difficult but we will have to eliminate some. Issei, okay, half is enough. They all nodded and the group was teleported to the place. It was a place with few trees and a large field. With the leaders. Michael, it will begin what kind of plan they have made. Surzek, who knows? Venelana, hey Surzek, have you ever seen Issei fight? Surzek, yes and the truth is strong, he is a true phoenix. It left both families in shock since they didn't know. They were going to ask but they saw that the fight started. They all watched as Issei flew towards Zephyrdor. Odin, so he will go with everything towards the king. Surzek, what kind of plan is that? Shiro, he is a fool who attacks without knowing. Sona, even if he didn't win he already lost. Rias, you are. While in the fight the girls separated. Wow, but if it's the gentleman, what kind of clothing is that? Alice, something I like is comfortable. I see you are a gentleman too. Yes, well let's finish this quickly, I'm going to my king. Alice, I agree. At that moment Alice summons her sword. And he begins to take it out of its case. While with the leaders. Azazel, what kind of sacred gear is that? I've never seen it before. Surzek, I say the same thing, you know something Michael. Michael, there are many sacred gears. Azazel is the expert in this but I see that he doesn't know either. Azazel, I'll ask later. While they watch the fight. Meanwhile Alice strikes a pose. Out of nowhere the Mobio Knight of Zephyrdor at a great speed that surprised Alice a little but she saw him appear behind her. At great speed he turned around and managed to defend himself by taking a few steps back. I see you know something, you better entertain me. As he extended his sword a little. Alice just gave a sigh. Alice, I still have a long way to go but it looks like he's strong. I'll use the balance breaker. I hope it's enough time to win. She said it in a whisper to herself. What are you saying so much? Alice, you're strong, I'll have to go all out. The enemy just puts on a smile. Alice, balance breaker. At that moment a golden light appeared, surprising the enemy a little as he ended up being surprised to see the armor. The leaders and followers were surprised to see her. Azazel, wow, he can now use the balance breaker. How much he has trained. Seraphal, she's only been in the supernatural world for no more than 3 weeks. Azazel, that is impossible in such a short time since he managed to obtain his balance breaker. Seraphal, I train very strong to reach it even though I can only use it for 5 minutes. Surzek, how do you know so much? Seraphal, one day she went to give the fight report to Issei and I saw her and we talked a little, she is a nice girl. Surzek, not even Rias's knight has come this far so quickly. Kiba upon hearing that felt frustrated but it was true. Griselda, let's see what he's capable of now. In the fight, the two knights were staring at each other and Alice, at great speed, moved in surprise at the enemy, sending him flying. A few seconds later she emerged from the rubble, somewhat injured. Because you have so much strength. Alice, I trained like I had never done before but I am grateful. At that point he launches into the attack, holding both swords together. Alice, with her strength and speed, did more damage to the knight. Alice, let's finish this now. Taking a jump back. And activate one of his abilities. Hitting the enemy squarely and eliminating him. Leaving the stands in shock. Azazel, that sacred gear interests me more and more the more secrets it holds. Rias, she must be in my group. Someone managed to hear his words. Seraphal, I don't think you can tell that the girl is very loyal to Issei and I don't think she would leave him for anything. Sona, who knows? Serafal, I'm just saying. While I continued watching, he saw Alice deactivate her armor and move on. Meanwhile, Ophis walked around the place. In that case, for pawns and the queen surround her. Queen, wow, but if it's the queen, you're ready to die. Ophis, let's finish quickly, I have something to do later. Making the enemy angry when two pawns launch the attack, Ophis easily manages to dodge them. After doing so, he hits one of them strong in the stomach, leaving them gasping for air. The other pawn wanted to attack her by surprise, but Ophis created a black sphere with her hand and threw it at her. The farmhand, confident that this would not do anything to her, did not take any notice of touching her. She saw how she burned in a black fire and everyone heard her screams. Until the presenter announced his defeat, although he was a bit scared. Just as the leaders saw how he defeated her without mercy. The remaining others did not come out of the shock, and Ophis took advantage of it and launched the attack, eliminating one by one. When he finished, he continued with the walk. Ophis, well, it's time to get some together. In that she creates a magic circle in her ear and calls the others to gather the rest. Gabriel, she did it with great ease. What kind of skill she has? Michael, we don't know, there are many strange things about her, only Issei knows about her. And you Serafal know something. Serafal, the truth is not very reserved. Michael, I see. While watching the fight, Zephyrdoor was angry since his group was eliminated with great ease and he realized that Issei's group was still complete. Zephyrdoor, what kind of group is that? Issei, a group that has trained a lot. Zephyrdoor takes a big leap back as it took him by surprise. Zephyrdoor, since you got here so quickly I didn't sense you. Issei, because I had to tell you, it would be better if I eliminated you for what you said before. Zephyrdoda, you think you can handle me? As he took out his wings and rose to the sky, he created many magic circles. Issei just gave a sigh and looked around and picked up a rock. He puts some fire on it and throws it at her. Destroying all the magic circles with ease. When he finished, the rock hit Zephyrdoor in the stomach. Odin, wow, that boy has such strength. Sersi, Amadai, how has Issei achieved so much? Serafal, he has trained for a long time. He said it without looking at them. While in the stands, Serorg, that team won't be so easy from what I see. Sikvera, I know. Revel, I'm surprised they're here too. Revel, I was curious and I have to talk to Issei-sama later. Serorg, because. Revel, it's something personal. The other two demons better not ask. And they continued watching. Issei approached the pained Zephyrdoor. He was going to say something but a magic circle appeared in his ear. Issei, something's wrong Rossweiss. Ross, we're all gathered with the group, come quickly. Issei, bien. At that moment the magic circle disappears, he takes Zephyrdoor by the neck and takes out his wings and at great speed he goes with the rest. When he arrived he saw that the rest of the group were in a circle. Issei throws Zephyrdoor into the circle with the others. Issei, good job, now it's my turn. The others just nodded. Sona, what that stupid guy plans to do brought the whole group together. Alex, you know what idiots are like. Rias, he just launched himself at the enemy. Serafal better not say anything, she wanted to see what Issei would do. The leaders saw his face so they did the same. Zephyrdoor, you're an idiot so it will be easier. Issei didn't say anything as he created a sphere of fire and threw it at the team. Confident Zephyrdoor just creates a shield and watches the sphere fall to the ground and starts laughing, as does the audience. And the four entourages in the VIP room. Serafal was still focused. Issei, adios Zephyrdoor. He did not know how to respond as a large fire tornado formed that took his entire group. Everyone was surprised when they saw that and could hear their cries of pain. Some had their eyes widened when they saw that. The four young people in the VIP room did not know what to say to the unsuspecting Toms. Serafal, so that was it. Azazel, you already knew that would happen. Serafal, not at all. Issei just said that he had a new trick and I see that he is strong. Odin, yes, I can see it. The presenter came out of the chalk and made the announcement. Announcer, the winner is young Issei. Everything was silent, but seconds later many screams were heard from the audience. Issei returned to his true form. Issei, good job, everyone did well. More to you Alice, you are great. Alice, thank you Issei. He said it with a smile and a slight blush at his words. Issei, this will be our start. While he put his hand in the center and the others did the same seconds later, everyone raised it with a smile. After the victory, the group decided to go to the resting place. When they entered, they went through the tunnel on the way to the room, and on a wall there was someone waiting for them. Issei, you're Ravel, you need something. Ravel, we can talk. Issei just nodded and the group of girls left first. Issei, well, you need something. Ravel, I want to apologize for last time. Because of what my brother did. Issei, okay, besides, it wasn't your fault, it was his. I should also apologize for what I did to your family when they saw them freezing. Ravel, they don't care since they know it's my brother's fault. Issei, I see, well, since everything turned out, you should go home. Ravel? Yes, but first I wanted to have tea with me one of these days. Issei, of course there are some words for me. And thus leaving the place, leaving a happy Ravel. When Issei arrived he saw all the leaders there in the room. Issei, hello, something's wrong. Serafal, we just wanted to congratulate you on your first victory. Issei, oh okay and thank you. Surzek, you put on quite a show. Issei, I did what I had to do to defend my group. Azazel, yes, but use such a skill at the end. Issei, yes, but I suppressed her a lot in the end since she is stronger. Azazel, I see, hey, could you do me the favor of telling your knight to show me his sacred gear, it's interesting. Say, tell him yourself, don't mess with me. Azazel, good. After that Issei went to talk to more people. Issei, hello, you're having a good time. Gabriel, hello. If you put up a great fight. Issei, thank you. Oh, my name is Issei, but I don't think I already knew that. Gabriel, yes, but that's okay. My name is Gabriel and this is my friend Griselda. Griselda, hello, you put up a great battle. Issei, I appreciate it. Griselda, you have a great gentleman. Issei, I see. You know about swords. Gabriel, it is one of the best in heaven. Issei, great, can I ask you a favor? To you Griselda. Griselda, if it's in my hands I'll try. Issei, I could train Alice, she lacks a lot and in my group no one knows how to use a sword well, my classmates taught her the basics. Griselda starts thinking and looks at Alice and after a few seconds. Griselda, okay, I'll do it but it won't be easy. Sit, great, I'll call her. Wait a few seconds and I'll come with her. At that point he leaves the two girls there. Issei, Alice, come with me. I want to introduce you to someone. Alice just nods. Seconds later the four of them were gathered in a somewhat lonely place. Issei, Alice, these are Gabriel and Griselda. Alice, nice to meet you. What's up Issei? Issei, you see Griselda is a good swordsman and I asked her if she would train you but I want to know your opinion. Alice, I really would like that. Griselda, how good, I'll be waiting. Alice, and when we started? Gabriel, because you're in such a hurry. Alice, so I can help Issei in the future, now I was lucky but later I wasn't. Griselda, I understand it is reasonable. So you want us to start tomorrow? Alice, thank you, I'll be in your care. Where we will train. Griselda, what do you think at home? Alice, Issei can do it. Issei, of course, no problem, it's for your own good, I wish you luck. Alice, thank you, I'll do my best. At that Issei just caresses her head and leaves, leaving her with a smile. Only the three of them left. Gabriel, you like him quite a bit. Alice, he helped me a lot and gave me a great family, it's unique. Gabriel, I'm really happy for you. Alice, yes, see you tomorrow Griselda. In that way, going with the others. A few minutes passed and the group decided to go home. Issei, well now that we return, what do you want to do? Tiamat, well it's easy, let's celebrate. Issei, what do you say? Ophis, it's fine with me, now it's just our turn to celebrate. Alice, it's true, and I have to train tomorrow. Ross, it's true, now you have a new sensei, I wish you the best. Alice, thank you. Issei, well let's celebrate. They all gave a shout of joy. During the afternoon they went to karaoke and then to an amusement park and finally to dinner. The next day there were no group classes. I was having breakfast and a few minutes later someone knocked on the door. Where Issei got up and went to open the door. Issei, hello Griselda, how are you? Griselda, very good, thank you, I'm coming, you know why. Issei, sure, go ahead. She just nods and they both went to the living room. Seconds later Alice appeared. Alice, I'm ready, let's go to the training place. Griselda, commitment. Issei just nods and they both leave. Issei, well, since there is no academy and it's Friday, I'll go out for a while. Ophis, where Issei went. Issei, I'm going to invent some things in Russia. Tiamat, don't you think the place is very far away? Issei, yes, but I'll go by plane and come back in a magic circle, so it's okay. Ophis, I can go with you, I'm going to get bored. Issei, okay, you too, stay in case something happens and let me know if so. Ross, if you can go quietly. Issei, well, let's go. Ophis, the faster the better. Ophis just nodded and they both left for the airport. They spent a few minutes buying their tickets. And they sat down to wait for the call. Ophis, because we're not going into a dimensional gap, it's faster. Issei, I've never been on a plane before and I'm curious about you. Ophis, it hasn't been necessary, so it will also be my first time. Issei, bien. Ophis, Issei, why do you regret this trip so much? Issei, well, I want to know the world a little bit, that's the reason. Ophis, I see, then I will accompany you on all your trips. Issei, thank you, but next time we will all come. Not this time since Alice is training and we can't leave her alone. Ophis, I understand, it will improve quickly. Issei, I know you have a great future. Ophis, don't worry, she will never leave our group. Issei, I don't know, I told him he could leave whenever he wanted. Ophis, from what I see she is happy there with all of us. Issei, and your Ophis, how do you feel in our group? Ophis, I'm not complaining, it's a happy group and thanks to you I can express myself more. Issei, yes, I can see before you barely said a sentence. Ha. Ophis, hey, don't laugh at me like that. You are bad with your partner. Issei, come on, you know it's a joke, right? While rubbing her head she puts on a smile. That's when they call to come on board. Meanwhile the group that is in the house. After a few hours of training, Alice with minor injuries could be seen in the kitchen. Ross, you look really bad, Alice. Alice, well, the training was very strong. Tiamat, I see, but it gives results. No. Griselda, he's made good progress, and even though it's only his first diabdi, keep going like this and he'll go a long way. And you will be able to rise through the ranks and have your own entourage. Alice, that's impossible. Tiamat, why? Alice, I will always be in this group, I will never leave. Ross, that sounds good and I'm glad you think that way. Griselda, but well, leaving that aside, where is he? Ross, he went to Russia with Mia. Alice, and that? Ross, I don't know, out of the blue I decided to do it and Mia followed him. Alice, I see. Tiamat, well, let's go to dinner, you'll stay. Griselda. Griselda, thank you for the invitation, but I have to return to heaven, it will be next. Ross, okay, see you later. Griselda just nods and leaves. At that point those present begin to eat dinner. Spending the night like this. They both arrived at their destination. After an hour, they arrived at a hotel and checked in. Issei, it was a long trip, how you feel? Ophis, well, it was new for me to travel by plane, it's strange to be honest. Issei, I know, but well, what are you going to do now? Ophis, I don't know, maybe I'll go with you. Issei, because you're not going to visit your old friends. Ophis, it sounds interesting, I have time to see them. And what will you do? Issei, I'll go out and explore, it's a nice place, don't you believe it? Ophis, come on. Issei, well, see you tomorrow, have fun with your friends. Ophis, and why until tomorrow? Issei, sometimes I focus so much on my surroundings that I forget time. Plus it's good that you talk more with your old friends. Ophis, I understand, but you should know that I must act like before they didn't. Issei, a little. If they ask you, just say that there are more interns at this time. Ophis, seriously, then they'll think I've never thought of it. Issei, seriously, Ophis, you created a large terrorist group without knowing much. Ophis, I already understand what you mean. So we don't see tomorrow. And thus opening a dimensional gap and going to the place. Issei, well, let's go out and explore this place for a while. Leaving the room and going anywhere. Meanwhile at Issei's house. Tiamat. Now that I think about it, we haven't gone to the mansion where the others are. Ross. Well, if we go they will only bother the truth, and I won't lie to you, I don't really want that. Tiamat. I understand you, those two heiresses are only looking for strong people in their group, you already saw them, no? Ross. Yes, and the truth is he has a very interesting group, but the problem is that he doesn't know how to train them. Tiamat. Yes, just because they have good sacred gear or great skills doesn't mean they will be strong anymore. Ross. Exactly, one of these days someone will bring them down from their clouds and they will see the harsh reality. Tiamat. By the time that day comes, I would like to see what face he will make. Ross, you're bad. Tiamat. Maybe a little, I can say ha. Ross YZ only had a drop of sweat break out in anime style. Meanwhile in a training room. Two blondes could be seen clashing swords at great speed and force. Griselda having the upper hand due to her experience, Alice could only defend herself. After a few more minutes they finished and took a break. Alice was very tired. Griselda, you're doing well, Alice, keep it up. Alice, thank you, I do my best. Griselda, yes, with the ability that Issei gave you, your wounds heal. Alice, I know, but I will never reach their level. Griselda, because you say so. Alice, Mia told me that Issei was killed at the faction meeting. That surprised Griselda since she didn't know what had happened that day. Alice, he told me that it formed like a pillar of fire coming out again. He was reborn. Griselda, wow, that sounds great. Alice, I know, that's why I'm telling you, I'll never reach their level. Griselda, yes, but you have regeneration, not many can have it, you know. Alice, I know, but Issei told me that the stronger I get the faster it will be. Griselda, oh you are. It sounds good, but because you train so much. Alice, right now I'm the weakest of the group. Tiamat is a dragon queen. Rossweiss is a former Valkyrie, and Mio, well, she is very strong. Griselda, yes, I could see it in the fight. But you're doing well, you're not far away from 100% control of your breaker balance. Alice, yes, but well, I have to improve to be on par with all of them. Griselda, I have a question, I'm just curious. Alice, tell me. Griselda, you like Issei? Alice, not because you say so. A little red and nervous. Griselda, if you make that face you will be giving a lot of clues, you know. Alice, I see. And to your question, the truth is, I don't know, we haven't known each other long, but I can see that he is a good person. Griselda, maybe it's love at first sight. Alice, I don't know, I never had time for love and I don't know what it means, time will tell me. Griselda, I see, I wish you luck. Alice, thank you. And thus finishing their rest and continuing with the training. Meanwhile Ophis appeared at the place where the entire Valley team was. Upon seeing her they were surprised. Leifri, Ophis-sama, I thought we would never see her again. Ophis, well, I didn't have much to do and I came. Kuroka, I miss us. Ophis, no. With a face without emotion. Leifri, and what's happened all this time since we haven't felt his aura anywhere? Ophis, I was walking around and out of nowhere I ended up here. Biko, Yavio. Ophis, well, I'll go to my room. Leaving the place. Leifri gets up from his seat and follows her when she arrives, both entering the room. Ophis, something's happening, Leifri. Leifri, it's not that he left out of nowhere. Ophis, well, I found a new purpose. Leifri, wait, and what will happen with defeating Great Red? Ophis, that's already in the past, I'm not interested. Leifri, but you want silence. Ophis, before yes, but not now. I realized that silence is boring and well, I found something entertaining to do. Leifri, what was he doing all this time? Ophis, secret. With a slight smile, Leifri was surprised when he saw that smile since it was the first time he had seen it. Leifri, you have changed a lot from what I see. Ophis, oh yes, why do you say so? Leifri, you talk more now and I could see a slight smile on you. Ophis, I see the time perhaps. Leifri, this is suspicious. Ophis, seriously. Leifri, from now on I will go with you wherever you go since we have nothing to do. Ophis was surprised when she heard that, but she didn't show it. Ophis, that would be impossible. Leifri, I will not go with you and there is no turning back. Ophis, I don't think you'll ever be able to find me. Leifri, he's renting me. Ophis-sama knows I will. Ophis, yes, but if you go with me alone it would be a big problem and I don't feel like leading with it. Leifri, then he'll tell me. Ophis, in the future perhaps, but not now. She remained silent. Leifri understood that insisting would be of no use, so she decided to leave the room. Ophis, what will I tell Issei now? While letting out a sigh for what happened. Issei was walking through the streets while taking photos of all the places. It became night and he was near a port. Issei, wow, that's a appealing sunset. He sat on a bench and watched the sunset. While looking at it, he managed to feel a very weak aura in the distance. Issei, what will this aura be? The way I feel is on an island very far from here. What will someone out there do? He got up from the bench and put on an invisibility spell, taking out his wings and going to the place. After a few minutes of returning, he arrives at an island. So descending towards her and starting to walk. Issei, I'm sure it's around here, I'm already close. While walking, half an hour passed and he managed to reach the place. When he arrived, he could see a small hut made up of branches and leaves. He was going to continue walking, but he felt something sharp on his sword. Issei was surprised as he couldn't feel it because of how fast it came. Issei, you were quick. He was going to turn around, but the person didn't let him. They stayed like that for a few seconds until Issei decided to continue talking. Issei, sorry for coming here, I felt a slight aura here and I was curious. My name is Issei. After saying that, he didn't hear anything until he heard a faint whisper. Issei, sorry I can't hear you. My name is V. My name is Velvet Crow. Issei slowly turned around to see her. Issei, nice to meet you and sorry for coming unannounced. Velvet, it's okay. If you had done anything else you would be dead by now. Issei, I see, thank you for letting me live. Velvet, and how come you felt my aura? Issei, I was near the sea and I felt a slight aura, so I decided to come. Velvet, Issei, but tell me what you're doing here. Velvet, the truth is, nothing has achieved my purpose and now I have nothing to do, just wait. Say, Velvet, by dying I already fulfilled my purpose. Issei, Yavio. Velvet, you won't ask. Issei, because I can see that you don't trust me. Velvet, you're interesting, someone would ask. Issei, thank you, I can ask you a question. Velvet, yes. Issei, what are you? Velvet, I used to be human, but after a tragic accident I became a half-demon, I think. Because they gave me an arm of one. Issei, I understand why you have those bandages on your arms, right? Velvet just nodded. Issei, what was your purpose since you fulfilled it? Velvet, now if you ask. Issei, I'm a little curious, but you can ask me later so we're even. Velvet, that's fair. I had a brother and one night I was not there, and when I returned I saw some people who were around him doing a ritual and I went to help him, but it was too late. He was already dead. I swore to kill everyone there, plus it took their leader many years until he finally succeeded. It wasn't very easy. Issei, I see you went through a lot. Approached and gave her a hug. She was surprised, but she reciprocated it since she had wanted him for years. A warm hug. After a few seconds they separated. Issei, you feel better? Velvet, yes and thank you, maybe I wanted to vent a little. Say, Velvet, and even though it's you, I can tell that you're human, but also something else that I don't know. Issei, I am half human and half phoenix. Velvet, phoenix as the immortal bird. Issei, yes, but the more time passes I will stop being human. Velvet, it's the first time I've met a phoenix and I've seen many species. Issei, I see, and tell me what your arm is doing. I know it's not normal. Velvet, well, it has the ability to devour the life force of whoever it touches. And take a little of your skills. Issei, wow, that's surprising, but if so you should be searched since you must be strong. Velvet, well, I knew how to hide well, no one has found me except you now. Issei, I understand, and tell me you're not bored being here. Velvet, not much is quiet, plus it's far from the supernatural. Issei, you don't want to go back there. Velvet, it's not that, it's just that I have nothing to do there. Plus it would be scary with my arm. Issei, you're cute just the way you are. Velvet, are you flirting with me? Issei, it's not the truth at all. Tell me, Velvet, do you know about the evil pieces? Velvet, it's not what high-level demons use. Issei, I see you know. Velvet, well, one day I ran into someone who was very arrogant and well, you get the idea. I try to force myself. Issei, I see. Tell me, Velvet, do you want to be part of my team? It's your decision, I won't force you. Velvet, I don't know, I don't like being tied up. Issei, I can see it but I won't force you to fight or anything, and when you want to leave I won't stop you. Velvet, but tell me how you got those things. That they are not just for demons. Issei, my family are demons, I was born the only human. They never liked me so I decided to make my own family. Velvet, I see. Issei closed his eyes for a few minutes to think, just waiting. Velvet, I'll do it, I'll trust you. Issei, thank you for your trust. I will take care of her. Taking out a rook piece and doing his thing. Velvet, I feel a little stronger. Issei, well, there are not many changes, the only thing that is high is your regeneration, being on my team you will have that factor. Velvet, I understand it's better than nothing in a fight is the most important thing. Issei, I'm glad. And well, we go. Velvet, where? Issei, let's go to my hotel so we can rest and I'll introduce one of my team. Velvet, and what are they doing here? Issei, well, I just wanted to see Russia and my partner just followed me. Velvet, I see. Issei, before that you should change your clothes, you will attract a lot of attention. Velvet, it's my battle suit, I've always had it. And besides, I don't have any more clothes. Issei, okay, I'll take care of it. Creating a magic circle on Velvet's feet after a few seconds, she had more normal clothes. Issei, Velvet, that's acceptable and thanks for the glove. Issei, no problem. Come closer to me, we will go in a magical circle. Velvet just nods and they both leave and appear in an alley and start walking. Issei, you're hungry so let's go to dinner, it's already late. Velvet, yes. Issei, well, you want to eat? Velvet, some meat, I've only eaten fish for a long time since I killed all the animals there. Issei, I see, well let's go. Entering the hotel and going to the restaurant after that they both ate and continued talking to get to know each other better. They went to the room and Velvet fell asleep just after lying down. Issei, wow, you can tell I needed to rest. Issei lay down on the second bed that was there. The next morning Issei ordered breakfast for the two of them. While they were eating breakfast, a dimensional gap appeared. Issei, he's back. Velvet, Issei, I'll lend you my partner. Ophis emerged from the dimensional gap with her new appearance. Ophis, Issei, I'm back. Saying that he looked at Velvet and raised an eyebrow. Issei, come Ophis, let me introduce her to you. She is Velvet and she will be our new partner. Velvet, nice to meet you, I hope we get along well. Ophis, nice to meet you, my name is Ophis, you can call me Mia. Velvet, okay. You don't seem surprised. Ophis, with Issei there are plenty of surprises you know. When you return home you will meet the others. Velvet, I see. Issei, I'm glad you guys get along. Ophis, how did it go? Ophis, well I think. Layfree kept insisting on wanting to come and finally managed to get him to stay. Issei, why so? Ophis, you saw it change a little. Issei, it's smart from the sound of it. Ophis, it is. Issei, tell me Ophis, do you want to have breakfast with us and then go for a walk? Ophis just nodded and the three of them sat down and started talking. When they finished, they went out to explore their surroundings. Velvet seemed happy since she hadn't done any of this in a while. At lunchtime they went to a restaurant. Issei, and what did you think? Ophis, it's a nice place. Velvet, I didn't have fun in a while. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. Velvet, and when we come back we will do better than I will. Issei, well, we have to go to study and you can do whatever you want, you know, you are free to do whatever you want. Velvet, I see, I can go to study, I also have time not to. Issei, of course I'll tell someone to do me a favor when I come back. Velvet, thank you. And so the three of them had lunch and continued exploring until the day came to leave. Issei, and they are ready to return. Ophis, sure it was fun while it lasted. Velvet, it was good while it lasted. Issei, we have to go back quickly and we will soon have our next raiding game. Velvet, what is that? Issei, I'll explain to you at home. And thus activated a magic circle. Appearing in the room, he surprised the 4 girls present. Seeing Issei, they stood up. Say, we're back. All, welcome. At that, the 4 girls set their sights on Velvet. Issei, I know you're curious but don't make that face. At that, Velvet takes a few steps forward. Velvet, hello, my name is Velvet Crow and I hope we get along well. Tiamat, great, someone else for the team. Ross, welcome, I'm Ross YZ and this is Tiamat. Alice, hello, I'm Alice Zuberg, I hope we get along well. Serafal, hello, I'm Serafal, I say the same thing. Issei, Serafal, she wants to study, would you do me a favor? Serafal, sure, but seriously, in the last year there is no problem. Issei, it's fine with me. I have to talk to your sister tomorrow at the academy. Serafal, because... Issei, I want to open a club so we will all be gathered there and Ross YZ can be our advisor since she is a teacher. Ross, sounds good. Tiamat, if this is the case we will be calmer. Alice, I'm ready to go really. Issei, great, and tell me Alice how it went these days. Alice, thanks to Griselda I made a breakthrough. Issei, I'm glad. As he caresses her head and she just smiles. Issei, well, let's go out for a while so Velvet knows the city and you know it better, go put something on. They all nod and go to their room. Ross Weiss guides Velvet to her new room. Issei being left alone there. Minutes later the entire group left the house. Issei, Serafal, who will be my next meeting? Serafal, Kon Sikvera Agars. Issei, I see it won't be that easy, the truth is. Ross, because. Issei, I don't know her very well, but she is a good strategist and hates all men. Tiamat, we will have a difficult time since a good strategy does more damage than power. Say, I know but don't worry, I know more or less how she thinks in battle. Ophis, we will see that in combat. Issei, yes, but we don't have to teach much because I want to save almost everything for the other teams. Serafal, you mean your brothers and Rias and Sona. Issei, it bothers you a little. Serafal, a little, but they're grown up now and they must know it's a defeat. Issei, and tell me who won between the 2 of them. Serafal, one Rias had more attack power but she had a difficult time since she is a good strategist as well. Issei, I see. Velvet, Issei, I want to participate in the next battle too. Issei, are you sure you haven't fought for a while? Velvet, it's okay, I'll just warm up a little these days and I'll be as good as new. Say. Alice, great, so there will be more of us. Ophis, well, let's leave that aside and go anywhere. Issei, what do you think of the aquarium? All the girls nodded and the group left towards the place. When they arrived they were surprised since they had never seen anything like it. Issei, wow, it's a nice place, isn't it? Serafal, I agree with you since I never had time to come, it's new for me too. Tiamat, I say the same. Issei, but if you don't work. Tiamat, sleeping is work. Everyone broke out in sweat upon hearing such a statement. Better to continue seeing the place. As the hours passed they decided to go to dinner since it was late and it took them all day to go around so much. Issei, it wasn't that bad although we didn't go to many places. Ross, yes, but that was a nice place. Ophis, it's true, we have to come back another day. Say, it will be. I'll be back in a moment, I'll go to the bathroom, they'll ask me something. Getting up from his seat and leaving the place. Alice, tell me Velvet how you met Issei. Velvet, it was on an island that appeared out of nowhere and we talked a little. Ophis, although he had it, he threatened with a sword. Velvet, it is for protection as you want that he will react to such a situation. Ophis, I know it's just a joke. Tiamat, your joking is weird. Serafal, I agree with that. If the supernatural world found out about this it would become a big scandal. Ophis, but no one will know. Alice, well, leaving that aside Velvet, you could tell me what those bandages on your arm are if you don't mind. Velvet, we are partners now, I'll tell you. And so telling them the same thing as Issei. Ross, you didn't have it difficult. Alice, but you are brave to move forward. Serafal, now you are no longer alone, you have us, we are family now. Velvet, thank you. Ophis was going to say something, but then about 4 boys approached them and one of them sat in Issei's seat. Ophis didn't take that with a kind face, but Seraphal stopped her. Seraphal, excuse me guys, but that seat is occupied. Oh yes, but I saw it alone and I also wanted to talk to such appealing ladies. Seraphal, you can go somewhere else. This is a family reunion. And what if we go out and then I'm part of your family? While forming a smile just like the others around him. Tiamat, we're not fine like this. You can leave, my food might taste bad if you're here. In a personal conversation. The boy who was sitting did not take those words very well. Don't think too much just because you're kind of pretty. Tiamat, maybe I want to look pretty towards a useless guy like you. He said it with a serious face. He got up from the chair and was going to go towards Tiamat, but someone stopped him. Velvet, I don't like violence anymore if it is directed towards a partner of mine. While he squeezed his wrist, causing him to groan from the pain. Another boy was going to intervene, but Issei arrived. And he had a serious face. Issei, excuse me, but my classmates don't like to be bothered. Can you please leave? Some of the boys shuddered when they heard a somewhat thick voice and they got scared, took their friend and left. Issei, sorry for the delay, the place was full. Ross, okay, we can defend ourselves. Issei, I know, but it's better to make a fuss in a place like this. Let's have dinner and leave, plus there are 2 people who have classes tomorrow. Alice, yes, since it was a long day, I'll only get to sleep. Issei, bien. And so everyone was having dinner while talking about trivial things. When the group finished, they went towards the house. Until the new day arrived. The next morning the whole group was having breakfast, some in their uniform and the other in their teacher uniform. Issei, well, we'll go first. Alice and Velvet, you will be in the same class and Ross YZ will be your teacher. I wish you luck. And so, filling up minutes later, the other group came out. When they arrived, many boys looked at them since they were very pretty. When they arrived, Ross YZ showed them in. Ross, well, we have 2 new colleagues, please introduce yourselves. Yes. They both just nodded. Alice, my name is Alice Zuberg, I hope we get along well. Having a serious face. Velvet, my name is Velvet Crow, hello. He just said those words without interest. Since he didn't have much intention of getting along with them. Ross, any questions? All the men in the room raised their hands. They have a boyfriend. Alice, personal. Velvet, I say the same. You are family. Alice, we are half-sisters. Ross, well, just that, please take a seat. And so they both went to their seats, passing alongside Rias. And she only saw Velvet and made a somewhat happy face just like Issei's older brother. And so the day passed. It was lunchtime and Issei sent Ophis and Tiamat to the other 2 to go to lunch while he went to the student council. When he arrives, he knocks on the door and is given permission to enter. Sona, seeing who it was surprised but didn't show it. Sona, that brings him here. Issei walks over and takes a seat. Issei, I came to ask permission for a new club to open. Sona just raised an eyebrow and stopped writing. Sona, because. Issei, I need a place where I can be with my teammates without being disturbed. Sona, to open a new club you need 4 members and a teacher. Issei, everything is done, I have 4 and the teacher would be Ross YZ. Sona, and what would the club be about? Issei, I don't know yet, we'll discuss this later. Sona, I see. Taking out a paper from one of his drawers and handing it to Issei. Sona, let your classmates and the teacher sign here and after that you come and I seal it and everything will be fine. Issei, good and thank you. Getting up and leaving the place. Tsubaki, Kaicho is sure about that, I thought he wouldn't do it. Sona, it has everything required so I can't do much and it's better not to have problems with it. Tsubaki, that's true. Sona did not respond and continued with her thing. Seconds later the rest of the student council arrived. Meanwhile Issei was walking through the hallway when he saw a window and could see his group. That they were sitting on the grass talking. Deciding to head towards where they were. A few minutes passed until he arrived. Issei, oh, Alice. Issei, I thought you wouldn't come where you went. Issei, the student council needs something. Can you sign this paper please? Velvet, and what is it? Issei, to create a club I need at least 4 people but let's talk about 5 so it's better. Velvet, I understand. While they handed her the paper and she signed it too. Issei, well, as my queen Ophis, you will be vice president, okay? Ophis, sure. Issei, well, continue eating. I'll go to the teacher's room so Ryz can sign too. Tiamat, you won't eat anything. Issei, I'm not hungry. See you. Leaving the place minutes after walking, he reaches his destination, opens the door and sees Ryz signing some papers. It approaches slowly. Issei, hola Ryz. Ryz was a little scared when she heard it. Issei, you scared me, you didn't do anything rude. Issei, seriously then I apologize. Okay, what do you want? Issei, I have come to have you sign this paper for the club so that you can be a sample tutor. I understand. While taking the role that someone speaks. Azazel, hello Issei, how long? Issei, Azazel I say the same. Azazel, be more polite, we are in the academy. Issei, yes but there is no one present. Azazel, whatever. I can't wait for your next rating game to arrive. What a surprise you will give us now. Issei, none. Azazel, of course. Hey, could you let me see your knight's sacred gear? It's interesting, I've never seen it, and I was surprised to find out that he hasn't been using it for long and that he can use the balance breaker. Issei, I train a lot. And to your question, tell her, I can't force her. Azazel, Issei, you can go, I'll take him to Sona. Issei, okay, see you at home. So leaving the place. Azazel, hey Ryz, tell me what that boy is like. Relax. Azazel, come on, tell me more. He gets up from his seat and goes to the council. The day passed and everyone went home, except to the new club. Everyone was on their way to their new classroom. When they arrived they saw a very dirty place. Issei, wow, it looks like this place hasn't been used for so long. Yes, it's very dirty. Ophis, Issei close the door, I'll use magic. Issei, let's not do it the old way with our hands and a little music. Alice, sounds good to me. Velvet, I say the same. Tiamat, whatever they do for me is fine. Ophis, okay. Issei, why too Ryz? It's good to act like normal people once in a while. Issei, if you say that it makes it sound like we're monsters. We are not, but some are dragons, others are half demons, and one legendary bird and two are human. Issei, well if you put it like that it's different. But leaving that aside, let's start. They all nodded and entered the place to start cleaning. 2 hours passed and it was already late. Alice, let's finish even though it's late. Tiamat, I thought we were never going to finish. Issei, yes, although we ended up a little dirty. Ophis, I'll take care of it. Creating a great circle where everyone was and leaving them as good as new. Issei, thank you. And well, how about we go to dinner at a restaurant? Yeah that sounds good. Tiamat, yes. Velvet, let's go quickly I'm hungry. While his stomach growled, feeling ashamed. And so everyone left the place. They went to a family restaurant. Issei, this place. Ophis, here we come for the first time, no. Issei, you still remember it? Ophis, of course that was the day my life made a big change. Velvet, Issei and how you met Tiamat and Alice and Ryz. Issei, to Tiamat in the forest although our first meeting was not very good to say the least. Velvet, porque? Issei, she wanted to kill me. Velvet was surprised and looked towards Tiamat and she just nodded. Issei, and we fought a little, I barely beat him. Tiamat, and then I joined his team and I'm also his partner. Velvet, what a way to meet someone. Issei, maybe Alice was hurt one night and I helped her. Now I remember we also came here. Alice, that's right. Issei, wow what things. And Ryz went on a mission against the god Loki. Velvet, wow what a way to meet people. Ophis, don't say much since you were about to kill him when you met him too. Alice, oh really? Velvet, it was self-defense okay. And it was invading my house. Issei, well she's right. And well, soon the raiding game will be ready. Ophis, sure as always. I feel fit. Tiamat, I'm ready. Alice, I want to try new skills that Griselda taught me. Velvet, of course. Although it will be the first time I will go to the underworld. Issei is like the book say. Issei, it's not like a normal city here at all. Velvet, wow, that's really a surprise. I already want to go see it. Issei, soon. Well, we have dinner, there are things to do. After the raiding game I will go to the United States. Ross, and that? Issei, the leaders asked me to go and say that there is a Cows Brigade base there. They told me to go investigate and if there is one, eliminate it. Ophis, we will go with you. Issei, only one person can go. You decide. They all looked at each other. Ophis, I have a way to fix this situation. Tiamat, I know what you plan. Ophis, yes. Alice, what a thing. Ophis, we will play cards, more specifically Uno. Ross, I'm ready. Tiamat, good to return. Everyone ate while discussing some things. When they finished they quickly went to the house. Issei was almost dragged by them because of how fast they were going. When they arrived they all went to a table and didn't change. They took out the cards and they all became serious. After a long time playing, the winner came out. With a smile. One day before the raiding game. Issei, well, everyone is ready. The girls just nodded. Ophis, this will be the first time the others will see Velvet. You are nervous because you will attract attention. Velvet, for nothing. I'm fine. Issei, that's good, although Ophis is right, they always see the new person there. Velvet, well, it can be done like that, people are involved. Issei, okay, hey, don't tell me you're going to wear that suit I found you in. Velvet, yes, and how do you know? Issei, yesterday I passed by your room and you had the door open and I saw how you looked at it. Velvet, I see it bothers you that I use it. Issei, it's not your taste at all, so it's okay. Tiamat, hey Issei, and you will fight or you will leave everything to us. Issei, you decide. Alice, it's fine with me altogether. Ophis, we'll take care of it. What is that Sikvera girl like? Issei, you should already know that she is serious and hates men. I don't really know the reason. The truth is, we never talked. So you just have to defeat her team and then she will give up. Tiamat, well if so, leave everything to us and just go. Issei, they are sure of that. Velvet, of course, I haven't fought in a while, I want to see how strong they are now. Issei, okay, and tell me Alice, you have already mstred your balance breaker well. Alice, for now I can only maintain it for 2 hours, but if I follow the training instructions that Griselda left me I will be able to MSTR her completely. Issei, I understand, it sounds good. Ophis, you say that because she will go with you, no. While pouting. Alice, it was fair. Tiamat, and since it was your first time playing you're lucky. Alice, what can I say? Ross, next time I'll win. Velvet, no I won't. Issei, for the next mission, we'd better all go together. All, seriously. Issei, of course not this time because it's not much for a longer one, we'll all go. Ophis, well yes. Tiamat, I agree. Issei, well, go rest, it's late, and you have to be ready for tomorrow. They get up and everyone leaves their room since it was late. The next day, 1 hour before the raiding game. They went to the underworld. Issei, wow, although there is still a long way to go, the place is almost full. Ophis, maybe it's because of the beating we gave to the previous entourage. Issei, maybe while you guys go to the room to greet the leaders. Saying that they went different ways. Minutes after walking, Issei arrived at the VIP room where the leaders were and, to his surprise, his parents. You're ready. Issei, of course. Serafal, good luck, although I know you will win. Someone approaches Issei. Issei, Serorg, long time no see. Serorg, I say the same. Issei, I hope to see your battle. Say, oh yes. You want to look for weak points on my team for our fight. Serorg, you don't know at all that I like to play fair. Issei, I see. While they both laughed since they were friends. Azazel, hey Issei, I know you have a new piece. Michael, that's quick. Issei, it was a coincidence. Odin, what kind of person is he? Issei, you'll see an old man later. Issei's parents got up quickly. Pidarai, hey, talk to him with respect. Issei just raised an eyebrow. He was going to respond but Odin beat him to it. Odin, okay, I like the boy. I, but it's disrespectful. Odin, I already said it's fine. Issei, well, I'm leaving, I have to make a plan. Pete, hey brat, what permission are you leaving with? Putting on a serious face. Issei, I just came to greet the faction leaders and a friend who was here by chance. Pete, this is how you talk to your parents. Issei, now that I think about what your children are doing here, they are not going to fight. Marai, what things do they also say? Issei, don't finish that sentence, you guys never paid attention to me since I was a child. And now they come and you were going to tell me that. Pete, you should be grateful to be in our family. Those present did not say anything, they did not want to get involved in family matters. Issei, they never accepted me, they always told me that I wasn't part of their family, and now they come out of the blue and tell me that I am. I should be grateful. I abandoned that family record a long time ago. Putting on a serious look, he was going to leave, but his father grabbed him by the shoulder. Pete, you will make me angry if you continue with that tantrum, you can't be like your obedient brothers. Issei got a little angry but didn't show it. Issei, let go of me. With a calm voice. Pete, not until you get on your knees and apologize for that childish behavior. Issei didn't say anything and took the hand on her shoulder and froze her, making her scream since it was very painful. Issei, it will happen in about 5 minutes. If you'll excuse me. Leaving the room without looking back. While his father screamed in pain, making an angry face. Just like his brothers, since they were present, but they didn't want to say anything, but when they saw that they got angry. They were going to go to Issei, but Surzek stopped them since they didn't want to fight. They could only clench their fists in anger. Asia approached Issei's father to calm him down a bit. When he sees that boy, he will pay me. How dare he do that to his father? Serafal, I don't think they should bother him. Pete, because, while I endured not screaming. Serafal, he is like the leader of the human faction. Daiki, how that is possible we didn't know. He used to be called Shiro, today he will be Daiki, in case you are confused who he is. Serafal, you guys weren't fit that day. Taking out the document where the leaders signed, and the others, upon seeing it, were surprised since Issei's signature was there. Serorg was surprised but happy for his friend. Surzek, so they can't do anything to him. Emirai, why not? The Zazel, because if they mess with him, they mess with the entire alliance. Without seeing it, when the parents learned that, the two entourages and the brothers got angry as well. While Issei was walking through the hallways, somewhat angry at what happened, he slammed the wall, making a big noise. Deciding to go with the girls. When the girls arrived, they could see it. Ross, Issei give you something. Tiamat, and don't go saying that nothing happened. He just gave a sigh. Issei, girls, can I ask you a favor? They just nodded. Issei, I can fight alone. Ophis, and we had already discussed that before. Issei, when I went to the leaders, my parents were there and they reproached me for some things and I got angry. Alice, you want to vent? No. Issei, yes, I know a little that our rival is not to blame, but Velvet, it's okay. Issei, do it. Ophis, let everything out in battle. Tiamat, let off some steam. Alice, it's not good to hold anything back. Ross, we will be supporting you, but you should know that you are not going to seriously hurt anyone. Issei, of course I'm not a monster, you know. Ophis, I wish you luck in the battle. Issei, we will be watching. Issei just smiled and approached everyone, and they gave each other a big hug while he could only say thank you. The hour passed and the presenter made the announcements, making the Sikvera team enter first. Here she has a full entourage, okay? After that, she called Issei's phone, especially Velvet, since she was new. Announcer, young Issei has one piece and it's a tower of applause for Velvet Crow. So she comes out with her outfit. The men whistled about her appearance and the clothes she wore. Rias, that girl is the new one at the academy. Sona, yes, it was to be expected. Azazel, what a surprise they will give us. The presenter gave them 15 minutes to prepare, while he sent the two groups to a desert to confront each other directly. Issei could see how the other group gathered to create a plan. Ophis, Issei, are you still sure? Issei, yes, before coming here to this combat arena I was able to see their faces. Alice, good luck. Issei, we'll go further back. Issei just nodded and stood there while the girls walked back. The fans wondered what they were doing. Michael, what plan will they have for them to do that? Surzek, I don't know. Serafal could only think. Serafal, you will fight alone from what I see. You want to vent about the above. I wish you luck. Everyone applauded for such a demonstration. Issei, I'm sorry about that. He told his group. Ophis, okay. Tiamat, and how you feel now? Issei, the truth is better. I'm not complaining. Alice, I'm glad. Issei, you can go home. First I'll go to the infirmary to apologize to Sikvera for what I did. Ophis, well, don't be late in coming back. Alice, pack my things. Issei, pack some of mine too please. Alice just nodded and Ophis created a dimensional rift to leave. Thus Issei took his way to the infirmary without paying attention to the public. Minutes after walking he arrives and sees the entire entourage resting in bed, a little injured. They were asleep as it was a major attack. Sikveria, as she was the least injured, was awake. And he saw a door open and he saw Issei. Sikvera, are you here to make fun of me? I said it was annoying. Issei didn't say anything and just lowered her head, which took her by surprise. She was going to say something but Issei beat her to it. Issei, forgive me for what happened. I know you are angry for what I did. But I was angry. Sikvera, because I didn't do anything to you. Issei, I know, but my parents. They told me things I didn't want to hear and I took it out on you. I hope you can forgive me. Sikvera, your family matters should not interfere in a battle. Issei, you're right, but it's been years since they talked to me and the first thing they say to me is just nonsense. Sikvera, I see. Issei, I hope you can forgive me in the future. Sikvera, what is your name? They only say your first name, not your last name. Issei, I don't have a last name. Before, if I had it, my name was Hayudu Issei. Sikvera, you are one of the Hayudu clan, but I have never heard of you. Issei, I know I never left the house, that's why almost no one knows about me. Since I was born 100% human and well, my brothers you already know. Sikvera, what a surprise, I have more or less an idea of what happened. Issei, yes, but well, saying that I'm leaving so you can rest Agarson. Sequivaria. Okay. Thus leaving the place, leaving Sikveria a little thoughtful about the situation, but she was tired so she decided to sleep a little. Issei teleported towards his house. When he arrived he saw the girls playing Monopoly. Issei, wow, you guys like that game. Ophis, it's fun and I'm the best. Tiamat, not this time Ophis, this time I will win. Ophis, I want to see it. Ross, hey, don't forget that the two of us are here too. Velvet, it's true. Tiamat, you will be the quickest to lose. They all put on a serious face. Issei only had a drop of sweat break out. And he saw that Alice was not there, so he decided to go look for her. And he saw her in her room preparing everything. Alice, you're back. Your suitcase is ready. Issei, thank you and sorry for the inconvenience. Alice, okay, I'm excited since it's my first time leaving the country. Issei, I'm glad for your enthusiasm, but remember that we will go on a mission first and then we can go exploring. Where you want to go? Issei could see how she looked on her phone and showed him some photos. Issei, I'm the Statue of Liberty. It sounds interesting and what others think. I'll show you more photos. Issei, okay, we'll go to those places. Alice, thank you. Issei, no problem. In a few minutes we will go out for dinner. Alice, okay. They both heard screams about how the others said they were cheating and other things. Issei, I'll go down before they fight. Alice, I'll be down soon after finishing. So leaving the room when he arrived he saw how everyone was serious. Ross, hey, I bought that house. Ophis, no, I did it. Issei walked over and took them off. Tiamat, hey, return it. Turning around she saw Issei looking a little serious and everyone felt a chill. Issei, what did I tell you about fighting? Ophis, you are that. Ross, I bought it before. Issei just gasped. Issei, you are banned from playing this game for a while. The girls, why? Issei, they turn purple and if I'm not here to supervise them they know. Velvet, hey, don't treat us like girls. Ophis, it's true. Issei just raised an eyebrow and took out his cell phone and started searching. He put on a video and showed it to the girls, and they all looked at how they were arguing in a previous game. Seeing it, they felt very embarrassed and also turned red. At that, Alice came down and saw the four of them kneeling and Issei in front, and they had their heads lowered. Alice better not say anything. Tiamat. Well, we won't fight anymore, we will play calmly. Issei, safe. They all nodded quickly. Issei, I will believe in you. Since this turned out, we'll go to dinner and then we'll go to the movies, what do you think? They all stand up with a smile. Alice could only see that with a smile. Everyone sees how a magic circle appears and Seraphal comes out. Issei, you came at a good time. We'll go to dinner and then to the movies. Seraphal, seriously cool, then let's go. So everyone went out and went to dinner and then to see a horror movie. The next day, Issei and Alice left early to get to the United States quickly. After hours of flying, they managed to arrive. Issei, for autumn it's a little cold, no? Alice, yes. Well, where do we have to go? Issei, to North Carolina. We are in Washington, we have to take another flight. But we will do it tomorrow, I'm a little tired, let's go to a hotel. They both headed to a hotel but not before booking a flight to leave early. Upon arrival they asked for 2 rooms, after a bath they both went to dinner. Issei, it hasn't been a long day. Alice, yes, and you already called the others. Issei, yes, when I came out from bathing I let them know. Ross YZ took care of making an excuse for us. Alice, good. Issei, now that I remember, you haven't told me how things are going for you at the academy. Alice, very good really, since I never had the opportunity. The bad thing is that guys always ask me on dates. Issei, and of course you are a pretty girl. In addition to being kind, strong among other things. Hearing that, Alice blushed but managed to control herself. Alice, thank you. Issei, I'm just telling the truth. She just put on a smile and they continued talking until they decided to go rest. The next day in Ko City. At lunchtime, Velvet was walking through the hallways until someone stopped her. Velvet, something is offered to you. Having a serious face. Kiba, Rias Gremory wishes to speak with you, would you please accompany me? Velvet, what does she want with me? Kiba, she will answer your questions. She just nodded so they wouldn't bother her later. But not before telling Ophis without Kiba noticing. Upon arriving at the club she could see Issei's older brother there and Rias group. Velvet, well, what do you want with me? Rias, don't make such a serious face, I wanted to propose something to you. Velvet, just talk. Rias, I want you to join my entourage with me so you can. Velvet, me him. Rias, why? Velvet, I'm fine in my group. Why go to another? Daiki, you won't have another chance later. You will be admired by everyone since she is from a good clan. Velvet, Ami, I don't care about that. Plus I don't want to leave my group. Rias, you want this to be the strong way. Then someone spoke and everyone was surprised because they didn't feel it. Ophis, I don't recommend that you threaten her Gremory. She's not alone and Issei can get angry. Daiki, and what matters is that I am a celestial dragon. Ophis, the celestial dragon is Drake, not you. Daiki, I made a breakthrough not long ago so I'm close. Ophis, I don't care. Gremory, you better not threaten my group. Just because Issei's not here doesn't mean we're helpless. As their queen I am in charge and if you do something I am allowed to act. Understood. He walked towards Velvet and left the room without waiting for a response. Leaving Rias all angry since no one spoke to her like that and she left calmly. Daiki calmed her down a little. Daiki, don't worry, we'll beat all of them soon. Rias, you are. Meanwhile, Ophis and Velvet. Velvet, it's good that I called you if I hadn't attacked. Ophis, I could tell. The raiding game against them will soon arrive so you can do it. Velvet, I will train for that day. So I went to his class. A new day. Issei and Alice were on their flight to North Carolina that would take them about 4 hours. Issei, and ready to investigate upon arrival. Alice, I kinda hope they don't give us a surprise. Issei, if something happens I will create a magical transportation circle to leave. Alice, I know you can handle them. I am still weak. Issei, Alice, don't put yourself down, I know you've trained strong. So prove it to me on this mission. Alice, I will do it and don't worry I will do my best. Issei, I like it that way. Upon entering the plane, I received a message from Serafal telling me who our next opponent will be. Alice, how fast and who will it be? Issei, my older brother Alex. It will be in 4 days. Alice, it won't be long, don't you think? Issei, yes, but it will be a difficult fight. Since we are both winning without any defeat. Alice, you're afraid to face it. Issei, for nothing. He has wanted this moment to come for a long time. I imagine he must be happy. Serafal told me beforehand that the public will soon find out. Alice, don't worry, we'll win that battle. Issei, I trust one of you for that day. So I hope you'll excuse me since we won't be able to visit the places you want. Alice, it's not right. The truth is I want to fight against that group since I don't like them very much and they have to pay for what they did to you. Issei, thank you for worrying about me. While holding her hand, Alice only held it tighter as she liked that. Alice, we're not family. Showing a smile that Issei liked to see. Issei, of course we are. Alice, I imagine the girls are still happy about this news. Issei, maybe Serafal has already warned them. Alice just nodded. At Issei's house the girls were having breakfast until they saw a magic circle where Serafal appeared with a smile. Tiamat, let Serafal happen. Serafal, well I have good news. Ross, I can tell since you have a big smile. Serafal, I know. Well, Issei's next rating game will be against his brother Alex. The girls were a little surprised by this news but they were happy. Ophis, it's about time we got one of them. Tiamat, yes, I'm already excited and when is it? Serafal, it will be in 4 days. Ross, it won't be long. Serafal, I know, maybe the council intervened a little since they know that Issei is on a mission. Velvet, and by the time he comes back he'll be tired, no? Serafal, yes, since the Hayu family is somewhat influential due to their past. Tiamat, they want Issei to lose, no? Serafal, yes, maybe his parents had something to do with it. Last time Issei humiliated his father in front of the leaders. Ophis, we know. That was the reason why he fought alone that day. Serafal, I would like to fight that day but I can't. It's a bit frustrating to be honest. Velvet, well I'll give a part of you, huh? Serafal, thank you. Ross, a question, what is his entourage like? Serafal, he has almost his entire entourage, he only needs 2 pawns and a rook. Ross, wow, you haven't wasted your time. Serafal, the information is little since they have not demonstrated much in battle. Just like you. Ophis, well that doesn't matter. We will give them what they deserve. Tiamat, yes, we have to show them who's boss. Serafal, don't go too far, though. Ophis, I don't promise anything really. Tiamat, I say the same thing, they hurt my beloved a lot so I'll hold back a little. Ross, we will win. Velvet, and it will be a great victory you will see. Serafal, I know they will, but don't go too far, okay? They just nodded. Serafal, well I have to go back to work since I have a lot that is exhausting. Ross, when you're thinking about retiring. Serafal, soon, that's why you work so strong to leave someone capable. But for now only you know this. Ophis, okay. This way you can spend more time here. Serafal, yes, since I hardly see Issei. Well, see you in the rating game. Filling in a magical circle. Ross, well I'll go change since I have to go to class. Velvet, I'm not going. I have to train a little. Ross, okay. Going to his room. Velvet, Ophis mi ayudas. I know you are strong. I want to improve my strength. I haven't fought in a while. Ophis, of course you have to win that day. So he went to the training room and Tiamat went too to practice a little. At the Hayu residence in the human world, everyone was having breakfast until a maid appeared to give Alex a letter as he left. When he opens it he makes a big smile. Sona, something's wrong, Alex. Alex, I already have a rival for my next rating game. Daiki, that's great, and who is it? Alex, our little brother. Daiki, seriously great. In how many days? Alex, in 4 days. Rias, it will be soon so he is on a mission. Sona, yes, when he returns he will be tired. Alex, well that's his fault for leaving just like that. Poor him. Tsubaki, and you will fight with your entire entourage. Alex, Of course I want to see Issei's face when he's on his knees in front of me when he's begging me not to hurt him. Daiki, you're bad. Alex, he dared to humiliate our parents, it's time for him to pay. Saji, I wish you luck, friend. Alex, thank you and of course I will win. I already want that day to come. Sona, you're not going to train. Alex, for nothing. That useless man is no match for me. And my group can take care of theirs, they just got lucky with Loki. Daiki, they really took him when he was already weak. Akino, we will be supporting you. Kiba, do your best. Rias, I want you to humiliate their queen. For trying to threaten me. Alex, don't worry sister-in-law, of course I will. So everyone continued with their breakfast. Sona gives him ideas to form a good strategy. It was already late and Issei and Alice were going through a forest since with the date of the raiding game they had to capture things. Issei, Alice, if you're tired we can rest a little. Alice, yes, please, I won't lie to you, I'm a little tired. Issei, we've been walking for a long time so it was nice to see it and it's already late. You want water? Alice, yes please. Issei takes off his backpack and hands him a bottle of water. Issei, for now we will stay here. I don't feel any aura nearby, we will continue tomorrow. Alice, but then we would only have 3 days to continue searching. Issei, it's okay for now, don't worry about that game. If we are not sure if we are in a hurry they can take us by surprise when we are tired. Alice, you're right, I'm sorry. Issei, okay, I'll put up the camping tent. Alice, I'll cook something. Issei just nods and they both leave to do their thing. A few minutes passed and Issei had already finished just like Alice who had prepared about 2 Marukan soups. Issei, for now we can only eat this. Alice, if we can't make smoke. Issei, it's been a long day since. Alice, if we just get off the plane and go straight to the forest. Issei, well what can I say? I like to work fast. Alice, I know. Issei, now that I remember when I finished the battle against Agar-sen I can see some pamphlets that said your name so quickly you became famous. Alice, I really didn't realize. Issei, there were a lot of them, maybe the girls are becoming famous. Alice, don't care about the truth. Issei, if you keep this up you'll soon have a fan club. Alice, I see. Issei, you're not very happy. Alice, well those things never mattered to me anymore. Minus the opinion of other people, just a few. And those would be the girls and you. Issei, thank you for that. Alice, I'm just telling the truth. Issei, you've been a great person since I met you. You were sincere from the beginning and not many are like that. I hope I can continue with you always. Putting on a smile. Seeing her, Issei could only smile too. Issei, that's how Alice will be and I will protect you just like the rest. They are my family. Alice, I know. They continued talking about trivial things until it became night. Issei had to force Alice to sleep since she didn't want to. The night passed and Issei remained on guard until a new day arrived. It was a new day and both boys were walking in the middle of a forest. Alice, maybe in the end there is nothing. Issei. Issei, I don't know Alice, it's not good to let your guard down. Alice, I know. While he had his hand on his sword in case they attacked. Issei, don't worry if they attack I'll warn you so you can relax a little. Alice, I'll try. Issei, we've been walking for about 3 hours now and nothing. Alice, you think they're hiding very well. Issei, maybe but my question is why is there a base so far away from the rest? Alice, because you say so. Issei, well, most of them are in Europe from what the leaders informed me, but just one here in the United States is rare, don't you think? Alice, you think they're planning something. Issei, not if. It's strange, that's all I can. That with a slightly serious face and continued walking. At the academy it was lunchtime and the girls were in their clubs since that was the only way they could be calm. Tiamat, Ophis, you know something about Issei? Ophis, the last thing I know is that they left early, that was the last message Issei sent me. Velvet, they think something is wrong with them. Ophis, I don't think the two of them are strong, they will be able to defend themselves. Ross, if it's better not to worry, then we'll be calmer. Tiamat, you're right. Well, Velvet, and today you did come to study. Velvet, well, the day before I trained all day and I wanted to relax today even though I had to come. Ross, it's not good to be gone for so long, you know, right? Velvet, maybe the truth is I'm already regretting coming to study, it's boring. The girls could only laugh. Tiamat, I know, but it's better to be here than at home. Ophis, true. Ross, and how about we play something? Besides that, the club is not about board games. Ophis, yes, but don't go to fight. Tiamat, but you do it too. Velvet, remember what happened last time? Ross, yes, Issei scolded us. They all got a chill when they remembered that day. Ophis, don't remind me, it's rare to see Issei with a serious face. Tiamat, it's true he always smiles at us, but not that time. Velvet, well, I was right to do it, we were making a mess. Ross, it's true. We are adults and we fight like girls. Ophis, you're right, huh? Tiamat, if anyone else had seen us that day they would have been surprised. Velvet, yes, but when we leave the house your faces change very quickly. More so when we went to the underworld that time. Ophis, well, you always have to keep a serious face when dealing with strangers. When we are at home we can relax, but in public we have to show that we are not being played with. Tiamat, yes. Never show your weakness to your enemies. Velvet, I understand. Next time, go with Issei. Ross, he said that next time we would all go together. Velvet, oh, that's true. Tiamat, so we can stop studying for a while. Ross, you want to miss it too. Tiamat, what can I say? It's boring and I don't like them seeing those lustful faces, only one person can do it. Ophis, you know Issei isn't like that, right? Tiamat, I know, but you know what I mean. Ophis, I know. But well, classes start shortly and in the end we don't play anything. Velvet, when we returned home we played something. Ross, hey Ophis, when are we going to the mansion? Since we haven't gone. Ophis, it would be better not to go. If we go alone they will bother us, and the truth is my patience is very little when it comes to them. Tiamat, in the end it doesn't matter if we are there or not. Velvet, and if we go we will always have to act calmly, so I won't be able to relax. Ophis, I know, so we have to stay where we are. Seconds later the bell rang and everyone went to their classes. Meanwhile in the United States, the two were walking until Issei stopped. Alice, Issei, something happens. Issei, we're here. Alice, they're not far from here. Alice, how many there are? Issei, from what I feel there are many. We'll have to get a little closer to see. Alice, are you sure? What if they discover us? Issei, don't worry, we won't go that close, just enough to see, and it's a little late, they won't be able to see us. Alice, okay. They both began to walk slowly to get as close as they could. By doing so they could see many fallen angels and demons and other races. That surprised Issei a little. Issei, from what I see there are also yokais and some Nordics and some Olympians, but how is that? Alice, what do you mean? Issei, that this group of terrorists are bringing together many races from other mythologies. Alice, what do you think they plan? Issei, I have no idea. I can only say that Rizavim wants to create a great team. Alice, how strong is he? Issei, well, he is the son of Lucifer, so he is a super demon. Alice, I see. And what do we do now? Issei, the truth is, the only thing left to do is attack and return to the others. Alice, good. Issei, you could do it, we've walked a lot. Alice, don't worry, I can do it, I'm 100%. Issei just nods and turns into his fire form, and Alice activates her armor. Issei, Alice, if you need help, call me, I'll go first. Alice, don't worry. Issei ran at great speed towards the enemies who could only see red hair. And how easily I kill them. Alice left the place to also start attacking those closest to her. A fallen man called out to the rest as they were being attacked. Seconds later, many were outside the place and began the attack. Issei, without thinking twice, creates a fireball and throws it at the rest, hitting the majority and getting hurt. Alice began to kill several with a serious face because if she hesitated they would kill her. A group approaches her and she kills them, without having much comparison to all his enemies. Issei puts fire in his fists and begins to hit his enemies with great force that leaves them a little hurt. And even more so when the fire spreads to their bodies. Fallen, there are only two of us, let's all go together, said a fallen man, all angry. At that moment some Nordics took out their swords and went to attack. Issei just takes a big leap into the air and changes into his ice form, and when he lands he just puts his hands on the ground, freezing those who came towards him. Without thinking he created an ice sword and attacked his enemies. The enemies had Alice surrounded, they were smiling but she didn't even flinch, and one started running towards her. But he saw him and turned around, and when he was close he cut off his head. That surprised the rest as he did it easily. They got angry and several of them attacked. Alice attacked one, giving him an arm and another a leg, causing them to scream in pain. Some were distracted by seeing their companions, and Alice knew how to take advantage of that and went and killed them by hitting them in the heart. Minutes passed and all they could hear were screams and how some swords clashed as well. And as some trees were painted red, they were also finished after that. Issei left one alive since he wanted questions. He grabbed him by the neck and threw him into a tree. Issei, what do they have planned in such a remote place? Demonio, powder. Putting on a smile. Issei just looks at Alice and she feels the demon approaching and cuts off his arm, making him scream. Demon, I'm going to kill you Beach, but first. He didn't finish as Issei punched him strong in the face. Issei, it would be better if you didn't finish that sentence. I won't allow you to talk to my wife like that. Having a serious face, but Alice blushed a little when hearing those words. The demon was scared when he saw those cold eyes. Issei, and you will do it by hook or by crook? Demon, well, we just received orders from Salbasama who told us to do some experiments here. Issei, what a class of experiments. Demon, ones that serve as berserkers so they can attack the underworld. Say, what else? Demon, kidnap women and make them have our children. Alice felt furious upon hearing that. Demon, but they didn't last long and died. Putting on a cheeky smile. Issei just got angry and created a fireball and threw it, slowly burning him while he screamed in pain. Issei, that's what you have for doing such things. A few minutes passed and the screaming stopped. There was silence until Alice walked over and touched his shoulder. Alice, Issei, you're fine. Issei, forgive me, this is difficult to process, there are so many things. Alice, I understand you. Hugged him from behind. Issei turns around and reciprocates the hug. Issei, thank you. Alice, okay. They separate and Issei puts on a smile as he remembers what he said earlier. Issei, I'm sorry for what I said earlier that made me angry. Alice, it's okay Issei. Issei, pero. Alice, Issei, I love you, and when you said those words you made me happy. Issei, you know, it's a bit of a strange place to confess, don't you think? Alice, I know, but it doesn't matter, I just wanted to tell you. Issei, thank you for telling me and I'm happy to know it. He approaches her, takes her waist and gives her an embrace that she gladly accepts. After a few seconds they both separated with a smile. Issei, you can stay out here and go inside and see what happens. Alice, I'll go with you. Issei, there may be ugly things there. Alice, okay. They both start walking, and when they open the big door they start walking down the hallway, look around and nothing, and then see a door, and when it opens. Alice, what is this? Issei. Alice, what is this? Issei, that's what that demon said. They could see many bodies of some women in dead beds. Issei looked at Alice and looked a little scared. He quickly took her hand and led her out of the room. Issei, Alice, you're fine. Alice, a little lonely that it's strong to see all that. They must have suffered. Issei, I know, but we arrived too late and we couldn't do anything. Alice, I know. He approached and hugged Issei since he didn't like what he saw. He stayed like that for a few minutes while Issei stroked his head. Issei, you're better. Alice just nodded her head and they both continued walking. They opened another door and saw many tubes with many strange creatures inside. Issei, so that demon must have been talking about this. Alice, Issei, what do we do? Issei, I'll take some photos to show later and we have to destroy all this. Alice, sounds good. Do you think there's anyone still alive? Issei, no, since I don't feel any aura inside this entire place. Well, let's destroy this and leave. I don't like that place. Alice, me neither. Issei began to destroy every tube with what was inside so as not to leave anything behind. Same with women's bodies among other things. When he left, he burned the entire building without leaving any clues. Issei, well, everything is ready, let's get out of here, let's find a hotel and tomorrow we'll go home. Alice, but we are very far from a town or city. Issei, don't worry. Then she takes out red wings and picks up Alice like a princess and flies off at great speed towards the nearest town. After 2 hours of searching, they manage to find a place, register and go into rest. Issei, take a bath and then rest. Alice, yes, and what will you do? Issei, I'll call Ophis to tell her that we will arrive tomorrow. Alice just nods and goes to the bathroom and Issei leaves the room. Calling Ophis. While at home, all the girls were watching a movie. Just then Ophis's cell phone rings and when she sees the number she pauses the movie and puts it on speaker. Ophis, hello Issei, you had us worried since you haven't called us in a while. Issei, I was busy, and I just called to let you and the others know that I'll be there early tomorrow. Tiamat, seriously, that's good. Say, those were long days. Ross, and why didn't they come back today, in a magic circle? Issei, yes I could but the truth is we are a little tired, it was a big battle and Alice is tired so we will leave first thing in the morning. Ross, I understand how it went. Issei, I'll tell them when I get back. It's not good to say it like that. Velvet, maybe something happened? Issei, no, I'll explain to you and the leaders what we managed to investigate. Ophis, I understand, we will be waiting for you tomorrow. Issei, yes, see you tomorrow. So hanging. Velvet, what do you think happened there? Ross, I don't know, tomorrow we'll know. There was silence until Ophis played the movie again, scaring the girls. Tiamat, hey, you scared me. Ophis, well, you guys couldn't stop thinking about that, so I better continue with the movie. We'll know in the end tomorrow. Ross, yes, you're carefree no? Ophis, maybe. So everyone continued watching the movie to leave the topic behind. A new day came and the girls were having breakfast and they saw how a magic circle appeared and to see what they were like, they stopped and went to wait for Issei to come out. When they saw him, they all gave him a hug. Ophis, welcome. Issei, I'm home. Ross, they're hungry so I put some plates on the table. Issei, thank you. Alice, I'll go to my room to change. I'll go down to have breakfast too. And so leaving and the rest to the kitchen. Ophis, and you will tell us what it was like. Issei, it was difficult to find the place and it was a horrible place. Taking the photos and when they saw them they made a bad face when they saw the monsters. Issei, I'll explain it to the others. After breakfast I will call Seraphal to gather them and so we will go to the underworld. Tiamat, okay. This is ugly. Ross, yes too much. Returning the photos. Ophis, they didn't have it easy, right? Issei, not really. There were many of them since they took very good care of the place. Alice appeared in the kitchen and took a seat with the rest. Tiamat, Alice, you were not hurt. Alice, I couldn't adapt to the situation. Since they underestimated me, I was able to take advantage of that situation. Velvet, a common mistake. Issei, well, let's eat and talk about something else. Tell us what you've been doing these days. At that point the girls told him everything they had done playing and watching movies. Velvet, well, and also that Rias Gremory tried to force me to join her entourage. Say, oh yes. I'm not surprised by her. Velvet, yes, but Ophis arrived and spoke before I launched the attack. Ophis, I just gave him a warning that if he does it again he will see me angry. And I don't think he took it very well. Issei, well she has always been very proud and she doesn't like to lose Ophis, I know but I don't like threats. Issei, I see. Well go call Seraphal. He gets up from his seat and out to the patio. Seraphal, Issei hadn't heard your voice in a while, I missed you. Issei, forgive me. You know how busy I am. Seraphal, I know, and how is the mission going? Issei, that's why I called you. I came home today and I wanted to tell you to gather the leaders for a meeting. Seraphal, you call me just for that. How bad you are. Issei, I'm sorry, I'm not. I'll reward you later. Seraphal, great, I like hearing that. Issei, now that I remember, my personal maid doesn't come anymore. Seraphal shivered a little upon hearing that. Seraphal, it's just that I've been busy. Issei, how quickly you leave your position no. Seraphal, But I'll do that later, yes. Issei, you know I'm kidding, right? You don't have to do it anymore. Seraphol, no. I'll do it later. But well, let's leave that topic. I'll call the rest and in 2 hours you can come, you know where. Issei, see you soon. So hanging up and going to the room where the rest were. Issei, well in 2 hours we will go to the underworld. I'll go get some sleep since I'm tired, can you please wake me up? Ophis, sure, don't worry. Issei just nods and goes to his room. Tiamat, and well it continues. Alice, well I confessed after the battle. Velvet, you don't think it's a bad place. Alice, that's what Issei told me too. Ophis, still, congratulations. Alice, thank you. Ross, I still can't believe that he tortured that demon you talked about. Alice, well, because of the things he said, and with that smile he put on, it was something to see. Tiamat, well, they will tell us when we are with the others, no. Alice, yes, since I don't like to remember that. Ophis, I can tell. But let's leave that topic aside. And well, who wants to play Uno? Ross, you're a cheater at that game. Ophis, of course not. While looking away, the girls only break out in a drop of sweat since they don't know how to hide anything. They let out a small laugh. Tiamat, well we played. Alice, yes it will be fun. Saying that, they all became serious. Issei was in his room and little by little he began to wake up as he heard some noises. He got up and went to the door when he went down to the living room. He went back to what happened last time and watched as they were arguing again about who was cheating. Issei, it's serious again. Hearing that voice, the girls got scared and slowly turned around and saw Issei with his arms crossed. Instantly everyone knelt in a row. Issei only got a sigh. Say, well now that it was. Tiamat, you are that. I didn't want to say it. Issei only saw them for a while and saw the time on a wall clock. When he did so, he was surprised since it was late. Issei, hey, get up, you've seen the time. They all stood up and looked at the clock and saw that 2 hours had already passed. Issei, sleeping too much. We better go further then I'll see what happens. They all just nodded and left alongside him. By doing so I created a magic circle filling everyone. In the meeting room all the leaders were gathered. Azazel, hey, I'm bored, it's been half an hour and nothing. Michael, something must have come up. Azazel, are you? It didn't end as they saw that a magic circle appeared where Issei and his group came out. Issei, sorry for the delay, something happened. While he looked out of the corner of his eye at the girls and they just looked away. Surzek, and tell me what you discovered. At that Issei gets serious as does the rest. Walk over and take a seat near Seraphol. Issei, well it was a little difficult to find the place honestly. In doing so there were quite a few of them. Azazel, what did they have there? Issei, all in good time Azazel. I decided to go see first with Alice and we saw fallen people, demons, yokais, Nordics and some from Olympus. That took everyone by surprise since there were many of them. Odin, boy are you sure? Issei, yes I could see it in their auras. That terrorist group has many races in its ranks. After killing everyone there and leaving one for interrogation. That's when he takes the photos and gives them to Rossweiss so he can give them to everyone. When the leaders saw them, they were surprised since they were things they had never seen. Issei, what is this? Issei, that's what they had in that place, plus there were several dead women as a result of violence, well, you get the idea. Issei's group got angry when they heard that, as did Seraphol. Issei noticed and took Seraphol's hand to calm her down and she did. Issei, I didn't take a photo of it since it would honestly be disrespectful. Michael, it's okay, don't worry. Azazel, this is all horrible. Issei, they wanted to create berserks so they could attack easily. But before destroying all those things I discovered something that really surprised me. Odin, and that is it. Issei, those things had a slight aura of the power of Ophis Ouroboros. That left everyone present wide-eyed and Ophis was surprised to hear that. She turned to look at Issei and he just gave her a smile. Surzek, that means she's helping to create those things. Issei, we can't be sure of that. As far as I know she wouldn't help with such a thing. Azazel, Issei, we don't know that. Seraphol, Azazel Issei is right, only a monster would create such a thing. Issei, the truth is, it would be better to investigate the places where they have more protection and then attack since that is where they should have more of those things. Surzek, you are right but we must also make allies. Odin, it's true if this continues like this we alone won't be able to handle so many. Issei, I know but for now we can only search for those places and destroy them before they finish creating them. Surzek, we will send groups to investigate and look for the places where they are most protected. Odin, yes, then attack. Issei, well, when you find them, tell me and I'll go myself. Michael, you're sure you can handle everything? Issei, yes, I also have my group, so it's fine. Surzek, okay, we'll keep you informed. Issei, thank you. Michael, this won't be easy at all. Issei, Michael, you haven't noticed anything strange in your faction. You know there are always spies. Michael, Lois Issei. Some of my most loyal companions have told me that they have seen some of them doing strange things. We will keep an eye on them. Issei, I see and on your part Azazel. Azazel, what can I say, this place is always the same but some of my men keep me informed. Issei, Yavio. Letting out a sigh there was silence until someone spoke. Azazel, hey Issei, you'll be at 100 for the fight since you recently returned. Issei, I'll be fine soon. Surzek, you can handle him. Issei, who knows, I'll see him in the fight. But I'll give him a fight. Odin, I will be supporting you. Issei, thanks old man. Michael, well, since everything has been said I better leave, I have work to do. Issei, Paplio. Michael just nods and leaves in a large cross-shaped light. Then Azazel leaves and then Odin. Seconds later Surzek left the group alone. Issei, well how about we go home? Ophis, before that I want to apologize for everything that is happening. Issei, because I don't echo anything. Ophis, before I met you I gave away my snakes since they only asked for them to have more power. Issei, don't worry about it. That's the past and you know it. As he approaches her and gives her a hug, she reciprocates, and Issei begins to caress her hair. Issei, we will solve it, don't worry. Ophis, and I will help you. Issei, I know I'm telling you. He separated from her hug and gave her a sarcasm just like her. Issei, well, since that's said we're leaving. Seraphal you come no. Seraphal, of course I have nothing to do now. And where we will go? Issei, let's go eat something and then we'll go anywhere. Everyone was happy and left in a magical circle. They went to a restaurant and then to a park since it was a very nice day. Ross, it's a nice day isn't it? Velvet, you're right it's warm. Tiamat, Issei, now that I remember, I will soon be taking a trip to Kyoto. Issei, seriously it sounds good. I have never been there. Ophis, I passed by there once. But don't take it seriously. Issei, well that's not much information really. Velvet, the third year will also go so we will all go together. Issei, that's a surprise 2 years together. Ross, well many teachers talked about it, and in the end it ended like this. Seraphal, I'll go but first I have to talk to the yokai leader. We have had a meeting for an alliance for a long time. Issei, sounds good, maybe we'll see you there. Seraphal, of course that's how we all go out. It's a really nice city at night. Issei, I'm really starting to get excited. Tiamat, how not to if you've been busy. Alice, it's true you're always on missions or other things. Issei, okay, but for that day we'll take it easy. Ophis, yes, tomorrow is the raiding game and after that a little school and then the trip. Issei, well, not very accurate about the game. Now that I remember we still haven't talked about. When the girls heard that, they stood up and ran away, taking Seraphal. Seraphal, wait what? Because they take me too. While he said it shouting. Tiamat, we need a shield just in case. Seraphal didn't know what to say as she watched as Issei followed them. Alice, Corin catches up with us. Issei, don't run, I won't do anything to you. Ross, your words are one thing but your face is another. While they continued running throughout the park. There were only hours left until the raiding game and Issei went for a walk in the park. The girls stayed, they didn't really want to go out. While walking he came to a park with a fountain and sat down. Issei, what day awaits me today? As he closed his eyes he heard one open his eyes. Issei, you're not Irena. Irena, yes, it's been a while, no. Issei, yes, how have you gone? Irena took a seat. Irena, very well, I'm not complaining here. Issei, the truth is I'm busy and I've been here and there and I've been traveling. Irena, you haven't had it difficult. Issei, a little but I'm not complaining. Issei realizes something. Issei, go to the gym. Irena, I recently started. Issei, I hadn't seen you since I haven't been going for some time. Irena, I know the teacher calls you but nothing. Issei, we are in the same class. Irena, yes. Issei, I will go someday since the trip to Kyoto will be soon, I want to go. Irena, seriously, you're just going for the trip. Issei, what can I say, I like it ha. Irena, I realize now. Issei, I saw you in the fight against Loki, you fight well. Also that you are an angel. Irena, before this meeting Michael-sama gave me the opportunity and I accepted it. Issei, I'm happy for you, seriously. Irena, thanks and I've seen your 2 rating games, I think it's great. Issei, thank you. Irena, and today you fight against one of your brothers, no. Issei, yes. Irena, you're nervous. Issei, I'm not ready for anything now. Irena, how well I will be giving you my support. Issei, thank you. Irena, I hope we can have things like this again one day. I almost have no friends. Issei, whenever you want. Irena, that's good. Putting on a big smile. Issei, you look better with your smile, I hope to see you like this always. Irena, thank you. Well, I have to go, I have to change and then go to the underworld with the rest. Issei, you talk about Rias and Sona and their entourage and my brothers. Irena, yes, now that I remember, you did it too since we spoke once. Issei, oh it's true I forgot. At that they both start laughing. Issei, we were talking as if we hadn't seen each other in a while. Irena, true. Issei, yes. Irena, but why didn't you come back? Issei, I'm better off somewhere else, I don't really like that place with so many people. Irena, I understand, well, I'll see you later. Thus getting up and starting to run while saying goodbye to Issei just like him. Issei, yes, it has energy. Well, it's time to go back. He gets up and heads towards the house. Minutes later he arrives and sees all the girls calmly watching TV. Issei, wow, you guys do love watching TV, right? Ophis, well there's not much to do and we still have to leave. Issei, I don't think so, you've seen the time. At that point, everyone looks at the time on the wall clock and is surprised that it is late. Tiamat, but what? Velvet, we've been here watching TV for hours. Issei, yes, they are careless, no. Alice, a little bit. Issei, well we're leaving in 10 minutes so get ready. They all nod and go up to their rooms to change. Issei, what will I do with these girls? Putting on a smile. Minutes passed and everyone was ready. Issei creates a magic circle and everyone appears in the waiting room. Issei, well, everyone is ready. Plus, of course. Tiamat, as always. Velvet, you have to win. Alice, I'll give it my all. Ophis, seguro. Issei, well let's go to our dressing room to wait for the call. Ophis, you're not going to see the leaders. Issei, maybe more later. Everyone starts walking towards the waiting place. The stadium was already filling up and the leaders of each faction were gathering in the VIP room to watch the match. Odin, this will be a great battle. Michael, you believe Odin Dano. Odin, of course it will be a fight between families. Gabriel, fighting between families does not bring anything good. Surzek, well they have a history. Serafal, come on, take a seat Gabriel. Gabriel, and you're in a good mood. Serafal, maybe you like that I bother you. Gabriel, of course not. But you always do it. Serafal, don't worry I won't do it today so relax and watch the fight. Gabriel, I don't know what you're planning. Serafal just giggled. Minutes passed and the stadium was full. The presenter gave his announcements in what he calls the first group, which is Alex's. Making a grand entrance with his entourage. Making many girls scream with excitement since it was cute for them. After that, Issei called and came in with his entire group, only with his normal appearance he still didn't make any changes. At that point both entourages were face to face. Alex, I hope you entertain me, little brother. Issei, quiz us. While they hold hands, the presenter spoke again and only gave them 15 minutes while he sent them to a forest. Issei, well girls, I'll leave your group to you and I'll go straight to him since that's what he wants. Ophis, yes, he will be waiting for you. Alice, don't worry, we'll be fine, you go and win. Issei, thank you, rest assured I will. Tiamat, we are going to make sure that no one bothers you on your way. Issei, thank you. Velvet, it was time to fight, it's time for me to get back into action. Issei, you will use your arm. Velvet, a little bit, maybe I have a good skill. Issei, I see, but don't go too far, okay? Velvet, I know, don't worry, you know I won't do it. Issei, I know well it will start soon. In the room. Azazel, what kind of plan have they made? Seraphal, I think that Issei will go head-on against his brother since that is what he expects. P.I. Alex is going to win, he has more experience, only a big defeat awaits Issei. M.I. So he can see that he doesn't play games with us. Zeudicus, well, your son Alex has reached a great level at a young age and has a great future ahead of him. Lord Citri, you are absolutely right and soon we will be family, no. Zeudicus, see. While they laughed, Seraphal didn't say anything since she knew Issei could handle it. At that point the presenter gave the announcement that it will begin. Issei began to run and transformed into his ice version, surprising many with his new appearance. Taking out his wings, only this time it was made of ice. The leaders were still in shock since they saw something strange. The Zazel, what is that hand? Surzek, no idea, but it gives off a lot of power as we have noticed so far. Azazel, unless he had it bandaged with some suppression seals perhaps. Surzek, maybe you know Seraphal. Seraphal, not much, the truth is that she is somewhat reserved and only expresses herself a lot with her group and more so with Issei. Telling half a lie since she already knew about it. Surzek, I see. Rias, how does that useless guy get powerful pieces? Daiki, an idea. Surzek, I'll just say that he met her on one of his trips. Rias, then he goes to other countries just to look for strong pieces. Surzek, quiz us. Daiki, I should do the same. Seraphal, but he's going on a mission, he's not going to play. Daiki, I can do it too. Surzek, we'll talk about it later. They continued watching the combat. They saw how Ophis was face to face with the other queen. Ameri, long time no see. Since Loki's. Ophis, oh yes. No idea who you are. I said it with a poker face since I don't care about other people. Ameri got angry when she heard that. Ameri, you think it's a big deal, don't you? Ophis did not respond. At that Ameri gets angry and begins to create several magic circles where lightning arrows come out. At great speed he went against Ophis, still without moving, he just raised his hand and created a shield, destroying all the arrows. Ameri was surprised but did not show it since she knew that those arrows were strong. So I create a big fireball and throw it at him. Ophis, still without moving, stopped her. Odin, wow, that girl really has the resistance to manage to have those attacks. Seraphal could only think with a smile. Seraphal, how they want a reincarnated woman to beat a goddess. Plus it's Ophis. Gabriel saw her smile but better not say anything. Irena supported Issei and his team from the stands. Ravel, wow, you're excited. Irena, yes, he is my friend. Ravel, I see. Serorg, I hope facing Issei will be an interesting fight. Ravel, I don't want to imagine what you two will do. Serorg just laughed. Ophis was already tired of just standing so he started walking, deflecting any attacks. Ameri was already a little tired from her lack of magic. Ophis created a black sphere in her hand as she did so and threw it at him. Ameri created a shield thinking he could, but just touching the sphere destroys it by hitting him squarely, eliminating it. Alex, upon hearing the announcement, only got angrier. Alex, that useless girl was defeated easily. Just then he saw in the sky how someone began to descend and saw that it was Issei. Say, well, I'm here. Alex, I was already tired of waiting, you know, it's time to finish this, I'm already tired of being here. Creating various magic circles with different types of magic. At that, he throws them all. Issei creates a shield, and when the smoke disperses, he sees that Alex was in front of him with a spear and pierced his Issei. Everyone saw how a big feeling was made in his Issei, and everyone accepted Alex as the winner. Jump back. Pidai, well, this is over. Seraphal, I wouldn't say that. Pidai, because. Seraphal, Meyer. He looked at it and saw how it regenerated quickly, and in a few seconds it was as if nothing had happened. That surprised the leaders of each house. Alex was upset as he thought that was enough. Issei, well, I honestly didn't expect that. Alex, the distance. Creating various magic circles and casting various types of magic. Issei began to move at great speed towards him. Being close, Alex couldn't create a shield and received a big blow to the stomach, causing him to spit out some BLD. He was on his knees. He saw BLD coming out of his mouth, and that made him angrier. Alex, I'll offend you, kill you. He gets up and puts on speed magic himself and takes out a sword and goes to attack. Issei creates an ice sword and stops the attack. Issei, you are easily guided by emotions. Alex, shut up. He said it shouting since it was the first time someone had hurt him. Lord Citri, how does that boy have so much stamina? Venelana, no idea, but he's fighting Alex. You are. She said it angrily while clenching her fists. Just like her husband. Issei gives him a big blow that sends him a little further away from him. Issei, it's time to end this, and your entire group has been eliminated. Alex, but what? At that point he realized that he no longer felt any aura from his team. They had all already been eliminated. Alex, I will never forgive you for such humiliation. Issei, never expect forgiveness. Issei returns to his appearance, and Alex thought he no longer had magic. But he watched as Issei put his hands together and created something. Issei, thanks for the fight. At that, he threw a red and light blue sphere into the air. And everyone saw that it formed into a phoenix. And even great speed was against Alex. He created several shields, but nothing. When colliding with him, a large explosion was created, completely eliminating Alex. The presenter gave the results since he got used to surprises. The screams did not wait. Issei's parents got up from their seats and went to see their son just like his brother. But he left with great fury. Seraphal just watched them leave while putting on a smile. Azazel, wow, I didn't expect such a thing. More with that technique I use at the end. Odin, that boy just surprises us every time. Surzek, if I also join two elements into one, that is not easy, right? Michael, of course not. It is difficult since they are very different. Gabriel, I was scared when I saw how big his Issei was. Seraphal, once they destroyed his entire body and he came back as if nothing had happened. Gabriel, seriously. Seraphal, they watched as Issei greeted the audience and joined his team. Issei, and how it went. Ophis, the truth was no big deal. Velvet, the ones I faced were just talkative. They should know that in a fight there is no talking. Tiamat, they gave me a bit of a fight but nothing out of the ordinary. Ross, some had skill but not much experience. Alice, like Ross said, they have skill. Of course I had a little trouble but I was able to handle it. Issei, well, let's go back to the living room. There's a lot of noise here. The girls just nodded and everyone left. When they arrived they saw all the leaders waiting for them. The first to speak was Seraphal. Seraphal, it was a good fight. Issei, congratulations. Issei, thank you. Odin, that last attack was amazing. Issei, I have been practicing it for a long time and it took me until today to actually achieve it. I was even surprised. He said it while scratching the back of his head. The leaders only laughed at what was said. Everyone was talking calmly until someone kicked the door at great speed. Everyone only saw a red march and just watched as Issei was hit. They were surprised to see who it was. Seraphal, Daiki, what the hell are you doing? Daiki, make him pay for what he did to my brother. He said he was annoyed with his armor except his helmet. Just then Issei emerged from the rubble while his face regenerated from the blow. Issei, but he can even kill me. And with just a few blows I give it you come like this. Daiki, you're not safe from this. Surzek, Daiki, you better calm down, you know what you're doing. Daiki didn't say anything as he saw that all the leaders were in the room. Issei, if you want to fight, just wait. Daiki, I swear that when that moment comes I will make you suffer. Starting to walk towards the exit. For a few seconds there was a great silence. Issei, that's why I didn't want to fight with them. Everyone sets their sights on Issei. Penemu, why? Issei, they don't like to lose. And if one loses the other gets honestly angry. This is annoying. Serafal, don't worry if he does that again this time or he'll suffer the consequences. Issei, I understand. I'm a little tired. I'll go home and you can continue. Ophis, we will go with you. Issei, they don't wish to stay. Alice, if you're not, of course not. Issei only put on a half smile and nodded and his entire group went to him. I created a magic circle and everyone left the place. When he arrived he went to his room. Velvet, Issei, you're fine. Issei, yes, don't worry, it's been a long day. I'll go rest for a while, wake me up for dinner please. Ross, okay. So he went up to his room and left the girls in silence until someone did something. They saw how Ophis had destroyed the small table that was in the room. Alice, Ophis, what's up? Ophis, that boy can't stand doing such nonsense anymore. Tiamat, I know it's frustrating but we can't do anything. Ophis, I know but if he does such a thing again I will have no mercy against him. Alice, don't worry there won't be a next one. Ophis, I know because if he does it again that same day he will die. With a serious face. Velvet, please change that face because the truth is scary. Ophis, sorry I got carried away. Velvet, okay I feel a little upset too. Tiamat, it's just. They stopped talking as they felt several presences in the house. At that they all get serious. Ophis, there are many presences outside who will be. Tiamat, it's about going out and asking. They even created a barrier. Alice, Issei is still asleep. Ophis, if he seems tired, let's finish this quickly so we don't wake him up. There is one of you leaving one alive to ask what I would but I want to vent. Ross, I'll do it so go ahead. They all go on the attack. Rossweiss changes into her suit with a magic circle and Alice activates her armor and Velvet takes off her bandages and they all go on the attack. When they came out they saw several people with masks. They could sense that most of them were demons and others had fallen. Ophis, without thinking, many times went on the attack, killing anyone who crossed him. Creating several snakes, the demons, upon seeing those snakes, knew who it was. What are you doing here, Ophis-sama? Ophis, the dead do not speak. While he sent several snakes to kill them, only many screams could be heard in that part. Tiamat transformed into a dragon and several were scared but did not have the chance to leave as Tiamat quickly killed them. And Velvet, most of them had their heads cut off at great speed and others had their hearts removed. They tried to attack from behind but nothing. With Alice, he cut off several of their hands and then their heads. Alice, who sent them? Powdered. Alice cut off the head of the one who answered better. She stopped asking and continued with a serious face since she felt a little upset about what had happened before. Rossweiss with several magic circles and with his strength he killed everyone who approached. They stayed like that for a few minutes until everyone had finished and were gathering together. Rossweiss was carrying one unconscious. Ophis, the truth is that it relieved me a little. Tiamat, maybe I feel better. Alice, I say the same thing but who they were or less said who sent them. Issei was still asleep since he was tired, and Ophis created a barrier for him. Ophis, the one I brought Ross with will find out. Ross, in a few seconds he's going to wake up. Creating a magic circle where water came out and fell on the demon who woke up little by little, and when he saw the girls he got a little scared. Tiamat, look, it will be by hook or by crook, you decide. With a serious face. The demon was silent, he didn't want to say anything. Ophis, how brave. As he walked towards him and grabbed one of his arms and broke it. The demon began to scream in pain. Ophis, you will speak now. Who sent them? I don't know, I was just following orders. Tiamat, you lie. While destroying the same arm more causing him to scream louder. It's not a lie. Believe me. Ophis, I'm not a patient person you know. Returning to the appearance that everyone knows and the demon was scared when she saw it. Ophis-sama. Ophis, well, with a vacant look that the devil was about to wet himself with fear. It was the Hayu family who hired us and said it would be easy, since he would be tired from the battle just like his group. All the girls looked at each other. They will let me go. Ophis, no. Creating a black sphere and throwing it at him, killing him quickly. At that point he returned to his other appearance as he got used to it. Velvet, so it was them. Yes, they were angry about the defeat. Alice, what will we do? Ophis, nothing for now. Alice, because. Ophis, let me think of a plan, we will make them suffer slowly. This will not stay like this. Tiamat, you tell me so I can help when that day comes. Velvet, I'm going to participate too. Ross, I don't really like fighting but I will participate. Alice, maybe he's my partner so I have to do something. Ophis, a question. Ophis, yes. Alice, they hit Issei. Ophis, maybe after we do what I planned. If we told him maybe go right now and he wouldn't do much. Tiamat, true. It's better to tell him later. Velvet, and he won't be angry. Ophis, maybe a little but it will pass. You know what he is like. Velvet, well you're right about that. Ophis, well let's fix the place since it's a bit messy. Alice, let's go to dinner. Tiamat, let's go order something. They all confirm and start cleaning an hour later. Issei was going down the stairs and saw all the girls watching TV while eating pizza. Issei, wow, what a dinner. Alice, we left one on the table for you. Issei, thank you. And how was the afternoon? Ophis, bored, we've only watched movies. If you're wondering about the barrier, it was so as not to bother you. Issei, I understand and thank you. As he headed to the kitchen. At that all the girls look at each other and a small smile forms on their faces. Issei, hey, the trip will soon be ready. Alice, of course. Ross, it will be a day after Rias's rating game. Issei, Yavio. As he began to eat his share of the pizza and joined the girls to watch the same movie. And so they spent the night watching movies of all kinds until the new day arrived and they had classes. One day before the trip to Kyoto, the girls were in the living room talking while Issei was outside doing some shopping. Ophis, I have an idea of how to make the Hayu family suffer a little. Alice, and that would be it. Ophis, well, as you know, that family has a lot of influence both in the human world and in the underworld. They all nodded. Ophis, well, we have to destroy one of their companies here in the human world, one that is important to them. Velvet, and how will we do that? Ophis, I'll ask a friend to do me a favor. Rossweiss, and who would that person be? Ophis, Layfree Pendragon, although I will have to tell her the truth, but I trust her and I know she will help me. We would do it ourselves, but we would attract a lot of attention. Tiamat, you're right. So, Ophis, I'll go right now and tell him if he wants to help. Alice, be careful. Ophis just nodded at him and returned to his old appearance and created a dimensional gap where he goes with his old group. After a few seconds she was appearing in the room where the entire group saw her with some surprise since they had not seen her for a while. Kuroka, we haven't seen each other in a while. Ophis, yes. Trying to act like before. That's where he sees Layfree. Ophis, Layfree, I have something to talk to you about. Follow me. Layfree, somewhat confused, follows her without saying anything. After a few minutes of walking they reach a room and Ophis activates a spell so that they will not be disturbed. Layfree, something is happening Ophis-sama. Ophis, if I need you to do me a favor, I would do it myself but I don't have time. Layfree, and that would be. Ophis, I want you to destroy this company that is located in Russia. Giving him a role in the place. Since he had previously investigated where he was. Layfree, and that's because. Ophis, I don't like that family. Layfree, Ophis-sama, tell me the real yes. Ophis just let out a sigh since she had no choice but to return to her other appearance, surprising Layfree since she knew who she was. Layfree, don't tell him who you are. Ophis, that's right, I am. Issei's. Layfree, but how did that happen or since when? Ophis, things that happen and well I want you to destroy it since that family wanted to attack my partner. Layfree, couple. Ophis, beast milk. They are upset that Issei beat that useless guy and they wanted to kill Issei. Layfree, I see the truth, we saw that fight and it was great. Ophis, thank you and then. Layfree, Well, I will do it, but it will be in a few days since I will be busy. Ophis, I understand if you need anything, look for me in Kyoto. I will be there for a few days on an academy trip. Leifi, you go to the academy. Ophis, I'm only going for Issei, not for anything else. Well, now you know what my new aura is like. If something happens, tell me. Leifi, that's fine and I'll do what I can. Ophis, I know I trust you, Leifi, that's why I came here. Leifi, thank you. At that, Ophis opens a dimensional gap and leaves the place. Leifi came back with the rest when she left the room and they asked her what happened, but she just made up some things. The girls were discussing some things until they saw Ophis come out and she just nodded in confirmation. Someone was going to say something, but Issei arrived with Serafal. After a few minutes they made dinner and everyone was at the table eating dinner. When they finished they went to the living room to talk a little. Serafal, Issei, I have something to give you. Same as you. Say, and that's it. Serafal creates a magic circle where several boxes come out where each one has each person's name, and when they opened it they saw many cards. When Issei read one, he was a little surprised since it was a letter that they wanted a commitment. Issei, I had planned it, honestly. Ophis, yes. She half read a letter and seconds later burned the box since she didn't care about them. Ophis, nothing you offer me will change my mind, plus I have Issei. Issei just gave her a smile. The other girls without thinking destroyed theirs too. Alice, they're not ashamed, some of them said as if they were forcing me. Serafal, even if they are on the council. Velvet, yes, but it doesn't matter, I like being in this group. Tiamat, I will never leave your side. Issei, thank you and I will never let you go. All the girls smiled. After talking a little they went to rest. The next day many students from Ko Academy were at a train station ready to go on their trip. Alice, some rest at last. Issei, I don't deny it, they deserve it more since you fought previously in our mission. Alice, well, I'm your knight, I'll always be with you. Taking Issei's arm and some boys present there were jealous. His two brothers were very angry since their previous attack didn't work. Tiamat, their looks leave a lot to say. Rosweiss, you're still wondering why we're still alive. Velvet, I like seeing those frustrated faces. Issei, well, we're leaving. The group nodded and boarded the train. Alice, and Serafal will see us there. Issei, yes, I went ahead because I was going to reserve some rooms since the hotel we were going to stay in belongs to the Gremory family. Ophis, and she would use her power to give us something rubbish, no. Issei, dis. Ophis, you can tell she's upset with us. Issei, don't take it seriously, she's been like that since she was little, she gets angry very easily. Tiamat, I can see that. But hey, the trip will be short, let's play something. Drawing some cards. Issei, yes, but don't go fighting since I don't want problems. They all nodded. Hours passed, during which time they played a little and then talked. Then they arrived at their destination. Before getting off the train, Issei received a call from Serafal telling him where they were going to stay. After hanging up, Issei called his group and they took a different path. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a luxurious hotel where Serafal was waiting for them outside. Seeing them, she went to Issei and gave him a hug which he reciprocated. Issei, well, what will we do since we are separated from the group? Serafal, we have to explore a little and I haven't had the opportunity to talk to Yasaka yet. Issei, it's okay, you are the guide. Serafal just nodded and took them to their rooms. After leaving their things, the group went out again to start exploring and take some photos. Say, you were right. Serafal is a nice place at night. Tiamat, I don't deny it, it feels very peaceful here. Velvet, reminds me of somewhere I went a few years ago. Alice, it's the first time I've seen something so nice in a city. Serafal, this is the charm of Kyoto. There are also hot springs and they are very good. Issei, that sounds good. Serafal, there is a place where they are mixed, already reserve the place. Issei, you already had everything planned from what I see. Serafal just gave him a smile. Minutes later they went to dinner. Afterwards, the group headed to the hot springs. Rosweiss, wow, they feel great. Tiamat, I won't deny it, this place feels very relaxing. Issei, Serafal, they haven't told you anything yet. Serafal, no, and that's really strange. Issei, Ophis, you can find her aura. Ophis, give me a few seconds. Issei just nodded. After a while he opened his eyes as he had to concentrate. Ophis, I can't find it. There's something interfering. Seraphal, so something is happening. Say, you should go to his house. Seraphal, I'll go early tomorrow, you can accompany me. The group just nodded. After a few minutes of relaxation, the group left the place and went to the hotel to rest. The next day the group was having breakfast, and when they finished they headed to the great castle. When they arrived the guards tried to stop them, but Seraphal had to say a lot of things to get them to let them in. They called their leader and finally let them in. They were guided to a large room and the dens left the place. Minutes later, a person arrived. Seraphal, Konu, where is your mother? I had an appointment with her a while ago to talk. Konu, she's busy right now. Giving him a smile. Seraphal, Konu, don't lie to me, I know she's not there, tell me the truth. Konu just lowered her head and looked sad. Seraphal slowly approached her. Seraphal, Dime is. Konu, my mother was kidnapped a few days ago and my soldiers still haven't found anything. Seraphal, that was the reason why he hadn't informed me yet. Konu, yes, but I don't know what to do. We've searched many places but there's no trace. Ophis, there is something preventing you from finding her. At that Konu sets her sights on the group that had remained silent. Konu, excuse me, but who are you? Seraphal, they are acquaintances of mine, so don't worry. Issei, nice to meet you, my name is Issei, if you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. Making a small bow. Ophis, my name is Mia, my pleasure. Alice, nice to meet you, my name is Alice. Rosweiss, if we can help, tell us, my name is Rosweiss. Tiamat, my name is Tiamat, I will do what I can. Velvet, my name is Velvet, if they help I will too. Konu, nice to everyone and thank you for those words, but I don't want to bother you. Issei, it doesn't matter. I can tell that you are very worried about your mother, so we will do what we can. Konu, but Seraphal, leave them, yes. Konu, okay, but what do you want in return? Issei, we're not fine, so we'll just help her without anything in return. Konu, thank you very much everyone. Bowing to the entire group. Issei, well since it's early, we'll go out to investigate. Alice came with me. Tiamat and Rosweiss go together and Velvet and Mia go together too and wherever you can. The group nodded. Issei, well, so as not to take long, we'll do it right now. Seraphal, be careful. Issei only gave her a half smile and left the place with his group. Konu, as are they. Seraphal, they are very strong and they are trustworthy people. And that boy is my partner. Konu was surprised to hear that. Seraphal, but don't tell anyone since it's a secret for now. And also that I am part of their entourage like them. Konu, that not only demons could have that. Seraphal, he earned them because of some things he did before. Konu, I see. Meanwhile, the group had already left the castle and went in different directions to look for something. Alice, Issei, do you think she's fine? Issei, I hope so. I could see the sadness in that girl because she loved her mother very much, so I must help with whatever I can. Alice just takes Issei's hand. Alice, I know and we will help too. Issei just gave her a smile and they both continued their search. They stayed like that for a few hours until it got late. While Velvet and Ophis were still searching, someone spoke. Leifi, Ophisama. Ophis, oh Leifi, something happens. Leifi, well a few hours ago I did what he asked me to do. Showing him a hologram. Ophis, thank you very much, let me introduce you to one of my colleagues, she is Velvet. Velvet, nice to meet you, Ophis told me about you. Leifi, a pleasure too. Velvet, thanks for the help. Leifi, it's nothing, plus I don't like that family very much. Ophis, well, we just have to wait for the news and tell me what you're doing here. I don't think you'll come to me just to tell me that. Leifi, I was investigating some things and well, not far from here I felt a big barrier and I was heading there to see but I saw you. Ophis, I see. I was also going there and I informed the rest of my group. Leifi, I can go with you, yes. Ophis, sure, no problem, we'll go. Both girls just nodded. At that point the three left the place. The other members also headed to the place. After a few minutes everyone was gathered. Issei, Well, since we are all here we have to make a plan, but first, who are you? Ophis, she's a friend I made on my previous team. Issei, I see, it's fine. Leifri, he won't say anything else. Issei, you are Ophis's friend so I trust you. My name is Issei, it's a pleasure. Leifri, my name is Leifri, I hope I can help a little. Issei, thank you. Leifri just gave him a smile. At that point the group began to walk until they entered the barrier, and as they did so someone spoke to them. Wow, but we do have intruders today. Issei, and who are you? At that, Leifri approaches Issei. Leifri, they are part of the hero faction, their leader is Cao Cao. Issei, thanks for the information. So you are Cao Cao. Cao Cao, Inquisia, you know something. Issei, I didn't really know but someone told me because I should care who you are. That got a light laugh from some of Issei's girls. But Cao Cao didn't take it well, but he endured it. Cao Cao, you think you are very brave. Issei, maybe, but let's leave that topic. Do me a favor and give me the woman who is with you. Cao Cao, you mean her? Showing Yasaka on the ground with her eyes closed. Issei, if she looks, we do this by hook or by crook, you decide. Cao Cao, you think you are very brave just because there are more of them than us. But we are not so weak. Issei, I never said they were weak, I can tell that they are strong. Plus you with that spear. Cao Cao, I'm glad you know what it is. Issei, I'm also not stupid enough to not know some things. Before I had a lot of free time. But well, let's leave the talk since I see that it will be the strong way. Cao Cao, ACI Sarah. Issei, girls, be careful. Leifri, sorry for getting into this fight that doesn't belong to you. Leifri, no problem, I don't like innocent people being kidnapped. Issei just gave him a smile, and with that everyone went on the attack, as did the group of heroes. Alice went against Jean, activating her sword. Jean, I hope you can amuse me. Giving him a smile. Alice, I will be under your care. Getting into an attack pose. Seconds later they both went on the attack. Rosweiss along with Tiamat went against Siegfried. Tiamat, we got the crazy one from what I see. Siegfried, I'll have some fun with you. Taking out several swords that were held in robotic hands. Rosweiss, it's going to be a long night. Tiamat, yes it will be. Velvet was in front of Heracles. Heracles, I touched the brat. Velvet, and I got another talker. That only caused Heracles to get upset and he went on the attack. Velvet only protected herself with her arm. Heracles, I'm surprised he didn't break that arm. Velvet didn't say anything and just took off her bandages, leaving Heracles a little surprised by her form. Heracles stopped his attack, but Velvet pulled out her sword and wounded him in the stomach. Heracles, you're not evil. She didn't say anything, causing him to get angrier. Ophis along with Leifri went against the magician. George, so you guys, this will be interesting. Plus I want to know how good you are at the Pentagon. Leifri, you'll know soon. George, yes I know, but your friend is a nuisance. Leifri, don't talk to him like that. George, it's the truth, I barely feel magic in it. Ophis didn't say anything. She just had an emotionless look, causing George to shiver, but he didn't know why. While Issei was only moving away from the blows from Cao Cao's spear. Cao Cao, maybe you only know how to escape, how pathetic. Issei, it's called strategy. At that, Issei takes out a spear from a magic circle and puts on different clothes. Cao Cao, so you will attack. Issei alone went on the attack quickly, surprising Cao Cao a little since he barely managed to defend himself. Seconds later they both went on the attack, clashing spears without anyone retreating. Everyone was fighting, some had the advantage and others were even. Jean, you're not bad, but I'm tired of playing. Alice, I say the same. Activating his armor surprised Jean a little. Jean, so you weren't giving it your all. Alice, who knows? Causing Jean to get upset and create a large dragon made of swords. Alice had an expensive face and just raised her sword, creating a great spell that when it collided with the dragon it would be destroyed, leaving Jean shocked as she destroyed it with ease. Jean, you'll be dead this time if you don't run away. Going into the attack, Alice just waited for the blow and both began to clash swords at great speed. Heracles was not having a good time since someone was fighting him. Heracles, demed because you don't speak. Velvet just let out a sigh. Velvet, I hate those who boast of power like you, but in the end you're no big deal. Heracles just got angry and went at Velvet full of fury. She just made a half smile and grabbed his fist with her demonic hand. Heracles was going to use his other arm but fell to his knees. Heracles, what's happening to me? Velvet, what's wrong with you is that I'm tired of playing. Giving me a big blow in the face that sent him flying. Velvet, well, I took away some of its vitality so it doesn't bother me for a while. What do I do now? Seeing the rest of the others. At that point he sees Alice but sees that she has no problems and looks at Rosweiss and Tiamat and goes to them. Seconds later he arrives at them. Velvet, they don't think they're taking too long. Tiamat, a little, but I wanted to know what it was like to fight. Velvet, yes, of course, don't lie to me, it's not strong for you. Rosweiss, and what are you doing here? You shouldn't be fighting. Velvet, well, I'm done. Pointing out where Heracles was fainted. Siegfried was a little surprised to see him since he always boasted about how strong he was. Siegfried, who are you? Velvet, because I would have to tell a crazy person like you my name. Rosweiss and Tiamat just let out a small laugh and Siegfried got angry and went on the attack. While George didn't have it as easy as he thought since Ophis was beating him up with just her fists since her spells destroyed them easily. George, who the F are you? Ophis didn't say as she didn't want to talk to someone far beneath her. Ophis, Leify. Leify just nodded since he knew what it meant. At that she begins to create some spells and George only creates several shields to defend himself. Cao Cao was already tired of only being able to defend himself, but he couldn't do more since Issei defended himself well and attacked well. Cao Cao, for being just a human you know how to do something. Issei, maybe. At that Cao Cao activated one of the spear's abilities and went on the attack. Issei only used his spear to defend himself but it broke in half and the true Longinus pierced Issei's. At that moment Issei fell to the ground while Cao Cao let out a laugh. Cao Cao, it was fun while it lasted. Turning around and starting to walk, but when he took a third step someone spoke. Issei, I won't lie, that blow hurt me. Not for nothing is Longinus the best. Getting up from the spot, Cao Cao quickly turned around and saw how Issei's tea began to regenerate. Cao Cao, you had a phoenix tear with you. Issei, for nothing. Cao Cao, what are you? Issei, someone ordinary. While his body began to give off fire and his appearance changed completely, leaving Cao Cao surprised. At that Issei begins to attack with fire bullets. Cao Cao came out of his shock and barely managed to defend himself, but some attacks did hit him, causing him to make some mess of pain. When Issei finished, he created an ice sword and went on the attack, taking Cao Cao by surprise and receiving a wound in the CGST, causing him to scream in pain. Taking a step back. At that point he called his companions since he thought they had finished, but they never arrived, and he turned around to see Heracles embedded in a wall and Jean on the ground and Siegfried tired of fighting so much and George who was barely able to defend himself from the attacks. By Leify. Cao Cao only modified the lower part of his fruity lip since his plans had gone very wrong. At that point he called George to gather the rest. Cao Cao, this won't stay like this, you and your group will pay me. Issei only returned to his appearance and did not say anything while George with barely any of his strength left the place. Seconds later all the girls went to Issei. Issei, everyone is fine. All the girls nodded and Issei watched as Rosweiss carried Yasaka in her arms. Say, how is she? Rosweiss, he's just unconscious, they took a lot of his energy, he just has to rest. Issei, I see, and how are you, Leify? Leify, I'm fine thanks since I didn't do much since most of it was done by Ophis-sama. Issei, I'm glad you're okay. Leify, you won't arrest me since you know I'm a criminal. Issei, you're not a good girl at all, plus you're a friend. As he stroked Leify's head she just gave him a smile. Tiamat, you don't waste your time, right, Issei? He said it with some mockery. Issei, I'm just telling the truth. But hey, you should go to Leify, I think Seraphal will come looking for us soon. Leify, okay, it was nice to have known the truth. Issei, you can come to our house whenever you want, you are always welcome. Leify, thank you. In that he created a magic circle and left the place. Minutes later, Serafal arrived with Konu and some of them, upon seeing their mother, quickly went to hug her. Issei, she's fine, she just needs to rest to regain her energy. Konu, thank you very much everyone. Releasing some tears of joy as she had her mother close again. Issei just gave her a smile when he saw that. Issei, well you should take her home, it's a little late. Konu, you can come to the house and stay there, yes. Issei, okay and thank you for the opportunity. Minutes later the whole group went to the castle and went to rest. The next day everyone was having breakfast and Yasaka came to them. When they saw her they stood up. Yasaka, please continue with your work and I also want to thank you for what you did. Bowing. Issei, it's okay, we just wanted to tell the truth. Yasaka, if you want something, please don't hesitate to ask me. Issei, there is nothing we wish for yet, thank you. Yasaka just nodded and sat at the table to have breakfast with them. Konu, and what will you do now? Issei, well tomorrow we will return to Ko again so we will go out to explore the places. Konu, I see, I can guide you to some very nice places. Issei, it wouldn't be a bother. Konu, I wouldn't be happy to do it at all. Issei sees his teammates and they just nod at him. Issei, then we will be in your care. Yasaka, you get along well with them, they are your partners. Issei, yes. Velvet and Rosweiss didn't say anything since they weren't even but they liked the idea. Yasaka, I see, well when we finish we go out to explore. Issei, it's not busy. Yasaka, I have the excuse that I can't work yet. Letting out a laugh. Minutes later, a large group left the castle heading to many places. The girls attracted a lot of attention since they were pretty, but no man had the courage to talk to them since Issei did not allow it. 2 days had passed since their trip from Kyoto and Issei found out that one of his parents' companies had been destroyed but he didn't take much notice of it. The girls were happy to see how the family struggled to find the person responsible and found nothing. It was night and the girls were at home making dinner while Issei was in the underworld. Issei, well something happens. Surzek, well we have 2 pieces of news for you. Issei, go ahead. Surzek, first you have to go to Chiba. We have been informed that there is a large group there from the Cows Brigade. Issei, Yavio. Odin, we know that you fought with the hero faction and you must be tired. Issei, it's nothing like that and we have to stop that group. Azazel, we trust you. Issei, thank you in the second. Surzek, your next raiding game is against Sona Citri. Issei vio is Serafal. Serafal, don't worry, fight properly. Issei, I'm sure you won't be upset later. Serafal, it's changed a lot in a while so win. Issei, okay and when would it be? Surzek, in 2 weeks. Issei, and when I leave for Chiba. Surzek, tomorrow so you come back early for your match. Issei just nodded and seconds later he left the place. When he gets home, all the girls look at him. Tiamat, something's wrong Issei. Issei, well I have a mission tomorrow and I want Ophis to come with me, maybe that's it. Ophis, okay, I'll be ready. Issei, also in 2 weeks is the raiding game against Sona Citri. Tiamat, sounds good. Issei, not so much the truth. Velvet, porque? Issei, well, her parents love her very much, as does Alex, imagine how she's going to be. Rosweiss, I understand if you win they're going to take it out on you later. Issei, honestly I don't feel like dealing with those families, but Serafal will do something to bother them later. Alice, don't worry, you're not alone remember. Giving him a smile. Issei, I know and thank you. Rosweiss, Issei, let's go to the scene. He just nodded and everyone went to the table. The night was quiet and the next day Issei said goodbye to his companions and left the place with Ophis. They went by train since it was not that far away. After a few hours of travel they arrived at their destination. Issei, well, according to the reports we have to go to a town far from here. Ophis, I see and how we will go. Issei, I'll go by a car so we can go without attracting too much attention. Ophis just nodded and they both went to buy one. After doing so, they headed towards their destination. Issei, Ophis, what are your snakes more or less used for? Ophis, it multiplies people's power but not for long, well that depends on how much power I give them. Issei, and which one was the strongest you gave? Ophis, I did 30% of it accidentally. Issei, you were a bit careless, really. Ophis, I know, thanks to you I changed and I'm happy about that now my life is different. Issei, mine is also happier with your arrival. Ophis, and it will be like that later altogether. Issei, and tell me you still want to go back to where you were. Ophis, you know it wouldn't be very boring if I'm not with you so I'll never come back. Issei just stroked her head which she liked him to do. After a few hours of travel they stopped at a small restaurant. Issei, this food is good, don't you believe it? Ophis, yes, the good thing about traveling is that you can try different types of food. Issei, but you've gone to many places. Ophis, but eating wasn't necessary for me before, today I do it because it's good. Issei, Yavio. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll go put gas in the car. It's a lot of use. Ophis, okay. Issei gets up from the place and goes to the car and takes it to a small gas station that was near the place. As he started to put gas in the car, he noticed something inside the store and out of curiosity he decided to go in. As I did so, I bought something and when I was about to pay for it, a person came in. After a day of searching I finally found you a woman. I got tired of doing that nonsense and you never gave me any of the money I earned. Shut up now, it's your duty to obey me. Yes, of course, why don't you leave once I have clients? I don't give a shit about you coming with me, Kid. Issei just listened without saying anything. Kid, you better get out of here, Jonathan, you know I'm not a patient person. Jonathan, obviously. At that he took the woman's hand and she just frowned. Kid, excuse me sir, you won't do anything. Seeing Issei. Issei, I would but I know you can defend yourself, you're not a very weak person. Kid only half closed her eyes, she was a little curious to see Issei. Jonathan, well. Kid just took his hand and then punched him in the face, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Kid, there you have my answer. Say, wow you held back. Kid, if he didn't, I would have killed him and fine. Say, well that. Kid, don't play dumb, I know you know something about me. Issei, I only know that you have sacred gear. Kid, and what is that? Issei, and now you act stupid he. That only caused a vein to form on Kid's forehead. Kid, well, I know what that is, but how did you find out? Issei, you don't hide it very well, I'm surprised they haven't attacked you before. Kid, it's a quiet town I would say. Issei, I see, well I better leave. Paying for the things he bought and leaving the store, but when Issei was about to leave, Kid stops him. Kid, what's your name? Issei, it's rude not to show up earlier. Kid, well my name is Hanjo Kid. Issei, my name is Issei. Kid, just that and your last name. Issei, I don't have one so you can call me Issei. Kid, okay, I want to ask you a favor. Say, and that would be. Kid, I want you to fight with me, I know you are not an ordinary person. Issei, because I would. Kid, I want to know how strong I am and I know that you will fight me. Issei, and what do I gain from this? You know that I have someone waiting for me. Kid, I don't know what you're saying. Issei, fine but if I win I'll tell you later yes. Kid good. In that, Issei creates a barrier so as not to attract attention. Kid, what is that? Issei, it's so he doesn't have an audience so he can fight at ease. Kid, genial. Then he activates his sacred gear and also an armor with a shield. I know what they will say but I wanted her to be more adult and not a girl, okay don't judge. Issei, interesting to have good defense and resistance. Kid, maybe. At that she started running towards Issei and hit him with her shield. Issei, wow you have strength. Kid, thank you. At that she changes her shield for a cannon. And he shoots Issei, giving him the full blow, creating a big smoke screen. Kid, I think I missed it. Issei, wow, I honestly didn't expect that. Kid was surprised to hear Issei's voice, even more so when she saw how he was regenerating from the previous blow and saw how he grew a new arm. Kid, what are you? Issei, a phoenix. Kid, I see, so this won't be easy. Issei, maybe but I see that you are strong so I will also be serious. Pulling out a spear and attacking quickly, Kid barely managed to defend herself from the blow. At that Issei began to make several blows but Kid's defense was the best. Issei, you know you have a big shield, I won't be able to get past it, So tell me what you think is a tie. Heed. Okay, I know that you would beat me more later and I accept it since you have more experience than me. Issei, maybe a little. At that they both put away their weapons and Issei deactivated the barrier. Issei, well since we're done I have to go. Heed. Wait, even though it's strong for me to say, in the end you won. Issei, but it was a tie. Heed. For you yes, but for me you weren't very strong. So tell me what you want. Issei, tell me, do you want to join my family? Heed, what do you mean by that? Issei, if you join my entourage, let's say I reincarnate you as a half-phoenix. Heed, then I can do that like you. Issei, tables but you will have a great regeneration the more you improve, the better it will be. Heed, sounds great. Issei, plus you will live for many more years. Heed, I like that idea. Issei, but not everything is good since well if you are with me you will have some problems since I am always on missions and you would put yourself in danger when fighting against demons and other races. Heed, wow, all that exists. Issei, yes my family are demons but I was born human on my mother's side. Heed, there are a lot of things to process, honestly. Issei, I know and the truth is I don't want you to be with me just out of obligation, plus you have to have a family. Heed, I don't have a good relationship with them because you think that idiot followed me since I previously fought for him. Issei, and you won easily, didn't you? Heed, exactly, and it will be interesting to discover a new world. Issei, I see then it's okay. In that pocket dimension he takes out a rook piece. Heed, what is that? Issei, with this you will be reincarnated and it is the piece of a tower with your abilities you will be even stronger than before. Heed, genial. Issei just introduces the tower piece to her and she could feel the change. Issei, well since you are part of my family, let's go, I'll introduce you to my queen. Heed, okay and tell me what you like in this town. Issei, I come on a mission but you will stay and wait. Heed, I'll go too, I must look for experience. Issei, you are very energetic, you know. Heed, it's really exciting. Issei just gave her a smile and they both left the place in the car. Minutes later they entered the restaurant, where Ophis was still waiting. Heed was surprised at how cute she was. Ophis, I see we have a new partner. Issei, well it was a coincidence that I met her but she is strong. Heed, me lamo Hanjo Heed. Ophis, it's a pleasure, my name is Mia, but later I'll tell you my real name. Heed, because Ophis only gave him a half smile. After a few minutes the group left the restaurant continuing on their way. It was already night and they were in a hotel since they still had a long way to go. Heed, then why don't you tell me your name? Ophis, it's not good for many to know, you know, and well, my name is Ophis Ouroboros. Heed, and because they shouldn't know. Issei, as I tell you. Many are afraid when hearing that name since Ophis is someone very strong. Heed, stronger than you. Issei, yes. Ophis, although one day he will be on my level. Issei, it would be years for that. Heed, and because they are afraid of you. Issei, she is the dragon goddess of infinity, one of the most powerful beings in the world. Heed's eyes widened upon hearing that. Heed, not kidding. Issei, what would I gain by lying to you? Heed, but how did they meet? Issei, it was a coincidence that we talked a little and well. Ophis, I became his partner. Heed was shocked when she heard that. Heed, wow, you're not a normal person Issei to have a goddess as a partner. Ophis, he also has a dragon queen as a partner and a Mao and others. He said it with his smile since he liked seeing her reaction even more when she saw how she fell unconscious. Issei, I think you went too far Ophis. Ophis, it's really funny. Issei just let out a sigh and a few minutes later Heed woke up. Heed, I had a strange dream, one where I met a goddess and that Issei had many partners. Ophis, it wasn't a dream, it's real. Heed, but how is it possible to have so many? Ophis, in the supernatural, the truth is normal, but know that we all love Issei for who he is, not for anything else. Heed, I see, and the truth is there are many surprises for a single day. Issei, I know it's normal for you to be like this. But hey, rest tomorrow, we have a very strong day, we will be in a great battle. Heed, okay, I'll do my best. Issei, don't worry about that. After a few minutes everyone went to rest. The next day they continued on their way until they reached a small abandoned town and everyone was alert. Kid had her armor on just in case while Issei and Ophis just stood by. After a few seconds Ophis saw that a spear of light was heading towards them and was going to create a shield, but Kid beat her to it. Ophis, thank you. Kid, no problem. Issei, because not everyone goes out so it will be easier. After a few seconds, many left the place, surprising Kid since there were too many of them and it was the first time she had seen other races. Issei, Kid, do the best you can if you don't have to put in the effort. She just nodded and Issei took a few steps and changed into his fire appearance, leaving Kid surprised again. Ophis, if you continue to surprise yourself like this, you will have many more surprises later. Kid, I know, but it changed completely. Ophis, we'd better talk about it later, first we have to get rid of the garbage. Kid just nodded and became serious and they both went on the attack. Ophis did not have much difficulty killing them since he was much stronger than them. Kid was not doing badly since she had a good defense and could attack at the same time. At that she changed her shield into her cannon and killed several of her enemies. While Issei created several fireballs and threw them at several, he also created a phoenix that killed most of them and also created a sword of fire that attacked any nearby enemy. After a few hours of a massacre the group was gathering, the only one tired was Kid. Issei, you did well for the first time. Kid, thank you, I did my best. Issei, I see. At that point he got on his knees so she could climb on his back. At first he didn't want to, but in the end he had no choice but to accept. Then they started walking in search of information and after half an hour they found a hidden room and entered the place. After searching they found the same thing as last time, many capsules with ugly things inside. Kid, what are those? Issei, they were people before but they turned them into this. Ophis, you can feel it. Ophis, you have a little of my power but it's very little, I think they don't want to waste it. Issei, maybe now that you're gone they have no choice but to know how to use them well. Ophis, I will destroy all this. I don't want them to use my power like that. Issei, I understand, I'll wait for you outside, yes. Ophis just nodded and Issei left the place with Kid on his back. After a few minutes Ophis was leaving the place. Issei asked Ophis to destroy the entire village so that nothing would remain. Kid, well, what do we do now? Issei, well, it's time to go back home, we're done, and I have a game in a few days. Kid, a game of what? Issei, I'll explain it to you later. At that Issei creates a magic circle and the three disappear from the place. The group of three appeared in the room where Kid was still on Issei's sword. After a few seconds the rest of the girls arrived. When they saw them they wanted to give them a hug but they saw another person and Issei realized that. Issei, you see girls, she's our new partner. At that she gets Issei's back. Kid, nice to meet you, my name is Hanjo Kid, I hope we can get along well. Tiamat, of course it will be and welcome. The entire group nodded and welcomed him as well. Alice and Tiamat gave Issei an embrace causing Kid to get embarrassed seeing that. After a few minutes they went to the living room and talked for a few minutes telling them how it went and how they met. Some laughed when they saw the way they did it. Velvet, what an unusual shape. Ophis, most of them fought with Issei like you. Velvet, I didn't fight him, I just surprised him. Issei, it's true, only fighting Tiamat and Kid. Rosweiss, and if we fight too? Issei, it will be another time and well tell me something new has happened. Alice, everything has been calm and we have been training for our game. Rosweiss, well just the two of us. Tiamat, it's boring and we can beat them. Issei, never trust people, they can give you a surprise. Maybe you forgot when we met. Tiamat, I underestimated you but I don't regret it since we are together now. Issei just gave her a smile. Rosweiss, Kid, what skills do you have? Kid, a good defense, hee. Issei, it's true and he also has good attacks, now he's stronger with his tower piece. Rosweiss, it sounds great but she will enter the raiding game. Issei, I don't know that she decides I can't force someone. Kid, I want to enter, the truth is that it catches my attention. I will give my best. Issei, remember that we are a family here, no one fights alone. Kid, okay. Issei, well since that is said, I will go to the underworld to give my report. He gets up from his seat and leaves the place. Tiamat. There was that Ophis. Ophis. Yes, but his power was not very good for me if we put it at the level of other demons who are middle to high-class demons. Rosweiss. That doesn't sound very good. Velvet. As many as opened already. Ophis. No idea, but if it hasn't come to light it's for a reason. Alice. They'll be planning something. Big. Ophis. Maybe that's why you never let your guard down, okay? The entire group nodded. While in the underworld, Issei headed to Seraphal's castle when he saw him and jumped on him and gave him an embrace. Seraphal, how did it go? Issei, very well, thank you, you can call the rest of the leaders to give the report. Seraphal, getting up from his seat and creating a magic circle. Seraphal, well, we have half an hour for the meeting. Issei, what do you want to do? Seraphal, I just want to rest a little and I've had a lot of paperwork. Issei, I'll give you a massage. Seraphal, yes please. They both went to the living room and Issei started giving her the massage. Seraphal, how was your trip? Issei, we did well in the end if that's what it was. Seraphal, I see how many there were. Issei, not many, at most about 30. The truth is I don't know where he gets so many guys to do such things. Seraphal, the truth is I don't even want to know. Issei, I also met a new classmate. Seraphal, seriously, that's cool and what's its name? Issei, her name is Keed, she is a tower and she is very strong and energetic like you. Seraphal, then I'll get along with her Issei, maybe so. Seraphal, in a few days your game is ready. Issei, a little but I don't really feel like having that duel. Seraphal, you're afraid my family will do something to you. Issei, maybe the Hayu family already did something. At that Seraphal separates herself from Issei's massage to look at his face. Seraphal, what do you mean? Issei, the day of my raiding game against Alex I returned home and went to rest and minutes later a large group of mercenaries attacked us. But the girls took care of them. Seraphal, but how do you know? Issei, I was just pretending to sleep, I was going to do something but they said they would do it and well they already did something and that was to destroy one of their companies with the help of someone. Seraphal, I saw and I found out about that. You're not upset with them. Issei, at first yes but I don't want to cause problems so I let them take care of it and they don't know that I know. Seraphal, I understand. I won't say anything. Issei, I see. Seraphal, but if my family does something, you tell me and I'll take care of it. Issei, I don't want you to get in trouble. Seraphal, that doesn't matter, and I'll be leaving my position shortly. Issei, if you do that your family will want to compromise you. Now they can't because of your position. Seraphal, I know, and I also know that you will do something, right? Issei, you had it all planned, right? Seraphal just laughed and Issei just gave her a hug which she reciprocated. Issei, I would do anything for you, so don't worry if something happens if those old people want to do something to you, tell me. Seraphal, I'll tell you, don't worry and I could end up engaged to you. Issei, I like that idea. Seraphal, yep so well we already have something planned. Issei, and if they don't accept it, well there will be war. Seraphal, I don't think they will go that far but it may be since those old men are very proud. Issei, yes and also that many nobles want to be with my girl with pigtails. Seraphal, I don't care about that, I'll just be with you. Issei, and that's why I say that I opened a war since they wouldn't let someone like you leave with me so easily. Seraphal, well we only have to fight both of us? Well rather the whole group. Issei, I don't want you guys to get hurt. Seraphal, and you think we would let you fight alone? Issei, maybe. Seraphal, none of that, of course we will do it. But well, let's leave that topic and how about we go? Issei, a few more minutes and I hardly have the time to be with you. Seraphal, it's because of work but I'll be coming to live with you soon. Issei, I know and it's okay, let's go. They both make their way to the meeting room. When we got there, all the leaders were there and also Yasaka. Issei, hello Yasaka, it's been a while. Yasaka, hello Issei. It went well for you. Issei, a little busy but fine and how is Konu? Yasaka, it's okay, she stayed doing some work since she must prepare to take office. Issei, it must be difficult. Yasaka, a little hee hee. After that talk everyone sat down and started the meeting. When it was finished, everyone went to continue with their work. When Issei returned to the house he saw the girls playing but he noticed that they were fighting until keyed. Issei, it's serious, even you're keyed. Keyed, it's their fault they play dirty. Tiamat, sorry, do you have proof? Key didn't say anything and Tiamat just put on a smile. Issei just let out a sigh. Issei, I was going to take them to dinner but I'd better go alone. So we'll see you later. Leaving the house, leaving the girls in shock since he left without them. Velvet, I didn't expect that one. Alice, well I think we overdid it again. Rossweiss, it always comes at that moment. Tiamat, well, now what do we do because the truth is I'm a little hungry. Ophis, we'll have to order food. Since I don't feel Issei's aura at the end if he left alone. Keyed, wow he's angry. Alice, when we returned we apologized. The whole group nodded and they had to order food since Issei had left on his own. Issei was returning home when he arrived and just entered. All the girls were at the entrance. Issei, something's wrong. Ophis, if something happens. At that, they all lowered their heads and Issei just raised an eyebrow. He was going to say something but they beat him to it. Tiamat, sorry for fighting again. Issei, it's okay, nothing happens. Rossweiss, but we thought you'd be upset. Issei, for nothing. Alice, so because you left you seemed upset. Issei, well I had to teach them a lesson. Velvet, well, we already learned it, we won't do it again. Issei, that's strong to believe, I already know them. Keyed, we won't, we'll play quietly this time. Say, well, with that clear, I'm going to go rest, it's been a long day. The girls just nodded and Issei left the place. The days passed and the day arrived waiting for the raiding game. The stadium was already packed and the leaders were talking to find out the result. The Hayu and Citri families were there to support both their daughter and daughter-in-law. Lord Citri, this will be an interesting encounter. Lord Hayu, you are absolutely right and I could see how strong your daughter has been trying these days. The only defeat he has had was with Rias. Lord Citri, but he didn't make it easy for himself so I'm satisfied. Alex, I know she will do well, she has a good team and we have helped her. Rias, yes this is exciting. Sarorg, Rias remembers who she is going to face, he is not an easy person to deal with. Rias, yes, but I've heard that he's on a mission and hasn't had time to train. Zerg, who knows? That's when they made the announcement and both teams entered. Presenter, I just realized that young Issei has a new piece and it is a tower called Keyed. At that point she entered with normal clothes. Several were surprised since she entered seriously but she attracted a lot of attention since she was very pretty. Surzek, I didn't know I would have a new partner. Serafal, on his previous mission he found her. Rias, again but she's just a human. Serafal, don't be guided by appearances, she is strong. Everyone paid attention to the competition as they did not want to miss anything. Sona, I wish you luck. Issei, I say the same, I can tell that you haven't wasted your time. Sona, you could also say that I know that I won't have it easy, I know that you are strong and I am not going to trust myself. Issei, Yavio. At that, they both shook hands and each one went their own way. They were given 15 minutes to prepare. Since they were teleported. Azazel, this will be exciting indeed. Daiki, I hope you lose. He said it with a big smile. Odin, what kind of abilities will that girl have since Issei always gives us a surprise? Michael, who knows? While on the battlefield. Issei, well Keyed you will face his pawn, his name is Saji and he has Vitra, as they gave me, he already has all the pieces. Keyed, I'll do it. Issei, Ophis you already know who it is. Ophis, yes your queen. Issei, good, and I hope the rest of you will do well. Issei put his hand in the middle of everyone and the girls put theirs too. Minutes passed and the fight began. Everyone went to fight their rivals while Issei just walked towards the king. Keyed walked around the place until she met her rival. Keyed, you are Saji. Saji, that's right, I'm glad a appealing lady knows my name. Keyed, yes, whatever you say. Well I have to fight with you, I hope we have fun. Saji, I say the same. At that Saji activates your armor and creates a large fireball and throws it at Keyed. Saji, it wasn't a big deal. Keyed, I say the same. Then the smoke dispersed and Saji could see a shield there. The leaders and company were surprised to see his suit and shield. Azazel, that's interesting actually. In the fight. Keed, well, how about we get started? At that he raised his small sword and Saji was going to say something but he saw a large snake coming towards him. Everyone was surprised to see such skill. Saji barely managed to defend himself from the attack, remaining weak. Saji, DMN this one, you'll pay me for it. He activated his dragon form, making it look like a large snake. Keed, wow, this won't be easy. Then he deactivated his armor and everyone thought he had given up but they saw how he started to glow and now he had white armor. Everyone was surprised to see her with angel wings. Even Michael and company were shocked to see her. Saji didn't take much notice of it and went to attack. Keed only deflected the attack while she was in flight. At that he raises his sword again but this time something different came out. Everyone was shocked to see 3 snake heads but she didn't give Saji time to react as they went to attack, leaving him out of combat. Some were still shocked by everything that happened. Sona was no exception since they eliminated someone from her group very easily. Odin, wow, I didn't expect that. Michael, that armor has sacred energy. Gabriel, what kind of sacred gear is it? Azazel, no idea, that boy always manages to find people with extraordinary abilities. Odin, I won't deny it, all their equipment is strange. They continued watching the fight as they didn't want to miss anything. While Ophis was facing her rival. Tsubaki, I know you will be a very difficult rival to face. Ophis, I see. He said it without taking it into account. Tsubaki doesn't say anything and takes out his katana from its sheath and gets into an attack pose. Seconds later he attacks at great speed, appearing behind Ophis. When he was about to hit her, Ophis only took the katana with 2 fingers without seeing her. Ophis, you are very slow. Turning around and giving her a big blow to the stomach, sending her flying away and crashing into a tree. Surzek, he did it like it was nothing. That girl keeps a lot of her power. Seraphal, she is the strongest queen there is. Rias, he won't stand a chance against mine or Daiki's. Seraphal, of course. While internally he laughed since they would never beat a goddess. Daiki, Drake, how strong do you think he is? Drake, I'll just tell you that you don't stand a chance against her. It hides a lot of its power. Daiki, do you know who she is? Drake, yes I know but I won't say anything since it's not my duty. He did not respond again since he did not want to have problems with Ophis because he was afraid of her. While in the fight Tsubaki stood up from her place and was still serious as always but internally she was angry. Ophis just watched her without any emotion. At that it seemed like a magic circle in her ear that was from Issei to his entire group. Issei, if they finish quickly we will go to some terminal waters that I described recently. All the girls were happy to hear that. Ophis, you know I was going to give you more time but I have something to do. Tsubaki was going to respond but Ophis moved at great speed and gave her a big blow that sent her into the air. She created a black sphere and threw it at him, ensuring that she was eliminated. Seconds later the presenter could be heard announcing several fallen people, leaving only the king. Sona was surprised as her group was eliminated in a few seconds. Issei, Sona, you give up by hook or by crook? Sona, I give up. He said it with his head down and clenched his fists since he had no chance against Issei. At that point the presenter announced the winner. Many shouted with excitement. The leaders applauded but some people were not very happy. Let's say more about the Citri family that Seraphal noticed but for now he didn't make any movement, he wanted to wait. A day had passed since the battle and the group was preparing since Issei had promised them to go to some hot springs until Seraphal took a few days off to go with her group as well. Issei, well, everyone is ready. All the girls nodded. Issei just created a big magic circle and everyone was teleported away. When the girls opened their eyes they saw that they were on an island. Ophis, it's a nice place. Issei, the truth is that on that occasion when I went to dinner alone, when I finished I went out to explore and I arrived here. Rosweiss, that's why you were late. Issei, that's right, but hey, follow me. The whole group began to walk. After a few minutes they arrived at a cabin that Issei had built. After leaving the things inside, They came out again and Issei guided them towards the hot springs. When the girls arrived they were surprised since the place was very big. Serafal, great, it looks very good. He said it with stars in his eyes. Issei, and I don't deny it, they are. Velvet, well, what are we waiting for? We have to change and I want to go in. At that point the whole group returned to the cabin, and when they returned they were all in bathing suits. Keed, it's the first time I've entered a hot spring and it honestly feels very good. Tiamat, I know, I also haven't been in for a while. Alice, I don't think I'll be out for a while. Ophis, I say the same. Issei, I'm glad you like this, it's a reward for the battle. Rosweiss, thank you very much. The truth is that the break was necessary, it is not easy to deal with so many students. Alice, I behave well. Rosweiss, you two don't count. Velvet, genial. Issei, Serafal, before I forget how your family took the defeat of your sister. Serafal, to tell you the truth, they are very upset by such a defeat. Ophis, they will do something stupid from what I see. Issei, just like my parents did when they sent that group. All the girls were surprised to hear that exact things Serafal already knew. Tiamat, how do you know that? Issei, well, the truth is that I realized that same day, the first clue was that you were calm without fighting. Alice, just for that. Issei, whenever I leave them alone they start arguing. And also that Ophis asked Leifri to destroy one of his companies. Ophis, it's not easy to hide things from you as I see. Say, but yes. So they better not hide anything, okay? They all nodded. Tiamat, but you're not mad that we did that. Say, well they asked for it. Plus I'm happy that they care about me. Rosweiss, of course, we care. Velvet, then we can continue with the plan. Issei, I don't have a problem, but be careful. The girls were happy to hear that, and some of them approached Issei and gave him a hug. Tiamat, you are the best. Issei just gave her a smile. After about 2 hours of relaxing and talking, they left the place for dinner since it was late, although Issei had to force them to leave since they didn't want to. Upon arriving at the Issei cabin, Alice began to prepare dinner. Keed, say, how long will we be here? Issei, like 3 days. We won't always have these freedoms. Serafal, I asked for a few days and I will soon be leaving my position. Issei, I hope there isn't a scandal. Serafal, assume one will be made. Rosweiss, well let's leave those topics and just have fun. The others just nodded. They talked for a few hours while they had coffee. Afterwards, everyone went to rest. Issei stayed outside the house since he was not sleepy and took out his wings and took flight, wanting to explore the place. After a few hours of flying low to rest for a while, I walked through the place and entered the forest, and it was very dark since the trees were very tall. At that point he stopped as he felt a small presence not far from there. Issei, who will be there? Without any other option he walked since he was curious to know who it was. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived at a cave. And upon entering he walked until he saw a sleeping person, but he noticed that he was sweating, and Issei touched his forehead and noticed that he had a fever. The person opened his eyes a little and was a little scared to see someone there. Who are you, or what are you doing here? She said it was a little scary, and Issei could notice it and gave her a small smile. Issei, I won't hurt you, calm down. The person was still scared since he didn't trust Issei much. Issei, how long have you been like this? Like 3 days. Issei, I see, and I can notice that your temperature is rising more and more. I know, but what are you doing here? Issei, the truth is I was just exploring the place, and well I felt a small presence and I came to see, and here you were. Understood. Issei, rest when you feel better, we can talk more calmly, yes, and don't worry, I won't do anything to you, trust me, yes. The person only nodded since he did not have the strength to fight, so he closed his eyes since he was not very well. Issei, well, I'll let the rest know that it won't take me long to return. When he sent the message he began to take care of the person by taking some things out of a pocket dimension. The night passed and morning came. Issei was sitting on a rock and noticed how the person was getting up. Issei, don't try too strong, you're still weak. I feel better now and thank you for helping me. Issei, it's nothing and I know you don't trust me, but can you tell me what you're doing in this place by yourself? I lived here with my mother for as long as I can remember, but she passed away a long time ago. Lowering your head. Issei, I'm sorry. Don't worry, it was a long time ago. Issei didn't say anything and there was a somewhat awkward silence until the girl broke it. You're not human, right? Issei, because you say so. You have a strange aura. Well, my mother taught me a little how to detect someone's aura. Issei, I see, but if you know that, then it's you. A Nikomata. Issei was surprised to hear that since he knew that there were only 2 people of that race. Something's wrong. Issei, well, the truth is, it was a surprise to know that you were a Nikomata. It's so strange. Issei, you don't know that your race is almost extinct. I only know of 2 people. She was surprised to hear that. Maybe that's the reason why my mother brought me here. Issei, maybe I wanted you not to be in danger because, well, being one of the last of your species, some men would take advantage of that. I understand. Issei, tell me why you haven't left the place. I got used to it and I don't know anyone, and now knowing what you told me makes me more afraid to go out. Issei, I understand, but tell me you want to go out. I would really like to explore the world more. Giving Issei a smile. Issei, I see the truth. I know someone who can help you and defend you from anyone. And who would it be? Issei, the yokai leader Yasaka is a friend of mine. Wow, my mother really told me about her. Issei, that's good, and tell me you accept. But why do you want to help me? Issei, it's not good to be alone, besides, I was like this before and well, if I can help, I will. And tell me, would you come? Yes, and thank you for helping me. Issei, it's nothing, I know you'll have a good time, but you must know something. What thing? Issei, when you arrive with her you must start training since very difficult days are coming. I understand it and my mother trained me a little, but that was a long time ago. Issei, I see they will help you there. Then we go. Standing up. When he took a step he turned around and the girl saw him. Issei, I forgot something very important. While scratching the back of his head with some embarrassment. Issei, my name is Issei. She just gave him a smile since she had forgotten that too. Nice to meet you, Issei, my name is A. I call him Ameri. Nice to meet you, Issei. Issei, I say the same. Well, how about we go? I have to talk to the girls before we go to Kyoto. Ameri, thank you for everything you do for me. Issei, it's nothing. Besides, it's not good to be alone. Ameri, I know. And I will repay you for this favor in the future. Issei, don't pay attention to that. Come on. Ameri just nodded and they both left the place. Issei took out his wings and took Ameri in his arms and they left the place. After a few minutes of flying they arrived at their destination where the girls were waiting for them. Upon landing they approached the group and everyone introduced themselves. Alice, then you'll leave. Issei, I'll only go to Kyoto so that she has a place where she can be well. Serafal, it's because she had a strong time being alone all this time. Ameri, with time you get used to it. Velvet, you're right. But it's also nice to have someone around. Ophis, so that they don't take so long to go. I'll send them through a dimensional gap. Issei, thank you. Then we'll see you later. Ophis just nodded and created a dimensional gap for both of them. After that Ameri said goodbye to the group and both young people left the place. Upon arrival they appeared near the entrance and the dens got into position. What do they want here? Issei, I'm coming to see Yasaka and Kunu can call her. Haha, yes of course. Whatever you want, she will be waiting for you. Issei, they are acquaintances of mine so please tell them I'm here. My name is Issei. Many people want to see her so stop this nonsense and get out of here before I arrest you. Ameri, Issei, let's go yes. Issei, of course not. Let me make a call. Taking out his cell phone and dialing Kunu since he had given him her number. Kunu was with her mother signing some papers until the phone rang and she was surprised who it was. Kunu, Issei, something surprising happens? Issei, I'm outside your house and well the hideouts don't want to let us in. Can you come please? Kunu, right now. Hanging up his phone. Yasaka, something's wrong daughter. Kunu, Issei is here. But they don't want to let him in. Yasaka, come on. At that they both quickly went to the entrance to see him. While Issei was waiting next to Ameri until the tired. Go away, you're wasting our time. Issei, but I'm not doing anything, just waiting. Get out of here, brat. Before you make me angry. Issei was going to say something, but then the doors opened and the dens were surprised to see them both. Yasaka, listen to what they told Issei. Yasaka-sama, but nothing. They are both fired. At that point he called other dens and they took the two away. Come in. Issei just nodded and took Amari's hand where they both entered. And they went to the living room to talk. Issei, sorry for coming unannounced. Yasaka, okay. And something happens for you to have come. Issei, well, I present to you Amari Nikomata. And well, he doesn't have a place where he can be and I wanted to know. Kunu, don't say anything else, Issei. And that's fine, we're going to help her. Amari, thank you very much and I won't cause any problems. Yasaka, you must be tired. She called a maid and Amari couldn't say much as she was taken away. Kunu, Issei, we've seen your fights, they've been interesting. Issei, yes, but every time I fight with a high-prestige family I get into trouble. Yasaka, that's how most demons are. They don't accept their defeats so easily. Issei, I know them very well. Kunu, you're staying. Issei, it would be a bother, I better go. Yasaka, don't talk nonsense. Of course you'll stay. Issei just laughed a little and the three of them talked for a bit until it got late and they went to rest. The next day the four of them were having breakfast and at the end Issei and America went out to the patio. Issei, well, when I have time I will come to see you. Amari, thank you again for what you did for me. Issei, leave it like that. Now just focus on training. Yasaka and Kunu are going to help you a little. Amari, it's amazing that I can practice with them. Issei, I wish you good luck. Amari, when I'm strong. Can I ask you a favor? Issei, if it's in my hands, of course. Amari, I can join your entourage. Issei, how do you know that? Amari, my mother told me about it a long time ago. And well, I trust you and I want to be of help in the future. Issei, if that is your wish, I have no problem. Amari just gave him a big smile and then gave him a hug which Issei reciprocated. After that Issei went with Yasaka and Kunu and said goodbye, promising to come back more often. At that Issei created a magic circle where he left the place, appearing in the cabin. Tiamat, how did it go? Issei, very good, now she has a place where she can rest. Keed, I liked him. I hope to see you soon. Issei, I promised her that in the future she would be part of our group. Rosweiss, that's great. Seraphal, it's true, another person for the family. Ophis, and also to play hee. Issei, I don't want them to be violent like you when playing. Alice, don't say that. Remember it only happens once. Issei crossed his arm and watched them with his eyes half closed. Velvet, well, it was more than once. But it hasn't happened again. Issei, because I have them under surveillance. Ophis, well, let's put this aside. We have to have fun since we have to return tomorrow. Issei, true. Plus I have a mission soon. Tiamat, will you go with me? Are you in favor? Tiamat, of course. It will be very fun where we go. Issei, to a city that the truth is I forget the name but it doesn't matter. Seraphal, let's go to the hot springs. Issei, if you like that place, no. Alice, I can't deny it, it's very relaxing to be there. Issei just gave them a smile and then they went to the waters so they could relax a little. The day passed calmly. The next day the group returned to the city again to resume their routine. Rosweiss, they did their homework right. Alice, I'm almost there. Velvet, I forgot. Could you please help me, Alice? Rosweiss, I don't want you to copy him. Velvet, no one will notice, do me a favor, yes. Rosweiss, it will only be this time but don't let it happen again, okay? Alice, let's go, we have to go back tomorrow. Velvet boredly followed Alice to do her homework. Seraphal went to the underworld so she could finish her paperwork and leave her position. Issei and the others went out to walk a little since they had nothing better to do. Seraphal was in front of the other three Maos being Ajuka, Falbium and Surzek. Ajuka, something happens to make you call us so urgently. Seraphal just nodded and passed some papers to each of them, who took them with curiosity and then began to read them and were surprised by their content since it was their resignation. Surzek, what does this mean? Seraphal, I dedicated many years to the underworld, leaving my feelings aside. Falbium, but you always did what you wanted. Seraphol, that's not what I mean. I want to have a family to take care of in the future, and that's why I will leave my position to start being with them. Serzek, I understand you, but you don't know what will happen. Seraphol, I'm aware of that, but it's okay. I also recommended a friend of mine for the position. I know she will do a good job. Serzek, okay, if that's your wish, I'll help you as your friend. Ajuka, I hope you're happy, you deserve it. Falbium, good luck. Seraphol just smiled and gave them each a hug and went home to tell her group the news. Hours later, Serzek broke the news of Seraphol's retirement from his position, leaving several shocked by the news since they did not expect it, least of all the Citri family. The patriarchs instantly called Seraphol to ask for an explanation while she was at home talking to her friends, until she received a call from her parents. Alice, something's wrong. Seraphol, the news was already given, and from what I heard my father was not very happy. Tiamat, it was nice to see what you'll do. Seraphol, I have to go. Velvet, you want me to go with you in case things get bad? Seraphol, thank you, but I'm fine. Well, I have to go there, you tell Lane. The group just nodded and Seraphol returned to the underworld again. Minutes later, she was already in the Citri territory where Seraphol just let out a sigh and began to walk and knocked on the door until someone opened it for her and she was guided to the room where her parents and sister were. Lord Citri, what is this nonsense about you leaving your position? Seraphol, good afternoon to you too. Lord Citri, stop the nonsense and answer. Seraphol, okay, and the answer is easy. I want to make a life, and being in that job I couldn't do it since I had responsibilities. Lady Citri, daughter, but you should have consulted us on this topic. Seraphol, from what I see on their faces they would have refused. Lord Citri, obviously since thanks to you having that position our family was one of the respected ones and now all that has changed. Seraphol, if they want respect they must earn it. Lord Citri, also, your duty is to help your sister retaliate against that boy for what he did to her. Seraphol, it was a rating game and one of the two had to lose. They should accept defeat and not be like that family. Lady Citri, Seraphol, they will be part of us very soon, and don't say that. Seraphol, I'm just telling the truth. At that moment the patriarch stood up from his seat and gave Seraphol a big slap that surprised her. Lord Citri, don't talk nonsense, and now that you are not a Mao your duty is to get married and raise children. Seraphol, I won't do that. Lord Citri, I am the one in charge here, not you, and you will do what I say. Seraphol, I refuse, and if there is no other option I will leave this house. Lord Citri, if you leave, you will only stain my last name more, so you not leave this place until you are married. Seraphol, being with that family affected them a lot. Sona, just do what father said. Seraphol, I won't do any of that and I'd better go. Turning around, but after just taking a few steps, chains made of water stopped her where she turned around and saw that it was her father. Lord Citri, I already said what you will do and you better listen to me. Seraphol, don't make me angry since the last thing I want is to make a mess in this place. At that moment several guards entered the room since her mother had called her earlier. Lady Citri, you will be a happy daughter, so don't worry. Seraphol, then it will be the strong way. Sona, we know you are strong Nae-sama, but you won't be able to hurt our parents no matter how upset you are, you won't have the courage. Seraphol, maybe you're right, but if I can't, someone else can. Creating a magic circle in her ear and calling her classmates where they were playing. Ophis, something's wrong. Seraphol, everything went wrong, come and cause a little destruction since you know what I am. Ophis, good. Ending the call. Rosweiss, what's up? Ophis, let's say that her family didn't take it very well and now they don't want to let her go, so well, we have to go. Velvet, it'll be fun. It's time to have some action. Keed, it's true that we have time without fighting since this time Issei went alone. Tiamat, less talk and more action. Leaving his cards on the table as did the group where Ophis instantly opened a dimensional gap and the entire group entered it. Upon reaching the underworld Alice and Keed activated their armor and the group began to walk where just passing the Citri territory they were surrounded. Alice, they were waiting for us. Ophis, let's finish quickly to return since I was about to win. Velvet, it's a lie, I was. Instantly many hideouts launched the attack where the girls were just standing there, and when the group arrived the girls attacked them, killing them instantly and continued on their way, always running into several guards. Lord Citri, who did you call? Serafal, some friends in Sona are right, I can't hurt them but they can. Well, most of them don't care much about the opinions of others. Sona, we can handle whoever they come. Serafal, who knows? Taking a seat on the couch even with the chains on since it was just a matter of waiting. 5 minutes later the wall exploded where you could see a group of girls where Sona was very angry when she saw them. Velvet, the rescuers have arrived. Alice, you're okay Serafal. Serafal, yes, don't worry. Ophis, well, you let her go the right way or the bad way. Velvet, if I were you, I would choose the bad one since, well, I have time without fighting and those weaklings that you sent didn't help much. Causing the Citri family to become upset upon hearing such words. Serafal was happy to see her friends there while the patriarchs were another as they were upset to see more annoyances. Ophis, and they'll let her go. Velvet, they should listen to her since she is someone who doesn't like to joke and well, none of us like to wait. Lord Citri, how dare a third-rate dragon talk to me like that? Tiamat, do you forget who is standing in front of you? He said it with a voice that only meant pain. Sona, this is a family matter and you have nothing to do with it. Keed, yes it has something to do since she is part of our family too. Lady Citri, what nonsense are you talking about? Rosweiss, she is Issei's queen. The three of them were surprised to hear such a thing. Alice, I like seeing those faces. Ophis, and either they will do it or they want to suffer like their other daughter did against us. He said it with some mockery, provoking the fury of the three. Sona instantly cast a water spell towards Ophis where she destroyed it with one hand. Ophis, you are weak, you will never be on my level. Lord Citri, kill them all. The guards just nodded and launched the attack where the happiest was Velvet where she launched the attack, knocking down anyone who approached. Keed on the other hand just stood there receiving every attack where it didn't affect her in any way. Ophis, you and other families have long humiliated the person I love. Issei can forgive them but I'm not like that since a dragon hates people touching what is his. He increased his aura leaving several scared by such power where after increasing it he left it at the level of a Mao leaving the family in shock. Ophis could very well scare them more but she didn't want to get Issei into any more trouble. Ophis, if it were up to me I would kill them right now but it would be very easy. Lord Citri, if you touch me the entire underworld will come after you. Ophis just gave him a blank look causing a shiver to run through the patriarch. Rosweiss approached Serafal where he took her hand. Lady Citri, if you go with them your surname will be revoked from this family. Serafal, it's okay, I don't care, you are not the same as before. Lady Citri, we will talk to the council to make it impossible for you to enter the underworld again. Serafal, do whatever you want. Turning her back to them where only the girls noticed their friend's tears where Ophis opened a dimensional gap and the group entered it. When they arrived they appeared in the room where, luckily for them, Issei was arriving and he was about to greet them but when he saw Serafal crying he quickly went to her. Serafal upon seeing Issei, rushed over to him, giving him a hug while crying into his Issei, Serafal K Pasadime. She was just sobbing when Issei saw the girls and they for their part didn't say anything. Minutes later Serafal was calmer where she had Issei on her arm. Issei, could you tell me what happened? Serafal, I no longer have parents and I cannot return to the underworld. Issei, I guess it's partly my fault. Serafal, it's not your fault. They changed a lot over time. Issei, for me, most of you have had a lot of problems, right? Velvet, of course not. You know Issei, if I hadn't met you right now I would be dead because well, as you know, I had already finished my purpose for being alive and you gave me a new one. Alice, if you hadn't saved me on that occasion, maybe I would be dead right now. Ophis, thanks to you I learned new things so don't blame yourself. Serafal, they are right, nothing is your fault and I have you now. I will also be able to participate in the raiding games. It will be fun. Seeing the smile of each girl, Issei couldn't help but smile in the same way. Issei, Yavio. Tell me you want to go to the amusement park to clear your mind. Keed, it'll be fun. Tiamat, come on, well, I'm already bored of winning at cards. The other girls looked serious when they heard that. Ophis, You're kidding, right? Alice, you are the one with the most defeats. Showing her a table where Tiamat had negative numbers. Causing a drop of sweat in Issei and Serafal to see such a thing. Rosweiss, I'm the bestie. Ophis, beginner's luck. Soon you will be on the same level as her. Tiamat, oi. Velvet, come on, don't fight. Alice, she says it's second to last hee. Causing Velvet to get a vein on her forehead for such a comment. Velvet, wow, you've revealed yourself a lot this time, don't you believe it? Alice, maybe. Meanwhile, Issei and Serafal did not say anything until he approached her ear to whisper. Issei, let's go. Serafal, and then. Issei, that fight will last a long time and that way they understand each other better, I guess. Serafal, taking Issei's hand where they both stood up and were about to leave, but Ophis and Tiamat put their hand on both of their shoulders, causing them to shiver. Ophis, Era, maybe they are planning to leave us. Tiamat, that's not done, maybe you want to see an annoying dragon. Alice, that's not done, dear. Velvet, you're malo Isnian. Causing Issei to shiver because of what he called him. Keed, you won't escape from here so easily. Rosweiss, she's right. Issei and Serafal turned around where Issei let out a sigh. The girls smiled when they saw that, but Issei took Serafal in his arms and started running to the courtyard. Issei, excuse me, Mochido said. Taking out wings of fire and taking flight where the girls saw each other and both dragons took out their wings. Rosweiss created a spell to fly while Alice and Keed also took out wings of fire and began to follow Issei. Serafal, you know what will happen to us if they catch us? No. Issei, let's leave that problem to future Issei and Serafal. Serafal, ha ha ha, but what are you saying? Where Issei just gave her a smile and they continued flying while the other girls had a smile on their face because of what was happening. Minutes later they caught Issei and each girl hit him on the head. Issei, well, we're leaving. Alice, yes, today, and the truth is it was fun. Keed, we really have to repeat it another time. Issei, obviously not. Where they headed to their destination while the girls talked about trivial things and Issei looked at the smiles on all of them. Issei thought, if someone hurts them, I swear I will kill them. I don't care who it is. After a family outing and having a break, the group was in the living room watching TV as the announcement of the next raiding game was being made. There are few participants left, who will be next. Taking out a paper and showing it to the audience. Rias Gremory will be interesting who she will face. He again put his hand in the box to search, and when he had the paper he showed it, making the audience scream with excitement. Issei will be an interesting duel to watch. At that moment Issei turned off the TV and let out a sigh. Keed, I understand you. Rosweiss, what do you have planned? Issei, the answer is easy and it is that we must win. Tiamat, I like it that way. Issei, but don't go too far, okay. Serafal, Cerami primary rating game. Issei, yes, but in the pawn position you are fine with it. Serafal, don't worry about those details, the important thing is that I will fight. Issei, well then we have to train. At that moment his phone rang and when he answered he was surprised to know who it was. Issei, Ameri, how have you gone? Ameri, okay, well, I'm ready. Issei, but it's like you haven't been around for long. Yasaka, hello Issei. Issei, what she says is true. Yasaka, he learns quickly, and since yesterday he told me to call you to give you the news. Issei, Yavio. Yasaka passed the phone back to the orange-haired girl. Ameri, you remember our promise. Issei, I remember and well I'll come get you in a few minutes. Ameri, genial. Hanging up the call where Issei noticed her joy. Ophis, what a promise. Issei, I promised Ameri that she would join our group. Ophis, great, I like him. Alice, Ami will also be interesting to have in the group. Velvet, so what time will we meet in Kyoto? Issei, I'll just go for a few minutes and come back. Activating a magic circle and leaving the place. Tiamat, he left but hey, we have to create a plan for the battle. The group nodded and took a seat at the table to create the plan. Elsewhere, more specifically the Gremory class, Rias was happy knowing who she would fight. Rias, finally it's my turn against him. Surzek, Rias, don't trust you, maybe you don't know how I won in the past? Rias, Don't worry, Oniai-sama, I already analyzed how they fight. But with the information that Sona and Alex gave me, I already have a plan. Venelana. Daughter, I can ask you a question. Rias. Yes, Mom. Venelana. Because you hate that boy because he hasn't done anything to you. Rias. He thinks he's a big deal just for having that power that isn't his. Plus I hurt my brother-in-law. Venelana. That's all. Rias. He also has a good entourage, he doesn't deserve that group to be with him. Zudicus. I'll be honest with you, daughter, you're just envious of him, no? Rias. No. Zudicus. I know how he was treated as a child. I'm surprised he didn't join the enemy knowing how he was treated. Surzek, I support you on that. Rias. The only thing that matters is that I will win. Getting up from the couch and going to train with his teammates. Surzek. It is partly our fault that it is like this. Venelana. True but good. Also leaving the room to continue with their activities. Issei was in Kyoto in front of Ameri. Issei, this list. Ameri, yes. Issei, tell me Ameri what you're good at. Ameri, with your fists. Issei, great, then fight against me. Ameri, because. Issei, Ameri, the truth is I have many enemies and I'm afraid that something will happen to you when I'm not here. Ameri, I see. Issei, don't hold back because if you do I won't let you enter my group. Upon hearing such a response, she was surprised since she was not expecting it. Ameri, well if so. Taking an attack position. Noticing, Issei formed a slight smile and likewise took a combat stance. Anri was the first to go on the attack, wanting to kick Issei in the face but he stopped her but not without breaking a bone from the force. Issei thought, I didn't think he would be this strong and from what I see he's still not giving his all. Taking a jump back. Seeing Issei's broken arm, Ameri got scared because she thought she had gone too far. But he was surprised to see that he was cured in an instant. Issei, don't worry Ameri, you give it your all or you already know the consequences. Ameri, I see. Taking a step back and letting out a sigh. Ameri, if that's what you want, that's how it will be, I'll go with everything I have. There were a few hours left before the raiding game and the group was ready for the match where Ameri managed to be registered for the game. Seraphal for her part wanted to enter as well since she was not a Mao but the others stopped her in the end. After so much insistence, I reluctantly accepted. Rosweiss, it's going to be a long day today. Keed, you say that because of the battle. Velvet, maybe what happened last time was like when the Hayudu family went crazy. Ophis, more than a spoiled girl who will do anything to win. Issei, let's leave this aside, okay? The group nodded and they instantly called Alice. Her call didn't take long but at the end she had her eyes down. Issei, Alice, I'll give you a pass. Alice, you remember that I'm an orphan, right? Issei, yes if. Alice, I had many friends and I sent the money I earned there. Issei, tell me what to do. Alice, the orphanage was burned without a trace left. Many died in the fire. Shedding some tears while hugging Issei, the other girls didn't know what to do to help their always happy friend. Issei, but as you were informed. Alice, a friend called me from the hospital, he and a friend managed to get out but in a bad state. I want to go see them. Issei, of course, let's go. Alice, but what about the raiding game? Issei, it doesn't matter to me. Alice, but. Seraphal, go to Issei, I'll take care of it, I'll ask him for the favors the leaders owe me. Issei, thank you. So from now on you are the new king. Seraphal nodded seriously where seconds later they both left the house. Tiamat, we have to finish this quickly. To go with them. Ameri, you're right. The group nodded and seconds later they teleported to the underworld to get ready. Sometime later they both arrived at the hospital where without wasting time they went to the reception to ask for information. After obtaining it, they went to the room, leaving both of them in shock since they were in bad condition since they had burns all over their bodies. Alice? Kazuto, what happened? Upon hearing that voice, he barely opened his eyes. Issei, Alice, I will cure him, please guard the entrance. Without saying anything he went to the door while Issei began to heal him. 10 minutes later he had finished, leaving the boy surprised since he didn't have any wounds, just a little pain. Alice, what happened there? Since I asked for information, you say it was a gas leak. Kazuto, Of course it wasn't like that. I know it's strong to believe what I'm going to say, but out of nowhere some guys came and looked for a moment until they noticed Asuna and me. Instantly they created spears of light and attacked us. As much as Issei and Alice saw each other since they knew who they were. Alice, what were they looking for? Kazuto, nothing, they just wanted to kill us. They said something about having sacred gear. I don't know where that sword came from. Issei, they both have one. Kazuto, yes, we both fought them but it was of no use in the end, they all died. I barely got Asuna out of the fire. Who are those guys? Issei, there are still people who continue with what Kokubio left. Kazuto, I know it sounds crazy what I said no. Alice, I believe you. Invoking his sword, leaving danger in shock. Alice, if it weren't for Issei I would be dead right now. Kazuto, what happened? Alice, I had a battle but I lacked experience and well I looked very bad and if Issei hadn't appeared I might be dead right now. Issei, Kazuto, I'll go heal the other person, I'll be back in a few minutes and when I get back we'll leave since it would be strange for two people to be as if nothing had happened. Kazuto, thank you. And with that said Issei left the room while Alice told her friend as best she could, noticing their surprised expressions. Minutes later, Issei arrived with a brown-haired girl who instantly went to hug her partner and friend. Issei waited since he didn't want to say anything. Sometime later they teleported out of the hospital and went to a park to talk. Issei, I've noticed that you've been a little upset recently, Kazuto. Maybe you want to avenge your friends. Kazuto, the truth is, they had nothing to do with it. Some were just babies and others were happy since they would be leaving with some families. Asuna, but we are still weak. Alice, I'm going to help you. Issei, same. Alice, but? Issei, your friends are my friends and I don't want to see you sad. Alice, thank you. Kazuto, all this will be difficult. Issei, I'll ask someone to look for them. Asuna, who? Issei, to someone who owes me some favors and is the current leader of the fallen. Asuna, but what if he is? Issei, Azazel may be lazy and interested but not a traitor. Kazuto, thank you for everything, and sorry for not formally introducing myself. My name is Kirigaya Kazuto. Kazuto, but everyone calls me Kirito so you can call me that if you want. Issei, okay Kirito, you can call me Issei. Asuna, I'm Yuki Asuna and thank you for everything. Issei, don't worry about that. Alice, well now that we are all ready, what do we do? Issei, let's go to the underworld and after the raiding game I will talk to Azazel. Alice, it's still early, if we leave now we can participate. Issei, I'll let Serafal do it, I want to see what a Mao is capable of. Alice, but I want to participate. Those two gentlemen haven't stopped bothering me. Issei, good and you good. Kirito, of course I want to see how Alice fights. Asuna, to get some ideas. Issei just nodded and teleported the entire group. Upon reaching their destination and walking a little, they arrived at the stadium where Alice went another way while the three of them went to watch the fight in the distance. Alice, I'm back. Ophis, why Issei? Alice, he went somewhere else to watch the fight. Serafal, well then we have to show what we are made of. Raising his fist like the rest. Minutes later the presenter announced it to everyone until he was surprised to see the list. Announcer, I have just been informed that King Issei will not be participating but Serafal will take his place. Since they're queen and before they say anything, young Issei has 2 sets of evil pieces. All the spectators were shocked as well as Rias and the Hayudu brothers since they did not expect that anymore having a former Mao under their command. Presenter, they also have a new member being a Mary with the rook piece. The whole group entered and left many more Kaneko shocked when they saw another Nikomata. Kuroka, who was watching the battle from a hologram, was the same way, knowing that there was someone else of her race. Rias, this can't even be possible. Serafal, let's have a good fight, Rias-chan. Ameri, it's good to know there are more of my race. Kaneko, because you're there. Being in this group you will have more fame, however, being in that group only contempt awaits you. Ameri, I don't do this for fame or anything else. I do it because I want to be in this group. I trained a lot to get here. Kaneko, if you wish, fine, but I won't have mercy on you. Keed, son, I don't think that's going to be possible. First you will have to go through my defense and well I have to see how good your fists are. The latter only made Kaneko angry, much to Kied's satisfaction. Rias. Well, they won't have it easy since this time I have someone on my side. Seeing her pawn where he took off his hood and gave them a big smile, leaving Tiamat surprised since she knew who he was and that only bothered her. Tiamat, Acnologia, what are you doing here? Acnologia. They invited me and well at first I rejected it but knowing that you would be here I gladly accepted. Ophis. Who is he? Tiamat. A dragon king but also a murderer who killed many of our people just for pleasure. Rias. I had a strong time finding him but I brought him just to see his defeat. Tiamat. If that's how you want to play, then be it, brat. Changing her expression to a serious one that surprised her friends since they had never seen her like that. Ophis. If you need help, don't hesitate to tell me. Tiamat just nodded at him as she stared at her rival. Kiba, today you will know defeat and thanks to the help of many people I was able to see how you fight and it is not a big deal. Zenobia, this will be fun. Velvet, you're right about something. Everyone took a position where they waited a few minutes for the signal to be given. Kazuto, Issei, can I ask you a favor? Issei, of course. Kazuto, let me be in your peerage. Issei was a little surprised to hear those words, but he was even more surprised to see how Asuna did the same. Asuna, please. We will do our best to support you and not be a hindrance. Issei, please get up. Extending both hands which the two young men took. Issei, I can help them get a house and resources, I don't want them to be in constant danger. Asuna, but Issei, I also have many enemies and the most dangerous are my own family. Kirito, what do you mean? Issei, it's kind of strong to explain. Kirito, also, our friend is with you and we want to help her too. Issei, they're really sure about this. Once inside this world only danger awaits them. Asuna, we are. Issei, if you want that's fine, but remember one thing and that is that I always take care of my family. Because if you are part of my entourage, you are my family too. They both just nodded with a smile and got down on one knee again. Issei took out 2 horses that went in their direction. Issei, Alice will help you with your training and someone else. Kirito, as your knight I promise to always be in front. Issei, don't act like that. But let's see the battle as it will begin. Walking to the front and seeing how the battle had begun. Kaneko, upon hearing the start of the battle, quickly went against Kied, wanting to hit her in the face, but she was surprised to notice that she didn't even move her. Kied, that's your best shot. Kaneko upon hearing that jumped back to take position again. And when she was ready to go again, a Mary appeared in front of her, hitting her but Kaneko reacted in time using both hands to defend herself but still due to the impact she flew away crashing into the wall. Akino was launching big attacks against Rosweiss that she easily evaded since well it wasn't a big challenge since she had trained with her teammates. Tiamat on the other hand was upset to see Acnologia in that place so she went with all her power against him. Acnologia, I hope you have fun and you know what will happen if I win, no? Giving her a big smile that made the Dragon Queen angry. Tiamat, first dead than being with an idiot like you. Going against him only so that they both bump fists. Velvet was facing Kiba where she had a bit of a difficult time since the blonde knight moved fast much to her displeasure. While Zenobia gave her all against Alice where both clashed swords at high speed. Asuna, she's even more amazing in that armor. Issei, Su balance breaker. Someday you will have it too. Apartment, genial. Watching the battle with enthusiasm while Kirito analyzed the way the knights fought to get an idea. Rias. Serafal-sama because she is with someone like him. Serafal, you wouldn't believe it, plus I'm no longer a Mao now I'm free. Rias, you can have your own entourage because you are with him. Serafal, because it's fun. Besides, I can't lose. Creating an ice dragon that went in the direction of the redhead. The only one who stayed out of the battle was Ophis who only watched the situation of her companions. Ophis, why don't you attack half a vampire? Giving him one of his blank stares making Gasper tremble in fear. Ophis, you do not wish your king to win. Gasper, yes but you are not weak. Ophis, then decide whether you will fight or surrender. Gasper saw his companions giving their all, and without any other option he went against Ophis, where she admired his bravery. The half-vampire used his ability to immobilize her, and when he thought he had succeeded he received a blow to the stomach that took all the air out of him. Ophis, it wasn't bad but you still need it. Gasper, how did you do it? Ophis didn't say anything else and hit him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. Seconds later the announcement was made of the first piece eliminated being Rheasis. Many looked in Ophis's direction only to see her calm. Acnologia was not a fool. He knew that this woman was not a normal person, and that was why he had not gone against her. Kaneko, I won't give up. Taking out their ears and tails to attack with greater power. Keyed, the more damage I receive, the stronger I am. In the VIP room. Azazel, that girl's sacred gear is a trap, how is that possible? Michael, we still don't know a lot of sacred gear. Odin, in the future that girl will be someone to fear. Daiki, Din, how is it possible for him to have an entourage of such power? Mickey, trust Rheas, she can handle them. Garu, your mother is right. Plus, when it's your turn you can give him what he deserves. Alex, father is right, and now you dominate almost 100% of your partner. Daiki, you're right and don't worry, I'll humiliate him for what he did to you. Having a big smile while the leaders stood aside for the discussion. Meanwhile in the battle Velvet was already getting annoyed seeing how Kiba ran from one place to another. So he intercepted him and grabbed him by the neck and then slammed him to the ground. Velvet, you're finally still, I was getting tired of just seeing you run. Kiba, how can I catch you, you are a tower. Velvet, you forget that I have companions and also that I have lived long enough to take down people like you. Giving him a kick in the face that sent him against Ophis. Velvet, if you drop it it's because you're bad at playing. Giving him a challenging smile that Ophis accepted when she kicked Kiba back to Velvet. Seeing that her partner accepted the challenge, she returned it with greater speed. The audience did not know what to say as they watched both of them laugh, and at the same time Akiba half dead from so many kicks until in the end he disappeared into particles. Issei, seeing both of them act like that, just let out a sigh. Asuna, that's how it always is. Issei, I'll just tell you that if one of them invites you to play, reject them since they are bad losers. Kirito, I don't understand. Issei, you will know in due time. Watching the combat, he frowned when he saw how Acnologia was launching several attacks at Tiamat. In addition to noticing something strange where he looked down only to meet Ophis's gaze where she nodded in confirmation. Issei, finish him off. Ophis, okay. Having a serious expression as Acnologia possessed a part of her power that Rizavim took from her in the past. Ophis thought, I will recover what belongs to me. Going against his enemy and giving him a big blow. Many were surprised by how Ophis sent her enemy flying without any hint of compassion. Tiamat, what's wrong? Ophis, he has part of my power. Tiamat, that's why it's stronger than before, it seemed strange to me. Ophis, sorry for interfering but I have to do this. Tiamat, don't worry, I'm a little tired. That idiot was taking more and more magic. Raising his hand to surrender, leaving many surprised by what happened. Seconds later she was teleported outside and without wasting time she went to Issei who, upon seeing him, gave her a hug. Issei, you did well. Tiamat, thank you. Seeing the two new people. Issei, they will be part of our family now. Tiamat, Alice's friends are my friends. Extending his hand which they both took with a smile. After the presentation they watched the battle. Acnologia, Demon, how you dare to touch me. Ophis, that old man gave you that power, didn't he? When the man heard that, he tensed a little, which the goddess of infinity noticed. Ophis, that's mine and now I'll take it from you. Going against him and hitting him in the face, which on this occasion crossed the barrier. Keed was already bored of standing since Kaneko's massage had bored her, letting out a sigh. She took out her knife and launched herself into the attack of her enemy where at the same time she gave several blows to Kaneko causing her to run out of air for the moment. But, Keed, give up, don't waste my time. Plus I have to go help my friends. Kaneko, I never will. Keep good. Kicking her in the abdomen that threw her very far. Seconds after the sword came out some snakes that ended up eliminating Kaneko. Amari, and how was it? Keyed, not bad, but it's lacking. Velvet, and now what? Keyed, it would be better to wait since there are only a few people left and Ophis is a little upset. Ameri, I already realized it, poor dragon. Velvet, first time I feel sorry for an enemy. Turning around to see how Rias and Aquino joined attacks to defeat Seraphal and Rosweiss, but in the end everything was in vain and every time they ran out of magic. Ophis was giving Acnologia several blows from all sides where at the same time he did not even have time to give up. Ophis, what does he want? Acnologia, powder. Just after saying those words he received a blow to the face that caused his teeth to fly out. Ophis, tell me or I'll kill you myself. Acnologia, rebuild the underworld again. Ophis, first I'll finish him off before he does that stupid thing. Putting his hand on the dragon's Issei and taking away its power, Acnologia simultaneously let out several screams of pain. At the end you could see how it disappeared into particles, leaving only 3 people. Alice raised her sword to use one of her attacks while Zenobia only took a defensive position. Seeing that, Alice lowered her sword and ran at full speed, appearing behind. Seeing that her teammates had been eliminated, Rias was upset since there were only 3 left. Velvet, you give up or suffer a little. Seraphal, accepting defeat isn't so bad. Rias, I will never give up. Keyed, that's what I wanted to hear. Going against her and giving her a blow to the abdomen that sent her to heaven. Once she was on top, Ameri kicked her in the abdomen as well, and when she was about to fall, Velvet kicked her in the face, sending her very far away from the barrier. Velvet, home run, ha. Keyed, it wasn't bad. High-fiving just like Ameri and her other classmates. With Rias's defeat, the rating game ended, giving Issei's group the winner. In the VIP room, Daiki was very upset to see how they hurt his fiancée and how they made fun of her. Daiki, Surzek-sama. Surzek, tell me what's wrong. Daiki, as the next leader of the Hayu house, I want to challenge Issei to an individual duel. Surzek, I know you're upset but this isn't the time for that. Daiki, she's your sister, don't you mind? Surzek, she has to learn to accept defeat sooner or later. Because that's how you get to the top. Michael, he's right. Daiki, no me importa. So tell that idiot I'll wait for him on the battlefield. Leaving the room very upset while his parents and brother were proud of his attitude. Surzek, without any other option, also left to look for Issei. Meanwhile he arrived at the room where his group was and after introducing the new members to Alice's joy they were ready to leave but Surzek arrived. Issei, Surzek passes something. Surzek, your brother wishes to fight you now. Issei, it's not time for that yet. Surzek, he used his title as heir and if I didn't accept he was going to go to the council and they would make his dream come true. Issei, I understand. Seraphal, you don't have to. Issei, sooner or later this day had to come. Alice, good luck. Giving him a hug like the rest. It didn't take long for the news to be given, causing the public to return to the stadium. Only this time many more people arrived where they started shouting Daiki's name. Seconds later, the first to enter was Daiki. He was serious as he was very upset. At the same time Issei was entering, only sometimes every step he took melted the ground. Both brothers stood face to face with a serious look. Daiki, I'll make you pay for what those girls just did. Issei, you should know that we are in a rating game. But you are easily influenced by words. Daiki, when I kill you I will make sure that each one of them ends up in the worst possible place since I do not want used women. Issei upon hearing those words only clenched his fists in fury. Issei, you wanted to provoke me because you just achieved it. He reached the corner as his body was engulfed by flames, changing his appearance completely. Kirito, wow. Alice, that's what I said when I saw it for the first time. Plus it also has another appearance. Ophis, Issei is upset, he doesn't like this. The group upon hearing that looked at Issei and noticed his seriousness. Ameri, something happened to him. Rosweiss, what did he tell you? Seconds later they began the battle where Daiki activated his armor and took out his sword as he wanted to tear Issei into pieces but he moved at great speed with sword in hand where they collided. Daiki was about to say something but then Issei's sword was engulfed by black fire. Daiki was going to continue, but Drake told him that those flames were dangerous, so without any other option he dropped his sword and activated his knight armor, where he began to run around Issei with great speed. Issei, for his part, began shooting fireballs with his fingers. But to his bad luck, none of them hit him. Daiki took a big leap, changing his armor to the tower and falling in Issei's place, but he jumped in time. But Daiki changed the armor and grabbed Issei's foot and pulled him to him. He took him by the neck and both of his legs, where he then broke him in half, leaving many shocked by what he did. Obviously the girls were very upset when they saw this, but they resisted jumping onto the battlefield. Daiki threw Issei away, since in his words it was finally over. But just by taking one step, both parts of the body were burned and turned into ashes. Seconds later the ashes joined together, only for a great phoenix to be reborn and fly through the skies. Many were fascinated to see that, plus the phoenix family, since that was appealing to see. As Issei descended he took on his human form. Daiki, Deepening because you didn't die. Issei, the more you try to kill me, the stronger I will rise, since the fury I have against you will not go away so easily. Throwing blue flames at him that he evaded with some difficulty. Drake, be careful, that boy hasn't wasted his time. Those flames are not normal, just like the previous ones. Daiki, I won't give up, I'll kill him. Issei began to walk towards Daiki while being enveloped on one side in ice crystals and on the other side in fire. Many people when they saw that didn't know what to say, since it was the first time he used said transformation. Daiki, already annoyed, launched an attack where both of them collided fists. Daiki used all his strength, which to his joy destroyed one of Issei's arms, but just as he disappeared, he reappeared and hit him in the face with the same arm. Daiki, upon emerging from the rubble, launched several dragon shots that Issei received squarely, and with each hit his wounds regenerated quickly. Issei, you were in charge of making my life hell, and it's time for me to give you back everything you gave me. He attacked Daiki and hit him in the abdomen, destroying part of his armor and causing Daiki to spit out blood. Daiki flew out, crashing into the wall, and at the same time his armor was completely destroyed. Garu and Mickey were upset to see how Issei was humiliating their son, and they wanted to jump to give Issei what he deserved, but they couldn't since the leaders were there. Issei, sometimes you have to suffer to fall and thus be able to grow, and lose to win, because the most impressive lessons in life are learned through pain. Daiki got up from the rubble and activated his armor again and began to hit Issei in the face many times, destroying it with each blow but instantly regenerating it. Issei, I don't care what they did to me in the past, but what I will never allow you is to talk more about them. Taking Daiki by the neck and giving him several blows to the face that destroyed his helmet and then destroyed some of his teeth, since Issei was using all the strength he had. Garu couldn't take it anymore and threw himself into the sand, and without thinking twice he grabbed Issei by the neck and threw him away while he took his son in his arms and laid him down slowly. Garu, demon, how you dare to touch my son. Taking out his sword and ready to attack, the girls stood in front of Issei, where Ophis was the one in front, very serious. Ophis, touch it and you will know my fury. Garu, how dare a dragon second speak to me like that? At that moment Ophis began to change into her dragon form, black as night, where, already in that form, she let out a great roar that scared everyone present. The Maos, upon recognizing this power, were shocked, since they could not believe that the goddess of infinity was in Issei's group. Ophis, you are an informed demon. Returning to his human form, where he instantly opened a dimensional gap and left with his entire group, leaving a great silence and a Garu upset by such humiliation. When the group arrived at the house, the first thing they did was sit on the couch to process everything that had happened, plus Issei. Issei, wow, it was a long day today. Heed, how many friends we will have made today. Tiamat, this is no time for jokes. Issei, Kirito, Asuna, now they know how much trouble they'll be in. Asuna, I know we won't have a peaceful life, but we are going to give everything we can to help you. Issei, don't try too strong. Alice, don't worry, I'll help you as best I can, and Griselda will stay too. Ophis, it's my fault because I let myself be guided by my fury. Issei, don't worry, sooner or later they'll have to realize it. Serafal, that's right, don't worry Ophis-chan, they will realize how much you have helped. And if not, Well, we'll see what will happen. Mary, you're right. Issei, yes, well, who's hungry? Velvet, it's serious. Issei, there's no use thinking so much about something like that. Also, when I use the fire form, it makes me very hungry. Holding his stomach as it was growling, causing the group to laugh. Seconds later, they left the house to eat. In the underworld, the leaders were still in the VIP room processing what had happened. Surzek, I see and I don't believe it. Odin, it's serious. Azazel, well, it's strong to believe that the goddess of infinity is Issei's queen. Michael, she was always close to us and we didn't even realize it. Surzek, what will we do now? I imagine that the counselors will begin to demand. Ajuka, rest assured, but she was not the leader of the Cows Brigade. Surzek, I don't understand anything, the only one who can give us an answer is Issei. Odin, then we ask him since right now we have to give some explanations to our people. And thus leaving the place like the rest. 2 days passed and everything was a case since they had found out that the goddess of infinity was someone's queen. The Hayu brothers were the most upset knowing that their useless brother had someone of great power under his command. While Issei's group decided it was better not to even know about everything that had happened, obviously Alice and Griselda began Kyoto and Asuna's training, leaving Griselda surprised at how they learned at a great speed in such a short time. Griselda thought, Issei, how do you find high-level people? Imagining Issei's entire entourage of only high-level people, causing him to shudder. Issei, Ophis, can you send me where Azazel is please? She just nodded since she knew what he wanted to talk about, so she created a dimensional gap where Issei entered and appeared in the laboratory. Azazel, wow, what a surprise. Issei, I have something to talk to you about. Taking out a folder with documents that Azazel took with curiosity, and after reviewing them he was surprised. Issei, tell me, there are still people who follow in Kokobeel's footsteps. Azazel, Issei, you should know what fallen angels are like, right? Issei, I see. Azazel, they would do anything for money or anything. I guess someone hired them to carry out such a massacre in that place. Issei, I want your permission. Azazel, do it since they decided to do that they stopped being part of this place. Issei, thank you. Azazel, leaving that topic, tell me Issei how you met her. Issei, it was kind of strange to be honest because one day I went out early to exercise and I saw her sitting on a bench and I wondered what a girl was doing in this place so early. Azazel, did you not feel its great power? Issei, in the past I was somewhat inexperienced in that. And well, we started talking and well, you should get an idea. Azazel, boy, I admire you, you achieved something impossible, ha. Although when I first met her I was an old man. Azazel, you can mold it however you want, no. Giving him a perverted smile, making Issei punch him. Issei, be thankful she's not here or you'd be dead. Azazel, with the blow you just gave me, I think it's more than enough. Issei, well, I left, I have to start my search. Creating a magic circle and leaving the place. Upon arriving home he gathered his team and explained the plan. Asuna, we'll go too. Issei, I know but they will go with Ophis and Tiamat. I don't want anything to happen to them since they are inexperienced in this. Kyoto, thank you. Issei, don't worry. Rossweiss, how many places do we have to go? Issei took out a map and put it on the table where there were many circles marked. Issei, since the attack on Kyoto and Asuna's home I started investigating and saw the news too only to find out that they are only attacking orphanages. Kyoto's, those DMN ones. Issei, I imagine Rizavim looks for children with potential. Velvet, and where we have to go. Issei, look for abandoned places since that's where they must have their bases. Sometimes the most obvious places are the right ones. Ophis, I understand. Issei, well group, I wish you luck on the mission. Ophis, Keed and Asuna will go to Russia. Tiamat, Kyoto and Velvet to China since there are attacks too. Rossweiss, a Mary Y. Sarafala, Africa. Alice, you stay with me, let's go search here in Japan. The group nodded to the instructions given by their king. Issei, I wish you luck and if something happens, don't hesitate to call me. It's not good to fight alone. Putting your hand in the center like the rest. Seconds later everyone went on their way, as did Issei and Alice, who left their house to search. A few days passed and the groups found some bases that they destroyed instantly, but not before saving the children. Ophis and Tiamat let Kyoto and Sona fight harder than anyone else since they had to overcome their limits. But when there was danger, they were going to interfere. Issei and Alice searched for 3 days until they found one that was very hidden. Alice, what's the plan? Issei, there are many children in that place, so we have to act quickly because otherwise they could use them as shields. Alice, I understand. Issei, then let's go and remember to be careful. Alice nodded and they both walked in silence and looked for an entrance so as not to be detected, and after entering the building they killed everyone they saw, but in silence. While on the lowest floor they saw many children with various injuries and malnutrition. But then a fallen man arrived and gave the signal, drawing everyone's attention. Issei, without wasting time, created a magic circle to teleport all the children while Alice killed anyone who got close. Some time later it had ended where he nodded to Alice and they both killed everyone present. Issei, wait, I still feel like there's someone else. Walking through the hallways and searching until he opened the door and saw a girl playing with her stuffed animal. Issei, oh, giving her a smile and walking slowly while the girl gave her a slight smile as she didn't sense anything bad from Issei. He was a little surprised to notice that she wasn't afraid of him, but that made him happy. Seconds later he was close to her at her height. Issei, hello, my name is Issei and your little girl. Issei was a little surprised to see the girl's calmness but gave her a smile. Issei, Anya likes it. Tell me, do you want to leave this place? Good. Issei thought, DMN, she's very cute. Alice thought, kawaii. Anya just smiled at them knowing that and took Issei's hand when the three left the place. Minutes later they were at the house where Issei erased all the children's memories, and when he was about to go with Anya, she started crying. Issei, what's wrong with you? Anya, I don't want to go back to that place. I want a family. Issei, don't worry, I'll look for a good place for you. She just shook her head and clung to Issei's foot, surprising him while Alice laughed seeing him like that. Issei, what are you doing? Anya, I like you, I want to stay. Issei, I am someone bad and good, you won't like being with me. Anya, you are a good person, Chi-Chi. Hearing what she said, Issei opened his eyes wide while Alice laughed out loud at what was happening. Issei was about to say something, but Anya had tears in her eyes, wanting to cry. Seeing that, Issei remembered his childhood and how they left him alone, where he instinctively hugged her, causing her to hug him back. Alice, Issei, you will. Issei, yes. Anya, yes, now I have a family. Seeing Alice with a smile where she didn't know what to say seeing such a look. Mother, ha. Alice, it is. Alice thought, I hope the others don't say anything when they find out that I have a daughter with Issei. Anya, knowing that, was surprised and looked at Issei where he gave her a smile. Anya, Chi-Chi is great. Issei, Alice takes care of Anya, I'll go find a place for the children. And without waiting for a response he left the place, giving them both a smile. Anya, don't you want to be my haha? Alice, the truth is, I grew up in a place like where you were. Mom, wow. Alice, Anya, I know what I'm going to say is difficult, but tell me that they made you like that like the other children. Anya, I don't remember, I'm sorry. Looking down, Alice approached her and gave her a hug. Alice, don't worry, it's better this way. Minutes later the others returned only to be surprised, but upon seeing her up close they quickly became attached to the girl. Anya instinctively read everyone's minds and was surprised to know that it was everyone. Anya thought, this is Waku Waku. Knowing the interesting family he would live with. Some time later Issei returned only to see that the little girl was asleep on the couch. Ophis, Issei dime. Issei, when I saw her clinging to me I could see myself as a child and how alone I felt. Besides wanting a family, maybe that's why I didn't have the courage to let her go. Serafal, Anya is cute but it's a little more dangerous with the enemies you have now. Issei, I know, but I will do my best to make sure she is safe because from now on she will be my daughter. Velvet, don't worry, we'll help you. Keed, I took care of some children in the past and it won't be that difficult, plus she's obedient from what I see. Ophis, I don't think a queen and a phoenix would have the courage to attack the home of a dragon god. Rosweiss, there will always be idiots. You forget. Ophis, true. Asuna, I will help as best I can, take care of many children in the orphanage, you will help me, right, Kirito-kun? Kirito, sure. Issei, thank you all seriously. Ophis, Issei, you must give the girl a last name just as you need one. Issei, think about it. Well guys, it's your turn, give me ideas for surnames worthy of a phoenix, I'll give it to you. Minutes later everyone went to their room where Issei grabbed Anya and she instantly grabbed his shirt. Seconds later, with no other option, he fell asleep next to her. The next day the family was having breakfast peacefully. Issei, tell me Anya, do you want to go to school? Nice, good. Ameri, it's rare for a child to want to go to school. Anya, I want to help Chi-Chi in the future. Alice, you're great Anya-san. And don't worry, we will find you a good school. Ophis, nice. You go have fun and make many friends. Issei, you heard them, have a good time. Anya gave them a big smile as she was happy to be in that family. But at that moment part of the room exploded where several renegades entered the house. There is the experiment. It was a good idea to put the pager on him. Anya, seeing those big smiles, got scared and started to shake but calmed down when she felt Issei's hand on her head. He, for his part, had a calm look towards the group. Velvet, Rosweiss was right in the end. Seraphol, I don't think it's time for that. Ophis saw the state of the room and was a little upset as were some since her game shelf was destroyed. Tiamat, how dare you? Keyed, to come to our home and destroy it and even more so by wanting to take the little girl. Don't you realize that we are more idiots than you? Alice, no one will touch Anya because I'm her mother. Activating his armor and taking out his sword which surprised Anya to see her in that suit. Kirito and Asuna also took out their weapons while the rest cracked their hands and seconds later they launched the attack. It didn't take 2 minutes where everyone was obviously dead. Issei took Anya to the garden and while there they teleported Grigori to Azazel's laboratory, who when he saw Issei got scared since he arrived suddenly. Issei, she has a tracker. Could you search and destroy it please? Azazel, but who is she? Issei, I'll tell you later. Azazel just nodded and started working and 10 minutes later he was finished. Azazel gave Anya a smile when she read his mind, making him surprised to notice all the things he had on his mind. He quickly stood behind Issei. Issei, something's wrong. Anya, Chi-Chi, he is a pig. Issei, even a child will notice your intentions. You better stay away from her Azazel. Azazel, oi. Issei, well I have to go. Maybe the house is already clean. Azazel, tell me why she called you dad. Issei, another time. Leaving the place and appearing on the patio again, they both entered the house and it was as before. Anya, they're great. Issei, I know and that's why don't make them angry okay. Nice, good. Going with the group that was in the room. Minutes later they started looking for schools for Anya on the internet while she watched TV with a smile knowing that she now has a great family. All the girls had a serious expression since in front of them were the folders with the schools they wanted Anya to go to. Alice, as your mother I say that this is not far away and they have a good learning system. Ophis, that's what they say but in reality it's something else. He has to go to a class school. Rosweiss, if we continue like this we will never finish. Tiamat, there is no other option. Having a serious look as he looked at the rest of the group who nodded at him in confirmation. Seconds later everyone stood up, Velvet took out a set of cards and they started the game. While Issei had a sweat drop as he saw what was happening. Issei, where do you want to go, Anya? I still don't know what you want. Anya, I'll go where you want Chi-Chi. Issei, great, then we just have to wait. 10 minutes later Seraphol had her fist on top while the rest were lying on the ground in victory. Seraphol, it was one of the hardest battles I've ever had but I won in. The end. Say, well where will it be? Seraphol put on a pair of glasses and turned off the lights while the rest got up and sat down to watch her presentation. He then started the conference while showing the academy. Seraphol, the Eden Academy where only the elite go and at a young age they are taught things that they normally teach at a more adult age. Every graduate from there has a promising future. Rosweiss, wow that's really cool. Seraphol, thank you. Keyed, But when I saw the pamphlet you gave me I could see that it is not so easy to enter since you need to pass several exams and both parents must be married. Seraphol, that's no problem. Showing a marriage certificate in the hologram. Issei was the first to open his eyes in surprise. Velvet, Yamamoto Issei is married to Yamamoto Seraphol. Wow, it shows that you are prepared. Seraphol, I know. And then Issei, it sounds good but I don't want to put a big burden on it. Looking at Anya while the rest also looked at her waiting for her response. She could see everyone's support so she formed a smile. Anya wants to go and I want to be like you. Seraphol, you will be little one. So with everything said, it's time to prepare and create a story. Rosweiss, we have a lot to study, so are you ready? Yes, good. Rosweiss, then let's go. Alice, I'll help. Asun, me too. And so he went with all his heart to teach him. Ameri, well then we just have to wait. Issei, well while you guys do that I'll go to the underworld to see how things are going. Ophis, I'll go with you. Issei, sure after what happened last time. Ophis, it's better to stop hiding. Issei just nodded and with that they both left the place. When the leaders arrived they quickly stood up when they saw her. Ophis, act like always, I hate it when you act like this. Surzek, that brings you here. Issei, we want to know how things are. Azazel, after you reveal your true self, many are surprised and others are scared. Ophis, I don't care. As long as that family doesn't mess with Issei anymore, I'm fine. Surzek, the council still thinks you belong to the Hayu family. So they want to engage you with several young women. Ophis, if you want that, you'll have to get over me and the others first. Issei, only when he shows his true cards is when they start looking for him, what not. Odin, tell me boy what you think of the underworld. Issei, I can help but being told to give my life for this place obviously I won't do it. If I hadn't left on that occasion, perhaps right now I would be dead or lying around while those who passed by me would only make fun. Surzek, you're right. Michael, but you knew Issei when he was strong no? Ophis, if I had known him since he was a child he would have given him to me to take care of him. I don't care if it's weak or strong. Issei, let's leave this aside for now. Tell me if there is any change. Azazel, for now there have been no attacks, perhaps it is because she is with you. Surzek, Rizavim isn't that stupid to attack you. Issei, I hope so because now I have someone to take care of. Azazel, it's not that girl. Odin, what a girl. Issei, as you know many orphanages were attacked and well, after saving many children, there was one who did not want to be separated from me and well, I adopted him. Surzek, are you ready for such a responsibility? Issei, all the members of my family raised themselves except for Seraphol. They feel what it's like to be alone, and that's why they are going to take great care of her just like me. I want her to have what I never had in my childhood and that is a family. Surzek, okay but remember demons are greedy but old people so take care of that girl. Ophis, you know how I am Lucifer and if someone approaches her everyone will know what the fury of a dragon is like. Because for dragons, their offspring is the most precious they have. Azazel, I will talk to mine but if they don't listen I give them my permission to finish them off. Issei, thank you. Surzek, and one more thing and that is that your two queens will not be able to participate in any more raiding games. I'm sorry. Issei, me low imagine. But it's okay. Michael, just like that. Ophis, well the truth is, those battles are boring for me. And well Seraphol you have better things to do now as a mother and wife. Surzek, wife. Issei, I'll tell you later. Azazel, but you still have the dragon queen Tiamat so everything is fine. Issei, she will stop participating and she has to help Seraphol. Surzek, if so, you will only have 5 people left. Issei, not really. Since I have 2 more knights under my command. Azazel, I already want to see you fight since each of your companions has unique abilities. Issei, I'm not going to force them since they're not used to fighting. Surzek, Issei, do you want to go to India? We want to make an alliance with that faction. Issei, as it turns out, he is one of the most powerful beings. Surzek, that's right, Shiva is there and I know he can help us. Issei, I'll see if my schedule is okay. Since I have to study a little for the interview I will have at my daughter's academy. Azazel, Ha ha ha, good luck. Issei, well, with that said, I left. I'll tell you when I have time. Surzek just nodded, and with that they both returned to the human world. When they arrived, they saw Anya on the floor asleep. Issei, what happened here? Mary, lots of information. Rosweiss, I just taught him the basics. Showing him a book with very advanced formulas made Issei break out in sweat. Issei, Rosweiss starts from the basics. If you go with everything, I don't think she will be able to understand everything. Serafal, Ise-chan, it's time to study too. We have to create a story. Issei, they will be long words. But hey, how many days are left for the exam? Serafal, we have a month, so let's go. Tiamat, I'll order something to eat. Keed, come on Anya, you can do it. Helping her stand up while the rest gave her support. Issei, and to all this and Kirito. Asuna, he's training. Issei, tell him not to try too strong. Oh, and also later I'm going to India and I want two of you to accompany me, so they said, and I hope you don't fight, okay? Filling the room, but he felt a chill since the girls were seeing each other with a smile. Issei was in the underworld and not very happy. Issei, repeat it again. Surzek, your next rating game is against Daiki, and well, the council wants your group if you lose. Issei slammed the table, causing cracks. Azazel, calm down, okay? Issei, how do you want me to do it? Maybe they think my classmates are things or what? Surzek, I talked to them but it didn't help much. Issei, Surzek, you allow yourself to be manipulated very easily. Surzek, and what do you want me to do? They over time gained the trust of all the things you think would happen if I went and killed them. Ajuka, during the war they took advantage of everything. Issei, and what will happen to the Hindu faction? Surzek, everything is done, you will go to Azazel. Issei, YL rating game. Surzek, it's tomorrow night. Issei, everything is planned, and what are the conditions, because there must be. Surzek, as you know, your two queens and Tiamat cannot participate. Issei, I see. Surzek, neither do your 3 towers. Issei, it's a joke, right? Falbium, they want you to lose at all costs. Say, but why? Surzek, they know about the power of the 3, and someone informed the council that your Mary Tower was trained by the yokai leader. Issei, and the other thing. Surzek, Daiki has the right to change his entourage in this battle. So many people will do him the favor. Hearing that, Issei took a seat only to let out a sigh he had held. Say, and I won. Surzek, you will have the right to ask for whatever you want. They quickly agreed since they think you are going to lose. Issei, Yavio. Michael, what do you want? Issei, they will know in due time. I have to go to give the news to my colleagues. Getting up and leaving for the human world before entering his house, he spent a few minutes outside until he had the courage to enter. He went to the living room just to see how the girls were playing with Anya. Ophis, how did it go? Issei, Anya, can you go to your room? I must talk about something important. She just nodded at him and left the room. Issei, tomorrow is the rating game against Daiki. Velvet, so soon? Issei approached Serafal and gave her a sheet of paper where he read it aloud, and at the end some were angry and others were angry. Tiamat, how stupid the trap is. Keed, they are very afraid of us. Issei, I won't accept. Alice, we will. Issei, but what are you saying, there would only be 2? Asuna, you're wrong. Issei, you guys aren't ready yet. Kirito, we have practiced enough thanks to Griselda and Alice. It's time to show what we learned. Issei, there are too many for just 4. Rosweiss, Issei, don't worry, even if we lose, we'll take some of them. Alice, but as your knight I am forbidden to lose. Asuna, we will give you that victory, don't worry. Serafal, you guys are great. Alice, we are the 3 musketeers, ha. Raising his sword just like Asuna and Kirito. Issei, seeing her enthusiasm, just smiled. Issei, if so, I trust you. Velvet, Key, tomorrow we are going to India and the rest take care of Anya. Ophis, take it easy. Kirito, it's time to show that you don't play games with this family. Issei, well then let's have dinner because I'm hungry. The group only laughed at her change in attitude. Some time later they left the house like a big family. Anya was the happiest of all. The next day Issei and company were ready to leave. Ameri, good luck on your journey. Issei, I tell you the same. Alice, I hope you see the battle. Issei, I'll be watching. Seeing the little girl where she gave him a smile. Issei, I'll be back in a few days. You behave well, yes. Good. Giving a hug to Issei and then to the other girls. Sometime later the three left to meet with Azazel. The four participants were making plans of what to do for the fight. While Daiki had a big smile since he had everything going for him. Daiki, you will repay me for this humiliation, Issei, and what better way than to leave your classmates in bad shape? Alex, the council people aren't so bad in the end. Daiki, we are one of the most famous houses, it is obvious that they would help us. Better go prepare for battle. His brother just nodded and then left with the rest of the group. Hours passed and everyone was entering the stadium to see the fight that for many would be the best of all. Surzek, this didn't have to be this way. Odin, how much hope do you have for the boy that he wins? Surzek, it will be a tough battle since the strongest people in Issei's group will not be fighting. Seraphal, don't worry, I trust my group. Michael, it will only be 4 against Seraphal. The quantity does not matter, but the skill. Although 2 of my classmates are new to these, they had great teachers. Griselda, they have a unique talent. More so when they are also entered by Ophis and Tiamat. Surzek, all that remains is to wish them luck. Little by little the stadium filled up and the presenter was ready to announce the participants. Presenter, the first to enter is the king and one of the most powerful beings there is and, as Hayudu Daiki thinks, the current Sekyurudai. Many screamed with excitement plus the demons since they wanted him to win. Announcer, this rating game will be special since Daiki-sama's current team is different. In addition, Yamamoto Issei will not participate since he is injured from the battle and is afraid. He said it with a big smile while many laughed at his cowardice. The girls present were very angry about what he said but they managed to hold on. Presenter, as your queen, one of the strongest young people is Rias Gremory, like your towers Kaneko and Serorg Bale. Instantly many were surprised by said name plus Seraphal. Surzek, I imagine that those on the council forced him more than his own family. Seraphal, they are falling very low by doing this. Announcer, like your bishops Alex Hayadu and Asia Argento. Like his knights Sinovia Corda and Kiba Yudo. Like his pawns Aquino, Acnologia, Saji, Tsubaki, Regulus, Olivian, Razor and Gasper. Many shouted with excitement upon seeing such equipment. Seraphal, this is not fair at all. Surzek, if something happens I'll interfere, don't worry. Seraphal, I know. And I'm glad Ophis isn't here or else I wouldn't know what would happen. Announcer, and on the part of the Yamamoto team, Rasweiss as their pawn and as their knights, Alice, Asuna and Kazuto. Very few supported them, being just friends while some insulted them. Daiki, what a shame. Rasweiss, you are a chicken for not letting us all participate. Daiki, we are in the underworld and the demons are in charge here ha. Rias, you will pay for all the humiliations that idiot put us through. Alex, when we win we will put you guys to good use so don't worry. Going out with the rest of his companions. Serorg, I'm sorry but my mother. Alice, don't worry. Serorg, I have to give my all because otherwise. Rasweiss, we know and you can do it, we are ready. Serg, thank you. Bowing and leaving the place. Rasweiss, guys we have a big challenge. Asuna, it's time to show that no one messes with the Yamamoto family. Alice, that's how you talk. Kirito, I will take care of this family in the name of my friend. Having a serious face, minutes later they made the announcement for the fight to begin. A few minutes passed until the presenters started the fight. Daiki looked at his teammates to confirm where they agreed. And the plan was to defeat everyone in the worst possible way to pay for the previous humiliation. Everyone quickly launched into combat, launching multiple magical attacks that Rasweiss managed to avoid by creating a barrier. Alice, Ross, everyone will go against you as the leader. We are going to defend you. Rasweiss, thank you. First we have to get rid of the bishops, more specifically Asia, since she will be able to heal their wounds. Alice, good. Asuna, Kirito, watch my back. They both nodded where they launched the attack. The Red Emperor's team, seeing that, Most of them smiled and went against her. Alex wanted to have some fun, so he fired magic bullets at Alice. He thought that this would be necessary, but he was surprised to see how Kirito took the lead and deflected every attack. The spectators were surprised to see this, as they thought it was not possible. Alex, how did he do that? What should happen is for the magic to explode and not deviate. Rias, it's not time for that. Keep attacking, they are coming through Asia. The group did not say anything else, and the two knights were the first to attack, but Kirito and Asuna clashed their swords against both of them. While Alice continued to attack, she obviously wouldn't have an easy time, especially with Serorg in front of her. Serorg, Issei is my friend and I will make it as painless as possible. Alice, sorry but I won't lose. Launching into the attack while the rest went against Rosweiss. In another place, not far from, the Hindu faction Issei and company were watching the combat. Azazel, Issei, you better accept defeat. Velvet, they won't lose. Keed, it's true. Azazel, they are 4 against 16, and most of them are of great power. Issei, I trust them. And if they lose, I won't let anyone take my family from me. First, they would have to walk over my dead body. Azazel, that would be impossible. Letting out a sigh and watching the battle. On the battlefield, Olivian took on his dragon form to finish the battle faster, while Razor launched several fireballs. Since he was one of the people who hated Issei the most. Rosweiss, seeing so many attacks, only increased the defense of her shields, but as she was concentrating on it, she did not notice that Kaneko appeared behind them, kicking her in the ribs, sending her into stars on the wall. The audience screamed with excitement as they watched Rosweiss emerge from the rubble. Rosweiss, that's it, a Mary hits harder. Kaneko, upon hearing that, became upset and attacked her rival with more fury. Daiki, seeing the situation, had a smile since everything was going well, it was just that they were taking longer. Looking around, he set his sights on Asuna, where he took out Ascalon and went against her to finish off someone at least. Kirito, who was not far away, saw this and kicked Kiba and went at great speed where he pushed Asuna, who surprised her but stayed in shock when she saw how Kirito's arm passed in front of her. The Yamamoto group, seeing that, remained shocked while Issei clenched his fists and Ophis with Tiamat wanted to go against Daiki for attacking like that. On the other hand, Daiki did not take it into account and raised his sword again to finish off Kirito, and when he was about to attack him, a shield defended him, leaving many surprised. Seconds before, Rosweiss, seeing his partner in such a state, became even more upset when he saw how Daiki was about to deliver the last blow. Rosweiss, tower promotion. Stretching out his hand and creating a shield in front of Kirito. Keed, seeing that, was proud of her partner. She looked ahead only to see how Kaneko was about to come towards her, where she wrinkled the seal, and when the Nikomata was about to attack her, Rosweiss kicked her, sending her flying, leaving her pinned to the wall. Ameri just nodded proudly, knowing that she taught her friend well. Kirito left the shock and took Asuna's hand to go to another place. Alice, seeing that, separated from Serorg and met with both of them. Alice, if you can't. Kirito, I'm fine, don't worry. Asuna, but. Kirito, I promise to take care of you no matter what, and that's what I will do. Asuna, I will give my all. Rias, they finished saying goodbye. He told them from a distance while he met with his companions. Acnologia, how well do you know Ha? Zenobia, you better give up, you only have one arm so you won't do anything. Razor, I'll make them pay for what that idiot did to me. And from how I see, that girl is your girlfriend, don't worry, I will take good care of her when she is by my side. While you just watch. Kirito, upon hearing that, only had a serious look as he began to walk towards them. Kiba, upon seeing that, ran towards him, and when he was close he jumped but was surprised to see a barrier. The public and the leaders were surprised to see how Kirito's arm regenerated and joined the barrier, and how Kiba flew away. Kirito, you messed with my family and I won't forgive you for that. Raising his black sword, it began to deform, where seconds later Kirito launched a great attack towards Kiba that completely eliminated him. The presenter was in shock but had to get out of it to make the announcement. Daiki and his brother were very angry since they did not plan for any of them to be eliminated. Daiki, Acnologia finishes him off. He just smiled and went to attack just like Kirito, who was very upset. Acnologia launched many attacks, but it was useless since Kyoto moved at great speed and always scratched him. As he attacked, he summoned another sword. Kyoto, Starburst Stream, doing more damage to Acnologia at a great speed that left some stunned. Seconds later he made a great leap and with all his strength cut off Acnologia's head, giving him disqualification and eliminating his second enemies. When the enemy group looked up, they were the only ones to see his golden eyes that changed instantly. Rias just gritted her teeth in fury upon seeing that as they had once again eliminated someone strong from their group. At that moment everyone became serious and stopped playing games. Daiki, Serog, you better be serious. Oh. Rias, I will make sure you never see my aunt again. You can be very strong, but you don't mess with the council, and the Bale family cannot support you since you do not have the power of destruction. So you better use your partner and give it your all. Serog just clenched his fists in frustration. He looked up to see his companion where the golden lion nodded at him and ran towards him. Seconds later, many saw a yellow flash only to be surprised to see Serog in lion armor. Alice, it's time to get serious too. Activating his armor. His two friends nodded to him to do the same, leaving some surprised to see them. Asuna, Kyoto, we do that. Kyoto, go ahead. It's time to finish this so I can go home. Elsewhere, Azazel had Issei by the shoulders while moving him from side to side. Azazel, how the hell do you do so that all your companions have balance breakers? Issei, not everyone has it. Azazel, you know what I mean. But Issei didn't care and instead watched the battle since it was going to get ugly from now on. Both Kyoto and Asuna took attack stances while having their hands on the hilt of the sword. In an instant they moved at great speed only to finish off Olivian. Alex, Malditus, launching multiple attacks with his teammates while Serog, with no other option, went against both of them but ran into Rosweiss where they both began to hit each other with their fists since Rosweiss was in the tower promotion. Daiki, how can that Diamond guy be so lucky to find talented people? But that doesn't matter anymore since they will be with me very soon. Alice, first dead, launching some of his special attacks but Daiki evaded it without much difficulty. Akino, you're not that bad of a swordsman, but you won't be able to beat me and my friends. Launching several attacks with Alex, Riser and Rias but Kyoto deflected them all. Asuna quickly ran towards the group where Zenobia could not react in time and received multiple attacks from Asuna, leaving her injured. Surzek, Diamond, what kind of training they had? Michael, Griselda, what can you tell me? Griselda, I won't lie to you, the truth is, I didn't know they could do that except activate their balance breaker. In the end I got a big surprise. Having a slight smile when seeing the potential of both. While Akino launched multiple lightning bolts towards her enemies, she only smiled but it quickly faded when she saw Kyoto nearby. Instantly everyone heard her screams of pain as she was being stabbed from all sides until she was split in half. Seeing that, Daiki reached his limit, starting the chant. Many people were scared when they saw that and the guards quickly activated a barrier under the orders of the counselors. At the end of the chant he let out a loud roar and launched many attacks at the group who, without any other option, had to join together to stop all the attacks with a barrier. But Rosweiss became serious as she watched. Daiki open and was ready to launch a big attack. Rias, it all ends here. Giving a big smile and seeing how everything was ready, even more so when he saw how Rosweiss struggled to resist the attack. Rosweiss was doing his best plus he was running out of magic. At that he closed his eyes and remembered what he talked about with Issei the night before. Flashback. Rosweiss walked to Issei's room where after waiting a bit he entered. Issei, tell me what to do. Rosweiss, you're sure I'm the leader? Issei, Eso worries you. Rosweiss, I just don't know if I can. Issei, I trust you Ross, and it's not for nothing that you were Odin's bodyguard. I know how strong you are. Rosweiss, Issei, if I win we can go on a date. She said it was all red as a tomato while she closed her eyes. At that she didn't hear a response but she felt something soft on her forehead and when she opened her eyes it was Issei who had embraced her. Issei, if you want that of course. Seeing how Rosweiss was all red and didn't know what to respond. Issei better walk to the exit to let her react. Issei, you are strong Rosjon. I trust you and don't worry if you lose, I would give my life for you. And with that said he left the room while Rosswise had his head lowered. End of flashback. Rosswise became more serious as she did not want to lose. Rosswise, I won't lose since Issei promised me a date. Seraphol and company just smiled when they saw that Azazel wanted to kill Issei with his gaze, but he didn't care. Daiki upon hearing that became even more upset and increased his power, and his companions joined in launching their attacks. Rosswise was brought to his knees by the attack and his hands were losing skin from the impact. Alice, Rosswise is better. Rosswise, that's never what I don't want to lose. Alice, me neither, but you won't be able to do it alone. Rosswise, don't worry. Giving them a smile and creating a spell with the little strength, he had to push his teammates out of the area. They were shocked to see that, more so to see her with that smile. Seconds later he deactivated his shield. Rosswise, Queen promotion. He said it in a whisper that no one heard. Many were surprised, but they snapped out of it and started shouting with excitement. While Alice and company were apparently upset, Daiki and company were satisfied to see what they achieved. Velvet, DMN. She said it was all upset with her partner, but when they saw Issei they were surprised to see him calm. Issei, it's time for you to show your true potential. Rosswise. Watching the combat. Alex was about to say something, but a fire tornado was created that little by little went out, and when it disappeared everyone without exception was surprised to see a redhead standing there with a dress made of fire. Rosswise thought, I'm not very used to this promotion, but there's no time to waste. Creating wings of fire and going to attack. Daiki, upon seeing this, became upset as he remembered his battle against Issei, so he launched an attack with his companions. Alice left the chalk and went with her companions to help. Odin, what happened? Seraphol, Rosswise is a pawn as you know, so I used the queen promotion. Being even closer to Issei. Last time I asked Issei why he didn't give him the bishop piece and he told me that he saw great potential in it, and now that I look at it he was right. Having a smile when seeing his partner. On the battlefield only explosions could be heard everywhere. Daiki, I won't lose in this place. Asuna, we are a team and we are not going to give up. Taking out a pair of white wings, Michael could no longer be surprised since seeing so many surprises was seeming normal to him. Asuna quickly went against Daiki, giving him many attacks that surprised all the swordsmen who were watching the fight. Seconds later Daiki fell to the ground where he returned to his human form, already somewhat tired from using enough power. When he opened his eyes he only saw 4 swords from the swordsman. Kirito, give up or would you rather be more humiliated? Daiki, I will never give up. Alice, that's what I wanted to hear. Cutting off Daiki's head, which left some people cold as he did it without hesitation. The others were about to attack except Serorg, but then they heard Surzek's voice. Surzek, the winner is the Yamamoto team since King Daiki was defeated. Little by little applause began to be heard from the public as they were surprised by such a battle. Seconds later, Rosswise returned to her normal form, only that she was about to fall due to fatigue, but her teammates managed to overcome her. Rosswise, finally home. Alice, you're great. While in front of them a dimensional gap appeared from which Ophis emerged, taking Rosswise, and without saying anything he returned to his home with his companions. Elsewhere Issei stood up like the rest. Issei, well it's time to have our battle too. Turning around and continuing on his way to the Hindu faction. Issei and company were facing the strongest beings of the Hindu faction, being Shiva and Indra. Azazel, thank you for accepting this meeting. Shiva, we know the problems that faction is causing, but we have no intention of joining other factions. Azazel, why not? Indra, you are weak and we don't want to waste our energy protecting weak beings like you. She told them with a smile, making Velvet about to stand up, but Issei grabbed her hand. Indra, you have a very strong temperament, girl. Velvet, it's just that listening to so much nonsense gives me a headache. Indra, haha, you have a lot of courage to talk like that in front of me. Releasing a portion of her power caused Velvet to almost fall to the ground, but Issei caught her. Issei, please don't cause trouble. We are here to talk, not fight. Indra, you have no right to speak like a simple servant. Maybe they forget where they are. Issei, I have a lot of things on my mind and the last thing I want is to have problems with you. Indra, Since when do young people think it's a big deal? Issei, apologize to my partner and this will all be over. Indra, oh yes, what? Letting out a laugh while he had his eyes closed. When he opened them he only saw how a fist went towards his face where he took it with his hand. Indra, that's all. But then she noticed how her hand was freezing, making her let go of Issei. Indra, this isn't funny anymore, brat. Shiva, that's enough. Indra, obviously this won't stay like this. I will finish this brat. Running towards Issei and grabbing him by the waist and taking him to an open space to fight. Those who were passing by were surprised by what they saw since one of their leaders was about to fight with a stranger. Indra, don't worry, you won't suffer much. Making the sky turn dark and it will start to rain. Seconds later he launched the attack as he wanted to fight bare knuckle. Shiva, this will not end well. Keed, don't worry because even if you don't believe it, Issei won't lose. Shiva, I know he is your partner but don't ask for much. Velvet, the more Issei fights, the stronger he becomes. Azazel, it's true because you better look. Shiva said nothing and watched the battle. While both of them bumped fists, Indra gave the strongest blows. Seconds later Issei jumped back, changing into his ice phoenix form. Many people were surprised when they saw that. Indra, it won't be that bad but it won't be enough. Standing in front of Issei and giving him a blow to the head that completely crashed him to the ground. Nobody lives with that blow. What do you think about challenging the god of war? What could we expect from an idiot? Well, it's better to go. Wait, it's still moving. Seeing how Issei was standing up and his head was completely regenerated. Indra, wow, you're still alive and without a scratch. Issei, apologize to my wife. Indra, never. Issei, then I hope you are aware that today the god of war will fall. Going against Indra and creating an ice sword. In the underworld, those on the council were somewhat surprised by what they had seen since they knew they would win. Counselor 1, let's move on to Plan B. Counselor 4, okay, I also received a report that Issei is in the Indu faction with his companions. Right now, only those who fought and the former Mao Serafal should be in her house, but I know they can handle her. The group saw their allies who had a big smile and then left the place. At the house, Yamamoto Rosswise was lying on the couch since she was the most tired from the battle. Ophis, good work guys. Ameri, it was a unique battle, you're really great Rosswise. Tiamat, someday I will do the same Serafal, well all that remains is feeling great power around the house. Ophis, it's serious again. She said it already, somewhat upset by what was happening. Seconds later, several demons and fallen people and one or another evil dragon entered. Tiamat, wow, that's more than last time. Ophis, please can you confirm that those from the council are in charge? And if so, what does it have? At the end of the day they are going to die here Ophis, that's what I wanted to hear. Remembering a meeting he had with Issei and the leaders the night before the raiding game. Flashback. Issei, well, since I'm leaving with Azazel, I want to tell you what I want as a reward. Surzik, well that's it. Issei, the death of the council. Ajuka, you ask a lot of guys seriously. Issei, don't worry. If my team wins I have a feeling they will send some of their men against my family. Surzik, so. Issei, if that happens I want my prize to be valid and for Ophis to do whatever she wants with them. Falbium, for my sake. Ajuka, well they said anything so it counts. Surzek, this is how it will be done. Issei, everything is in your hands Ophis. The black-haired girl only smiled. End of flashback. Ophis took out a letter that she gave to Serafal and when she read it she was happy like the rest. Tiamat, haha Issei that's why I love you, you already had everything ready. Ophis, well, you take care of them and I'll go play. I want to play with you. Where a dragon with a great aura entered. Ophis, Krumkruch didn't expect it but I don't care. Krumkruch, mi entren contigo diosa del infinito. Ophis, I don't have time to play, I want to play with the old people. Taking a step forward and releasing half of his power, scaring everyone present, causing the weakest to fall to the ground. Krumkruch was somewhat surprised as he had obviously never seen its power but he did not want to back down. Ophis, don't be afraid I won't do much to you. Tiamat, I will fight him, you go with them. Ophis, good. Seraphal helps her and Ameri makes sure that you don't go after the little girl and the rest don't try strong. They just nodded to watch Ophis leave into a dimensional gap. Seconds later she was in front of the council members who were surprised to see her there. Counselor 6, what do you want here? Ophis, I come to claim what Issei asked for if he won. Counselor 3, and what is it? Maybe it's territory or something else. Ophis, of course not. It's very easy and they are their heads. Counselor 2, how dare you say such words in front of us? Instantly the demon's head fell to the ground as Ophis cut it off. Ophis, you didn't put a limit on what Issei wanted and well that's what his death wanted. And the truth is even if you die, there will be others and if they follow that path they will die too. Counselor 1, you allow yourself to be influenced by a simple person. Ophis, that simple person is my partner and the one who makes me happy. And if he is happy with their deaths I will be happy. Walking towards them with a smile where the old people could only see his empty eyes. Some time later you could hear several screams and some asked for mercy but it was of no use since no one was going to listen to them. Minutes later Ophis was outside the counselor's meeting room while many demons and reincarnated people were in shock watching how the goddess of infinity had all of their heads in her hands. Ophis, the Hayu family wanted something by winning the fight and my partner wanted the death of the council. You are a monster, they were important people. Ophis, well, if they wanted them so much I can send them with them. Giving them a lifeless look that scared everyone and they instantly ran away. Ophis, I hope the girls are done and also that Issei doesn't get into trouble. In India, Issei was embedded in a wall where when he looked up, Indra was in front of him, giving him hundreds of blows at high speed, causing him to spit out BLD. Indra, haha give up brat you can't win. Issei just got up from the ground without injuries. Issei, that will never happen until you apologize to them. Indra, they are just women and they are not even pretty. They should be happy that I'm talking to them. Velvet, Puff yes of course I'll become a lesbian first before embracing you. Keed, I say the same. Indra, upon hearing that and noticing how some wanted to laugh, released part of his aura, scaring the majority who were present. Indra, today if you die nothing will save you. He went against Issei while summoning a weapon that was stuck in Issei's abdomen and then thousands of lightning bolts fell on him. Many heard Issei's cries of pain. Both girls wanted to go help but both Azazel and Shiva stopped them. Shiva, even if the boy is immortal, sooner or later he will fall. I hope you forgive me for the death of your friend. Velvet, Issei can't die. And don't say such nonsense. Watching Pa fight seriously. Indra grabbed Issei's neck and brought him closer as the burns began to disappear on Issei. Indra, today you die and I suppose many would be happy to know it. And don't worry, I will take care of both women, although first I have to suffer them for telling me such words. Showing a smile at Issei and then throwing him into the sky and launching thousands of attacks. Those present could only see the explosions and think that no one would emerge from that attack unscathed. Some time later everyone saw one or another bone fall. Instantly those who supported Indra began to applaud for his victory. Indra on her side had a smile when she noticed that there was no movement on Issei's part. She slowly turned around to see both girls and to her surprise they were calm. Since he expected fear in her eyes but it was not like that, he quickly turned around to see how the few bones turned to dust and little by little a tornado formed that surprised everyone as well as the girls since they did not expect that. Everyone was watching a black tornado and at the end they were shocked to see a black phoenix. He slowly descended to take his human form, being a black-haired man with golden eyes. Issei, I will kill you, I promise I will never let anyone touch my women. Taking a step and releasing his aura suddenly caused many to lie on the ground while Indra was on his knees. Indra was very upset with Issei as he forced him to kneel. Indra, a god, will never kneel before anyone. Getting up and going to Issei but just doing so black. Chains wrapped around. The only thing Indra saw was a black sphere forming in Issei's hand. Seconds later he noticed how that sphere was going in his direction and then causing a large explosion. Many were shocked but Shiva as he did not expect Issei to be able to continue fighting. Issei, for you everything is a game but for me it's not. Walking slowly while with each step, he left the ground melted and at the same time an armor was formed on the black-haired man. Issei, I won't let you go even if you ask for mercy. Where the helmet covered him, Indra emerged from the explosion to see a suit of armor in front of him that radiated a lot of power. Seconds later, Issei was in front of Indra to hit him in the abdomen, causing Indra to fly away and remain embedded in the ground. The low god looked at her to see that the blow he received was still on fire. Before he could get out, Issei was in front of him to hit him several times. Azazel, wow, this is new. Kid, never underestimate Issei because he can give great surprises. Velvet, and what a surprise it gave us, huh? You can Issei, you are the best and thank you. She said the last thing with a smile since it all started with her. Minutes later, many were on their knees because they were afraid, respectful or shocked to see how Indra was crawling. Issei, and to think that someone who was once called the god of war would be groveling in front of me. This is something unique to see. Indra, this WOWIT won't stay like this. Spitting BLD besides one of his teeth. Issei, obviously it will stay like this, there will be no next time. Shiva jumped onto the battlefield to stop the battle, but Issei, noticing this, extended both hands to create a circle of fire. Shiva, not anymore. Take this away, you have already proven that you are the winner. But Issei didn't pay attention to raise his hand. Instantly a black fire descended from the sky like a lightning bolt that hit Indra squarely, obviously not without first suffering from pain. When the smoke dispersed, there was no trace of the god Indra who was once feared by many. Shiva, what did you just do? Issei, he wanted a life or death battle, maybe he thinks I would leave him alive while he wanted to kill me. Shiva, I understand it, but Indra's followers don't. Many will not want to make an alliance with you because of this act. Issei, Yavio. Returning to its original form. Shiva, you have earned the fury of this faction including mine, although Indra was stubborn and he was all my brother. Giving Issei a look which he returned. Issei, if there is war they want it to be that way, but I hope they listen to me well. Turning around and seeing many with faces like they wanted to kill someone. Issei, if you want war, come to me. And if I find out that they messed with my family or my friends, I swear with all my heart that I will kill them in the worst possible way. Seeing Shiva again. Issei, the alliance has nothing to do with this. Shiva, okay. Noticing how Issei's two companions stood next to him. Velvet, haha, obviously we will fight by your side, Issei, and we won't accept no. Kid, we know about your power, Shiva, but Issei is not someone you should underestimate, and if you try to kill him someone will not be very happy. Forming a smile, and then Issei created a magic circle and went home. Shiva, Azazel who they speak of. The fallen man, for his part, came out of the shock upon hearing everything that had happened, where he let out a sigh. Azazel, from Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. She is very loyal to Issei, and if you want war I hope you are prepared to take many casualties. Plus he has a fearsome team. Shiva, I could see it in those two girls. Azazel, talk to your soldiers and think carefully about what you will do. Leaving the place while Shiva with just one look at his subordinates understood what they had to do, and that was that they had to train. Issei was kneeling in front of his group and family while they were surprised except for two people. Tiamat, Issei, why are you doing this? Issei, I ask you with all my heart to go somewhere else. Alice, because. Issei, I fought someone I shouldn't have and well he died. Right now the entire Hindu faction is against me, but don't worry, they're just coming for me. That's why I asked you to leave. Ophis, maybe you're an idiot. Rosweiss, we will never leave you behind. Issei, you previously fought for us and now it is our turn. Issei, Pero. Kirito, don't worry friend. Asuna, we are not going anywhere and we are going to stay here until our last moment. Velvet, I told you. Ameri, if we hadn't met you, I don't know what kind of life we would have. Seraphal, difficult days are coming. Issei, I need someone to take care of Anya, but I don't know who. Seraphal, don't worry, I'll look for that person. What we have to do is prepare. Ophis, so get up and act as usual. Issei, thank you. Standing up and then giving a smile to his group. Minutes later he received a message from the Alliance where he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He quickly teleported to the meeting room. Surzek, Issei, tell me what Azazel said is a joke. Issei, it's true. Surzek, Shiva is not someone you should trifle with. Issei, what would you do in my situation, Surzek, if someone came and told you that they were going to take your wife away from you? Maybe you would give it to him that easily. Surzek, no, but. Issei, I don't care who tries to kill me, but I won't let them touch the only people who have believed in me. Michael said. Issei, so this fight is not mine, so please don't get involved in it. Shiva already knows that you are not involved. Odin, we can't do that. Say, it will be. The last thing I want is unnecessary deaths. There will soon be a big war, and the only thing I want from you is that you do not get involved. The leaders without much choice nodded, as they also had to think about their people. After finishing saying that, Issei returned to his home where Serafal had a small suitcase. Anya. Chi, I don't want to leave. Anya will behave better. Issei, it will only be a few days. We have things to do. Anya, I want to be with you. Issei, we won't be long and please behave, yes. Giving him a smile where Anya only nodded and then gave a hug to Issei and then to each girl and then left with Serafal. Issei, tell me Rosweiss, you want to go out right now. Rosweiss. Issei, do you think I forgot my promise? And the truth is we won't have time later, hee. Rosweiss. Okay, I'll go put on something suitable. Running to his room with a big smile where the others couldn't help but laugh at his excitement. Issei, and you three did great, really. Wow, it was unique to see. Alice. Haha, they were very strong days of practice. Issei, now I understand why Kirito trained so much. Kirito, I wanted to help although I still lack training. Asuna, thank you for everything. Issei, you supported us in the past and now it is our turn. Issei, if something happens, please leave, yes. Before anyone could answer, Rosweiss came down with a big smile. Issei, you look appealing. Rosweiss, thank you. She said it was a little red and then took Issei's hand and left the house. Issei, well, where do you want to go? Rosweiss, we're going to a store to buy some things and then we're going to a park. Issei, just EXO. Rosweiss, it's cherry tree season. Issei, it's true. Going to her destination where upon arriving at the Rosweiss store she was seriously looking for what was cheapest. Issei, take what you want, you don't have to do. Rosweiss, we have to. Save for Anya-chan's college. Issei, that's a long way off, you know. Rosweiss, it is better to prevent. Taking several sweets and then going to look for more, Issei better not say anything and then continue with his shopping. When they finished, they paid and headed off. Some time later they were both surprised by how appealing the place was just walking through the trees. Issei, the truth is it's the first time I come here. Rosweiss, then we are equal. Let's go quickly, we have to find a place before they take the best ones. Taking Issei's hand and then running away some time later, they managed to find a good place for their luck. Minutes passed and they both laughed, ate, and then watched as the leaves slowly fell while Issei was lying on Rosweiss's legs. Issei, it's a nice day despite all the problems I'm in, ha. Rosweiss, yes, but you're not alone, so don't worry. Issei, Rosweiss, you fought great even though you were about to lose, you never gave up. Rosweiss, you have never given up despite the enemies you have had, so there is less I could do. Issei, try not to use that promotion until you can get used to it. Rosweiss, if you are in danger I will give my all. Issei, I see. Closing his eyes to fall asleep since he had not been able to do so for some days. When Rosweiss saw that he just smiled and then lowered his head and embraced her. Some time later they both returned to the house and the girls quickly grabbed Rosweiss and took her away against her will while Kirito and Issei better not say anything. The days passed and little by little the news that the Hindu faction wanted Issei dead spread, making some more of a group happy. Surzek, upon finding out who the snitch was, killed him. They quickly began to send gifts to Issei wishing him bad luck and that he would die quickly. Obviously some girls were upset but Issei calmed them down. A family on the other hand was more than happy to hear such news. Garu, even if he has the goddess of infinity, he will not come out of that battle or rather massacre alive, haha. Mickey, that's right, the Hindu faction has many gods on its side. Daiki, we're finally going to get rid of him. Alex, I think I'll have a good dream today, ha. Elsewhere Issei was in a wasteland while the breeze hit his face. Behind him was his entire group ready for battle. While in the distance thousands of people were addressing them. Tiamat, this is going to be a long day. Seraphal, and you say it. Issei, please fight in pairs so one protects the other's back. Alice, you won't go alone. Issei, there is a person who will be waiting for me, so for now you would do me the favor of making the way for me. Mary, I'm ready. Keed, I am your shield Issei, and as long as I am here no one will pass. Velvet, it's time to try out some skills. Issei turned around to look at his group with a smile. Issei, thank you guys, and if we get out of this alive I promise you a good vacation. Seraphal, I hope so. Kirito, then let's go. Issei only raised his hand and then dropped it instantly. His group began to run to open the way for Issei while the enemy began to run towards them. Both Ophis and Tiamat took on their dragon form, scaring some but they still went on the attack. Both Shiva and Issei were looking at each other seriously as they ran to start their battle. On the battlefield only explosions could be heard from all sides. Shiva, you had to go that far. Issei, I didn't want to start this war but I won't let them mess with my family. Shiva, you will no longer be an easy opponent when the goddess of infinity is on your side. Issei, let's just put an end to this pointless war. They both launched the attack and when he was about to collide Shiva evaded him to hit Issei in the face. He was about to respond but Shiva evaded his blow again to hit him in the stomach. Shiva, you are strong and all but you are young and inexperienced in this, you can't touch me. Issei, I knew it wouldn't be easy but I still won't give up and I know that your skills are a problem. Letting out Issei to take his ice phoenix form to go attack. Elsewhere Seraphal was in front of hundreds of gods and a few gods. And to think that today we would end up with a Mao. Seraphal, unfortunately I left that title right now, I'm just Issei's queen. I will never lose. Taking a step while a cold smoke caused chills to many. Seraphal, as your queen I will not give up. Jumping and then being enveloped in a sphere of ice. Seconds later it broke revealing a blue-haired girl. The enemy was surprised to see the power he let out with just his presence. Seraphal, it's time for everyone to die. Creating several ice snakes that he launched against the enemy. Rosweiss, seeing that, formed a slight smile to take her fire phoenix form and go on the attack as well. The three swordsmen killed anyone who crossed them without hesitation. Velvet, haha, this is fun, I haven't released so much of my power in a while. Keed, it's time for action. Taking out a pair of black wings and a pair of white wings and then releasing the hydra that is on his sword, destroying all enemies. Ameri sent his fists flying but it was still not enough as he saw that there were more and more of them. Ophis, I just want to return home to have the quiet life that Issei wants. How can someone like you support that weak person? Ophis, that doesn't matter to you. Creating a circle with the infinity symbol, killing the speaker and then leaving. Shiva, I admit you have a team. Issei, son me familia. He said it as he stood up and his wounds began to heal. Shiva, then I will make you feel what you did to me. Issei, take just one step and your life will end. Shiva, brat, you don't have a chance. Without saying more, Issei lunged at him but Shiva stopped him with his hand and then ripped it off. But just as it left, it reappeared and then took the form of the Black Phoenix. Shiva, unfortunately I already saw that. Being in front of Issei, giving him multiple blows that sent him flying crashing into several mountains. Seeing this, the girls wanted to go but it was impossible for them since there were more and more enemies surrounding them. Ophis, I will not forgive you Shiva for touching my beloved. Releasing much of his power, frightening those nearby, he moved at great speed to grab the god by the neck. Ophis, if you dare to touch him, maybe you want to die. Shiva, I know I did it wrong but there is no turning back. Stabbing a dagger into his abdomen where she instantly dropped it and then spit out BLD. Shiva, I had to ask a favor but with you out of this everything will end. Ophis only ummed in pain as part of her body was slowly burned. Issei was coming out of the rubble and seeing Ophis suffering from pain he was shocked. He quickly changed to an angry expression where he launched himself at Shiva to hit him. Seconds later he had Ophis in his arms. Issei, what can I do, tell me? Ophis, I let myself be guided by my fury, I'm sorry. Issei, don't apologize, I'll find a way to cure you. Placing his hand on his abdomen to give her some of his power. While the enemy began to approach them, the rest quickly got close to Issei. Kirito, don't worry about your care and we will take care of you. Tiamat, this won't stay like this. Going against everyone while they were upset to see that their partner was hurt. Ophis, sorry but I need to rest. I won't be able to continue with the fight. Issei, okay, sleep a little. Being a little calmer since he was recovering. Say, Rosweiss returns to our home and takes care of Ophis. Rosweiss, taking her in his arms and then leaving. Issei stood up and then jumped and was in front of Shiva. Issei, how could you hurt her? Shiva, now you know what it feels like to lose a loved one. Issei, this won't stay like this anymore seeing that you asked an enemy for help. Shiva, then let's put an end to this. Issei let out a sigh as blue armor began to form. Issei, it's time to end everything. Shiva, I say the same. Launching into the attack, causing much destruction in their path and killing anyone they crossed. Issei, I know that your allies are precious to you. Creating a blue flame to drop it, upon impact with the ground it caused an ice tornado killing everyone around it. Shiva, Deepening. He launched himself at Issei but he created several ice barriers that managed to stop him for a little while but he finally managed to get out. Issei, too late. Behind Issei several ice dragons launched their attacks that hit Shiva. Time passed and the Hindu soldiers in Issei's group had to move away since they did not want to be a hindrance. Minutes later they were both face to face, a little tired. Issei, you are happy to see so much destruction. Shiva, you forget who I am. Issei, you always let Indra get her way and she will never admit the consequences. And now you will use the lives of many just for him. Shiva, what do you want to get at? Issei, let's put an end to this stupidity. You have your family and I have mine, plus I have to go take care of them. Shiva, you know this won't end so easily. Issei, you are willing to kill so many. Shiva, for today I will leave but when we meet again it will be the end. Issei, if that's what you want, so be it. Shiva without saying more left with his group where Issei instantly fell to his knees since he was tired of using so much power in addition to transmitting part of it to his beloved. After both sides returned to their homes, the first thing Issei did was go to Ophis in her room only to see her sitting on the bed. Say, how are you? Ophis, good but I let myself be guided by my fury and I received an obvious attack. Issei, nobody is perfect Ophis. For now the battle has been paused, because of me you all have to suffer. Rosweiss, Issei we already talked about this. Being at the door with the others and their friends. Alice, we are a family Issei if you fight we all fight. Kirito, thanks to you we are still alive. I will always fight by your side no matter who the enemy is. Issei, thanks to everyone. Velvet, it was also a great battle, we fought one of the most powerful beings and no one can do it that easily. Issei, it would be better to take a break. Seraphal, that sounds good. It was a long day. Everyone had a smile as no one was badly hurt in the battle. In the underworld Geru destroyed the table with one blow as he received the news that Issei was still alive. Daiki, how is it possible that he lives? Geru, that BSTRD is lucky. But at least there is good news and that is that Ophis Ouroboros is injured and cannot fight. Alex, at least something good. Mickey, without her he is nothing. Plus your entire party must be tired from the battle. Daiki, they send the best soldiers to finish him off. Issei won't have time to defend himself because of how tired he will be. One of his guards told him where after bowing he went to give the orders. Minutes later the Yamamoto family was resting since they had to use a lot of power. Issei who was in the room felt several presences making him grit his teeth in fury. Issei, I'm tired of this DMN family. Watching as his wall was destroyed and seeing several soldiers from the Hayu family that he knew most of them. Issei, don't I deserve a little rest? Issei, you are a big problem for the Hayu family, it is time for you to rest. Issei, I guess this day was inevitable. Standing up and taking on an appearance of the Ice Phoenix. Issei, whoever wants to die should take a step forward. The group looked at each other since they had been informed of how weak Issei was, and without hesitation they all launched themselves against the blue-haired boy. It only took him 5 minutes to finish them all off, leaving only one who was dragging without both his legs. Issei, they thought they would get out here alive. Don't kill me, I just follow orders. Issei, I don't care. Instantly the man spat out a lot of BLD as an ice stake was created beneath him. With an idea in mind, he put everything aside and teleported to the underworld, appearing in the Hayu territory. Without hesitation he took out his wings of ice and a sword of fire. Without hesitation he launched himself against the house, destroying the wall and being in front of his ex-family. Garu, how dare you come here? Issei, DMNC. I just want a normal life, but his DMN jealousy has caused me to reach my limit. Today I will kill them all. Daiki, you have a lot of courage to say those words. You forget who we are. Issei, just simple corpses. Upon hearing those words, they only bothered to launch themselves against Issei, Daiki being the first to activate his armor. Issei also launched himself at him, clashing fists. Garu took advantage of that to appear behind Issei and stabbed his sword into Issei's teeth, making him spit BLD but left it at that. He kicked Daiki and then took the tip of the sword and pulled it out where his wound healed. Mickey, how long will you be able to resist? You are weak at this time, you will not last that long. Issei only left the house and then created a large pillar of fire on the mansion, destroying everything in his path. When the smoke cleared, Issei saw his family with some minor injuries as well as being very upset. Garu, you will not leave this place alive. Issei, that applies to you. The four of them launched themselves at Issei just like him. In the human world, Amari was waking up because he wanted some water, but when he tried to open the door it was impossible. That seemed strange to him, so without hesitation he gave it a big blow, destroying it into pieces only to see a great destruction in the house. Without wasting time he went for the others to stay the same. Kirito, what the hell happened here? Serafal, these soldiers belong to the Hayu family. This is bad. Tiamat, don't tell me Issei went to the underworld. Ophis, those DMN ones went too far this time. Rosweiss, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Issei had fought Shiva to finish him off. Kid, we have to go. Ophis just opened a dimensional breach where everyone entered. Both Surzek and the rest received reports that the Hayu family was being attacked. He had a slight idea of what was happening, but he wanted to think that it wasn't Issei. Together with his friends they went to the Hayu territory, where upon arriving they could only see destruction everywhere. In addition to seeing a large fire phoenix fighting a dragon. Azazel, wow. Surzek, help me stop this battle. Azazel, you're kidding, right? I don't want to die yet. Surzek, this could affect civilians. Starting to run while activating his battle suit. The others, without saying more, went to support their partner. Issei, die DMN. Covering Daiki in fire where he only screamed in pain, Alex appeared above Issei, creating a magical circle of water to get him away from his brother. Issei returned to his human form only to hit Mickey. Garu seeing that cut off Issei's arm but instantly regenerated it by hitting Garu in the face with it. Daiki, who returned to his base armor, lunged at Issei but was stopped by Surzek. Daiki, let me go, I have to kill him. Surzek, oh basta. Maybe you don't know what they are going to do if they continue with this battle. Michael, civilians could die. Issei, I don't care, I want to kill them. I'm tired, I can't have a day of peace without them sending their soldiers to try to kill me or my family. Azazel, Issei, you need to calm down. Issei, shut up, Azazel, I've had very strong days. And for them to have done such stupidity was the last straw. Garu, you think we're afraid of you, you useless being. Giving him a smile, Issei, seeing that smile, ran towards him, but Ajuka and Azazel grabbed him by both arms to make him stop. Surzek, Garu, stop talking. Mickey, my husband is right, he was just a useless person who was a little lucky to have gotten that power. Because without him, he is nothing. Ophis, disgusting demon, I'm tired of listening to your nonsense. Upon hearing that voice, everyone looked to the left to see Issei's group very upset by the words they had heard. Serafal, Issei has forgiven them many times, but I think it's time for them to disappear. Surzek, Seraphal, don't say that. Seraphal, shut up Surzek, not even in our own house can we be at peace. Alex, they can't do anything to us, we have allies and with just one favor your equally useless brat could die. The Yamamoto family upon hearing that only became even more upset. Alice being the most annoying. Issei, you better let me go or you too will die too. Ophis, demons die. Taking his dragon form and letting out a huge roar just like Tiamat. Little by little hundreds of dragons flew in their direction as they had received orders from their king and goddess. Azazel, Diamen, I want to go home. Starting to feel a little hot since Issei was releasing some of his power. Issei, today we will put an end to this hatred. The leaders, upon seeing so many dragons, tried to escape and then covered their ears from their roars. Ophis, kill everyone who is related to this DMN family. Tiamat, if you don't, I swear that I will make you suffer. Without hesitation the dragons began to attack the Hayudu territory. Seeing this, Daiki launched himself at them but Issei caught him to take him away. Seeing that, Alex was about to go help his brother but Rossweiss stopped him so he wouldn't interfere. Both Ophis and Tiamat went against Garu and Mickey to finish them off in one go. The rest of the girls and Kirito went against the soldiers. Daiki, then I should have finished you off when I had the chance. Issei, that will be a regret that you will always have in your heart. I endured a lot but today all this must come to an end. Daiki, for the first time we agree on something. Activating his armor to attack Issei and not giving him any time to regenerate. The leaders could only watch since if they tried to interfere the only thing they could achieve was that they would get hurt. Before one of them could say anything, many people passed over them, being Shiva's army along with their allies. Sensing the aura of the god of destruction, Issei hit Daiki with a blow that threw him away so he could go help. Issei, what are you doing here? Shiva, you thought this was going to be on hold for a long time. Issei, Shiva, you better get out of here, I don't have time for your stupidity. Shiva, an eye for an eye, I won't let this stay like this. Raising his hand for them to support the Hayudu family. Issei, my family, don't trust yourself and give your all. Instantly many activated their balance breaker, Rossweiss used the promotion to gain more power and Ophis and Tiamat took their dragon form increasing their power. Azazel, I want to go home. Michael, Surzek we have to decide who to help. Surzek, if we help the Hayudu family, the Hindu faction would be our ally, but if we help Issei we would have the faction as enemies, and they also have powerful warriors. Azazel, you're an idiot, you know how much Issei has done for us, stop thinking and join the battle. He said it with armor on to go help the Phoenix. Surzek saw Michael only to receive a nod, both of them launched the attack but not before calling their own to come help. Issei created an ice dragon that launched a large blizzard, killing several instantly. In addition to seeing how Daiki took the dragon form again, also hearing many increases. Issei linked his arms as one part of him was engulfed in fire and another in ice only to cause a large explosion. The smoke cleared only to see a large bird being made of fire and ice. He moved his wings to launch multiple attacks against Daiki that hit him squarely causing the dragon to scream. Ophis, I will kill them all I swear. Releasing a loud roar as he released his killer instinct, causing the weakest to fall to their knees where some took the opportunity to kill them. Shiva, upon seeing this, launched himself at Ophis ready to kill her on this occasion, but he was greatly surprised when he saw how a fire engulfed the dragon. Shiva, because your power is even greater. Ophis, because of my stupidity I let you hurt me, you made Issei cry and I will not forgive you for that. Going against the god. Velvet was killing everyone with her arm without any hint of mercy. Kid, come on, maybe they are so weak that they can't get past my defense. Ameri, nobody touches my family. Letting out a scream while her red hair changed to pink as well as having a look that means a lot of pain. Seraphal, Sona, Rias, please leave, I don't want to hurt you. Sona, how did we come to this? Seraphal, just leave with your group, the only thing you will receive is punishment. Rias, it won't be like that, and you're no longer a Mao so you don't have the right to give us orders. Seraphal, if that's the case then I have no choice but to punish them. Starting to walk as his hair turned white, With each step he froze the place. Both young women, along with their entourages, took up an attack position against the former Mao. Daiki, Dayu Fing Bstrd. He launched great attacks that Issei managed to deflect, one or the other hitting him, but he regenerated quickly. Issei, you are only powerful thanks to Drake. Without him you would be nothing like me. Daiki, don't compare me with you, I will be a god, Tomes will be afraid of me. Today with your death everyone will see that no one plays with me. Letting out a huge roar to continue attacking. The hours passed and the help returned to help Issei. It was a complete destruction and there were many dead. Shiva was on his knees with little strength while Ophis was standing in front of him with a serious look. Ophis, only because of a stupid person are you going to die. Shiva, you will destroy an entire faction just for one man. Ophis, because of Issei I would be able to destroy the world. Taking the god of destruction by the neck to lift him up, he slowly raised him as a purple fire began to envelop Shiva. Everyone could hear the god's screams, many tried to save him but were stopped by the rest. In the end Ophis killed Shiva, angering many of his followers, but they also ended up dying at their hands. Alex, seeing the difference in power and amount of help, all he did was create a magic circle in his ear to ask for help. At the end he saw how his brother fell near him with many injuries. Issei, this is coming to an end. Alex, this is just beginning. Looking up where multiple portals opened from which evil gods emerged as well as several creatures that surprised Issei and Alice since they knew who they were. Say, you are with them. Surprise, no ha. And Seraphal upon hearing that looked at their sisters only to see how they were teleported away. Alex, I would like to continue playing. Daiki, but it will be another time, don't worry brother, you will die in my hands. So for now I will have fun with my friends. Leaving the place with his parents who were barely alive. Issei only looked up to let out a loud cry of frustration. Issei was on his knees after the battle against his former family, as he felt frustrated at not being able to end such a conflict. Ophis, Issei, let's go home. Issei, I did what I could. Ophis, you have to rest a little. Come on, we've had many strong days. Issei, let's go home. Michael, rest then we'll talk about what happened. Issei, thank you. Going with his group and then teleporting to the house. Issei, go rest and it will help you. Seraphal, how is Anya? Seraphal, don't worry, she's safe and if something happens they'll call me right away, don't worry. Alice, you are the one who should rest the most so go. Issei, see you. Going up to the room. Kirito, so many things have happened to him. Rosweiss, it's their fault but they have escaped. The only thing we can do is wait for everything to pass. Ameri, that's right. We also have to go and rest these days. Kid, crazy days. Hours passed and most of them were sleeping. Issei for his part was on the balcony processing what had just happened. Ophis, you should be asleep. Issei, I tried, you know Ophis, it never occurred to me that my life would be like this. When I was kicked out of my family a long time ago my plan was to study and have a life like any other human. Ophis, you don't like this life full of problems, right? Issei, everything bad has good and even though it is complicated, this life is good when you are by my side. So I can't complain. Ophis, thanks to you I am better than before. Issei, what memories? That girl with a lifeless look although she was scary. Ophis, I know. And now you're afraid of me. Issei, for nothing. Ophis, okay, then let's get some rest, yeah. Issei, the truth is I'm not sleepy and I already feel a little better. Ophis, then let's play a little. Issei, it's a little late to play. Ophis, I'm not talking about that kind of game. Taking Issei's hand to take him inside, then lying on the bed and giving his lover a smile. Ophis, you are coming. Throwing himself without hesitation. The next morning the group was having breakfast although most of the girls had their eyes on the dragon. Tiamat, you didn't waste your time, did you? Ophis, as they say, shrimp that fall asleep are carried away by the current. Seraphal, Issei-chan. Issei, CK pasa. Seraphal, you want to go on a date with me? Say, sure when. Seraphal, now. Taking Issei's hand to leave the room without listening to the complaints of her classmates. Asuna, Do you want to go out too? Kirito will be fun. Kirito, I'm sleepy, I couldn't sleep last night. Suna, let's go out now, okay? Kirito, okay. Walking to the exit while Tiamat laughed at her situation. Velvet, well, since we have part of the day free, how about we play something? Keith, okay. Elsewhere, Issei and Seraphal arrived at their destination being the academy. Issei, what are we doing here? Seraphal, it's a quiet place and there's no one there. Issei, okay, but tell me what we're going to do. Don't you want to go to a park instead? Seraphal, you just follow me Issei-chan, okay, and without saying anything. Say, walking alongside Seraphal until he reached a classroom. Seraphal, they have been difficult days for you, haven't they? Issei, yes, but we're going to get ahead. Seraphal, thank you for being in my life, Issei-chan. Issei, although we started off on the wrong foot, in the end, everything turned out well. Seraphal, great. And tell me, Issei-chan, if I look good in the uniform or not. Issei, if you were a student, even others would go crazy over you. Seraphal, I just want a crazy guy on the side and you are fine. Issei, obviously. Seraphal, then it's time to let my demonic instincts take control. Issei, what do you mean? Noticing how Seraphal's smile grew as well as noticing that she was not well, without hesitation she ran to the door but it was closed. Seraphal, we're alone, Issei-chan also has a barrier. Play with me. Dragging him while he screamed for help, but in the end it was all in vain. The next day the door was being opened where the girls saw Issei enter with a cane. Tiamat, you're fine. Issei, I am, but I have to rest. Rosweiss, I was already ready for our date but it won't be possible, right? Issei was instantly as good as new to take the silver-haired girl in his hands and run out of the place. The girls only had a drop of sweat but it was better not to say anything. The next day he was crawling into his room as he was tired. Alice, it was a good night. And I wanted to practice with you but in the end it won't be possible. Giving him a wink. Where Issei stood up to open the pocket dimension and take out a pack of Red Bulls and drink them. Issei, it's a great day to die. Walking to bed. The next day he was looking for a place to hide since he was tired. In addition to hearing the screams of the girls who were looking for him. After so much running he went up to the attic to rest. Issei, phew, finally some peace. Keed, you create. Dime Issei sees me as appealing. The aforementioned slowly turned around to see her and then swallowed and raised his finger in confirmation. Keed, let's see who has more resistance, you or me. Issei, I'm tired but I can do it. Walking towards her with a serious expression. The next day he was waking up in his room since he barely arrived. But he instantly opened his eyes as there was Tiamat sitting watching him. Tiamat, you're not going anywhere. How about we play a little? Say, having a tired expression, but Tiamat gave him a smile and then forced him to take an energy drink and start their fun. The next day the girls went out to do a few things besides go see Anya. Issei was in the living room since he would finally have some rest. Issei, now that I think about it, I haven't seen Velvet in a long time, it'll be fine. Going to her room where without knocking she opened the door only to be surprised to see her dressed as an idol. Issei, pardon. Velvet, hold on. Tell me you like it. Issei, you look cute and it's rare that you wear that kind of clothing since you always have your battle suit. Velvet, Serafalmi lo dio. Issei, Yavio. Velvet, you've been busy these days, haven't you? Issei, a little. Velvet, I've never been in love so I didn't know what they did until Seraphal explained it to me. Issei, you are great and I think that with you everything is possible. Issei, don't worry Velvet, you have to think things through, so I'd better leave you alone, yes. Walking to the exit but he couldn't move since a red hand had him on his waist. Then he threw it on the bed where Velvet climbed on. Issei, now I understand why everyone left. Velvet, bon appetit. The next day Issei had a smile since he was in a public place being a swimming pool since Ameri wanted to go there. Ameri, this is Issei as I see myself. Being a little red with grief. Issei, you are appealing. Hearing those words, Ameri gave a smile to Issei as she was happy to hear him say that. They both had a good time throughout the day. In addition, there were some people who wanted to be too clever but Ameri sent them flying with just one blow. They were both on their way home, Ameri being the happiest. Issei, what a good day, tomorrow we should go with Anya for ice. Ameri, sounds good. Thanks to you my family is big. Issei, as long as you're happy I'm fine. Ameri, although there are few of my race left. I'm already ready. Issei, list for what? Failing to finish as he was dragged into an alley and then thrown against the wall. Ameri, ready to have your children. Having a look that scared Issei. Ameri, I'm in season, I resisted as long as I could but I can't take it anymore. Putting his hand on the wall and then squeezing it, destroying part of it since he couldn't control his strength. Issei seeing that just swallowed it. The next day I was sitting in the kitchen with an expression of exhaustion from all those crazy days. Ophis, good morning Issei, you're fine. Issei, sis. Standing up to go get something while the girls watched him walk slowly causing laughter. Kid, you didn't have mercy on him Ameri ha. The aforementioned was as red as a tomato because of those words. Time passed and some girls went on missions from time to end the war. Issei, for his part, left him aside to spend more time with Anya making her happy. It was a day like any other where Issei was called to the underworld to speak with the leaders. Issei, how about everyone because of the call? Surzek, just to discuss everything that has happened besides seeing your brothers in various parts of the world. Issei, what was the longing to always be the best? Azazel, nothing can be said. Issei, and what did they say? Surzek, they are depressed and they don't speak, I don't think they will return to the battlefield. Issei, I understand. Yasaka, at least they have been calm days, the truth is I hope everything stays that way. Seraphal, I think the same too. Say, someday that time will come. Well, since we're here, you don't want to go to my house for a barbecue. It'll be fun. Michael, sounds good. Issei, well then go to. But everyone felt a tremor at that moment when they left the room to be greatly surprised when they saw how a crack was opened in the sky. Ajuka, what the hell is that? Plus it releases a horrible aura. Surzek, Despagen Law Zone. I don't like this. Everyone went their separate ways to give the news. Later Azazel along with his people and Ajuka began to investigate until they found the answer that left them shocked. Azazel, this is not good. Seraphal, what is it? Azazel, it is the prison of the beast of the apocalypse. Those present did not know what to say about that news. Issei, I read about it in a book, the truth is I didn't expect this moment to come. Surzek, what else do they have? Ajuka, according to the data, within a week the spell that holds him prisoner will be completely destroyed. Michael, this is bad. Azazel, there is a way to close that but it is very, very dangerous. Issei, which one? Azazel, repair the spell but it would be difficult since we would have to go in and analyze it. Besides how dangerous it is. Issei, from what Rossweiss once told me she made a theory about it, maybe she has an idea. Surzek, call it. Issei stepped away from the group to call her while the rest discussed what they had to do. Minutes later Rossweiss arrived with the rest of the girls except Keed who stayed with Anya. Rossweiss, Issei Chu. Looking up to be shocked by what was in front of her. Ophis was the same as she had not felt that power in a long time. Ophis, Triexta. Surzek, this is bad, we have something to do. Rossweiss, Issei told me that you know more or less how to reseal it. Rossweiss, it was my thesis but it would have to be closer. Issei, in short, there is no choice but to enter. Surzek, well then we have no choice but to enter. Grafia call all the faction leaders and tell them it's an emergency. The silver-haired woman nodded to leave the place while the rest returned to the meeting room. Hours later many gods could be seen in a large room. Issei, this was the only way to bring everyone together. Letting out Issei to take a seat as Surzek began to give the reports leaving many surprised. Surzek, we must enter because if that beast comes out it is the end of everyone. But what will happen to our homes? Issei, we will go few because if we fail at least there will be some left to protect our home. When the girls heard that Issei was going to be angry, they were scared but they couldn't say anything at the moment. Issei, maybe some are afraid like me but we have no choice. I like my new life and I don't want it to be destroyed by him. Little by little the gods began to stand up to support Issei, making him happy. Later Issei was leaving the room but was taken by the girls to a separate room. Ophis, what a stupid thing you just said. Issei, I'm going Ophis, I'll do it for you and Anya. Amari, say he is dangerous. Issei, I have to take care of Rosweiss, I won't leave her safe to anyone. Ophis, so. Issei, only Rosweiss and Keed will go with me. Velvet, what a stupid thing to say, you think we're going to accept that? Seraphal, she's right, don't think that only you will go. Issei, girls, I know what I'm going to say is stupid but I have a feeling that Rizavim will attack and I want you to be here as a precaution. Plus my brothers could come for Anya. Alice, but. Issei, we'll be back. Rosweiss, trust us, we are not that weak and I will study strong before we leave. Issei, we'll do it quickly. Girls, I trust you with our home. Ophis, good but they better not take long to come back, okay? Giving him an embrace like the others. The next day the leaders were in the room. Odin, when will they leave? Issei, Rosweiss told me that in 2 days she will be more than ready, so that will be the time. Michael, me and some of my brothers are going. Surzek, I will go with my friends except for Falbium who will remain as the next leader. Issei, just kill. Seraphal, I will go too, and I will not go as your partner but as the old Mao. Issei, I'll take care of you. Seraphal, I know. Surzek, then we will leave in 2 days. I ask you to spend it with your family during this time since we do not know what it does not hold. Standing up to go home like the rest, leaving Issei alone with Seraphal. Seraphal, you're scared, right? Issei, I'd be lying if I said no. Seraphal, will do well. But Issei, you must promise me that you won't act like a hero. If you leave, I'll leave. Issei, none of that will happen, we will go out and live as always. Seraphal, please don't leave the house these days, the others are going to miss you more, Anya. Issei, let's go home and watch some movies, yeah. Seraphal took his hand to teleport to her home. Upon arriving they put aside everything that had to do with the supernatural to have a quiet life. One day before the battle at night Issei said goodbye to Anya while she was sleeping while the girls held back crying, as did Kirito and Asuna. Issei, let's go. Keed, don't cry, I'm strong to kill, ha ha ha, no one will pass with me there. Tiamat, I hope so. Issei, we'll be back, okay? Giving them a hug and then going to the battlefield. When everyone who was going to participate arrived, they were ready. Surzek, come on, this has to be quick, everything is in your hands, Rosweiss. She nodded seriously, where then everyone took flight to their most difficult battle. While in another place Rizavim was watching everything with a smile since everything was going the way he wanted. Rizavim, wow, I don't want anyone alive. They all witnessed how the group entered the portal to go and try to fix the seal. Some cried at their goodbyes and others remained. Serious. Tiamat, I hope it goes well for you. Ophis, everything will be fine, I trust Issei. Tiamat, I also have a lot of people going, I hope nothing bad happens. Ophis, how is Anya? Tiamat, this one with Asuna and Kirito, the others are on their way. Ophis, I understand, we have to be more alert now. Looking to the side. Tiamat, it was faster than I thought. Ophis, everyone be ready, the enemy is coming. Everyone present became serious upon hearing that. Some civilians ran to seek shelter. Ophis took out her wings to take flight and see the large number of people that were going in her direction. Ophis, this will be a long battle. Inside the seal the gods and their best warriors looked around, where for now they found nothing. Keed, if I'm honest, this place gives me a little chills. Seraphal, believe me, I feel the same way. Rosweiss, we're not far away. Issei, everyone detengance. Looking to the sides and then creating a shield of fire as they were attacked. When the shield disappeared, some began to tremble with fear since in front of them was the beast of the apocalypse, Triexta. Surzek, I didn't expect this day to come. Triexta, and to think that I would have visitors, I would have prepared something. Surzek, you don't deserve freedom. Triexta, it's only a matter of time before he gets out of here. And weaklings like you won't stop me, but since you're here you'll help me warm up at least. Releasing part of his power, making some tremble more from fear. Issei, you won't go anywhere. Triexta, just entertain me, okay? ready to launch an attack where Issei took on the appearance of fire and launched the attack to stop it. Triexta, feeling that power, frowned. Triexta, so you're still alive, DMN Phoenix. Issei, he's resting and I'll stop you. Triexta, this time I will finish you off. Issei, Keat Protégé Rosweiss. Launching into the attack. Surzik, Serafal, Grafia take care of Rosweiss while she works at the seal, the rest of us will go help Issei. Grafia, take care. Watching her husband activate the armor of the power of destruction. Little by little the others began to join the battle while Rosweiss walked away to look for the seal. Triexta, seeing that, knew that they had something in mind where she divided one of their heads so that it would follow them. Outside the seal was complete destruction from the battle. Ophis had a serious expression since in front of her was the person she hated the most. Ophis, you lived longer than you should, if it weren't for Issei who spared your life so many times. Daiki, shut up DMN. Ophis, say what you want because today I will kill you. Daiki gritted his teeth to take on his dragon form just like Ophis where they both launched an attack. Alex was facing Velvet who had her arms crossed. Velvet, and you're either going to attack or we're going to have tea. Alex, you look so confident but you think you're going to get out alive. That idiot is no longer here to help you. Velvet, if you managed to get here it's because Issei didn't want to kill you. Because if he had told me that he would kill you, I would have done it instantly. Starting to remove his bandages to show his demonic arm. Velvet, I will make you suffer so much that you will embrace my feet out of pity but instead I will just continue torturing you for all the damage you did to my boyfriend. Alex just smiled. He was about to say something but he saw how his brother fell in front of him with multiple wounds. He looked up to see a very serious Ophis. Ophis, Velvet, you're not done with that piece of trash yet. Velvet, I like to take my time but I see that you're in a hurry. Ophis, Madelo. Alex, Dim, you think we're the same as before. Taking out a syringe to inject it, causing its power to increase. Ophis, my power. Alex, still missing. Putting one on his brother to get him up. Daiki, that beach is strong, she's not the dragon goddess for nothing, I'll make you mine. Ophis, I'm glad you're still alive because then I can continue torturing you. Giving him a big smile. Velvet, wow, it looks like you're going to enjoy it, well I will too. On the seal the group of women had reached their destination. Rosweiss, well, Serafal, what happens is perhaps impossible. Rosweiss, it's not that, it's just very appealing. Keed, don't you think this is a bad time to say that? Grafia, how long will it take to repair the seal? Rosweiss, I really don't know but I will work as fast as I can. Starting to repair the seal while the rest waited. Keed instinctively invoked her shield to then stop Triexta's attacks. Rosweiss, you're okay? Serafal, Rosweiss, don't lose focus, continue your work. Grafia, we will protect you. Keed, that's all you have. Triexta, for an inferior race you managed to stop my attack but I'm just getting started. Launching multiple attacks causing Keed to back away. Both Serafal and Grafia launched an attack, creating spears of ice that embedded themselves in Triexta's body, causing her to let out a roar. In the main battle there were already some dead but it was not time to feel bad. Azazel, Demenit, you'll never get out of here. Triexta, only insects die. Taking Issei to throw him away and then launch multiple attacks that hit him squarely, destroying part of his body, which is a regenerating instant. Issei, I will give my all to make you stay here forever, you heard me. Extending his hand back to create an arc of fire, seconds later he let out a sigh to create a person behind him with a bow which he then released. Triexta created a barrier but the arrow managed to go through it, destroying one of its heads, but even so the joy did not last long since it was instantly restored. Triexta, that's all you have. Issei, this is just starting. Changing his appearance to cold to create an ice sword which he then took out and swung a little. Seconds later he launched the attack like the rest without fear of death. Issei thought, Rosweiss, let's resist as long as possible, our lives are in your hands right now. Rosweiss, for her part, knew that the mission she had been given was not easy. Rosweiss thought, no matter how fast I do it this will take days, if I don't go faster many will die and I can't let that happen. Everyone trusts me. She was a little nervous because of the pressure, but then she remembered Issei's smile where she let out a sigh to get serious and continue working. Kid, you think I'm just defending myself? I also attacked the DMN thing. Taking out her dagger to attack, giving her all, just like both ice magicians who were using most of their power. Days passed within the seal, which every minute was complete chaos from the battle. Many died defending their loved ones with a smile, leaving their companions sad and upset at the same time. Rosweiss and company were fighting against a part of Triexta. Kid was the one who had to work the most due to her defensive ability. Rosweiss was feeling frustrated since she hadn't made much progress in so long, but she still didn't give up. Outside the seal, everything was the same way, just war everywhere. Daiki was on the ground gritting his teeth in much more fury as he looked up and saw his big smile, which was having fun. Alex, UDMN. Daiki, we're going to make you our beach. Ophis. The truth about why they're not alive is that I wanted them alive so I could have fun. Kicking Daiki in the stomach that sent him against a building. Ophis. You heard Issei, he is cute but at the same time an idiot for not killing you. But since it's not here, I can afford to make them pay. Taking Alex by the neck to lift him up. And leave him in front of his face. Ophis. Los Matar. Taking Alex's arm away, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Daiki came out of the rubble only to see the scene of his brother losing his arm. Daiki, maldita. He went towards her, and when he was about to hit her, he flew away again, being hit by Velvet. Ophis, it wasn't necessary. Velvet, don't take all the fun, leave me some too. Asuna, Issei will be fine, right? Ophis, trust him, everything will be fine. For now we have to finish this, I'm already tired. Looking in the direction of the seal with an expression a little worried about her friends and loved ones. In the seal, both the leaders and their own were somewhat removed from the battle while Issei was on the battlefield giving his all. Surzek, Grafia called me and told me that everything is going as quickly as possible. Triexta, you better give up, rat. Issei, that will never happen, you will not leave this place, I have many people to protect. Triexta, you will be the last to die, so you witness how everyone dies in front of your eyes while you only feel frustrated at not being able to do anything. Issei, nothing like that will happen. Making one of his hands turn blue and the other red, and then bring them together and slowly move them away, making purple flames appear. Issei, it's all or nothing, Demon, you heard me. Expanding the fire throughout his body, he took the form of a purple phoenix and then went on the attack just like Triexta. On the other side, Rosweiss continued until he walked away a little with a smile. Rosweiss, I did it. Triexta, DMN. Going after her to kill her, but the silver-haired girl took out her wings of fire and took Kid while the rest took out their wings and followed her. Rosweiss. Grafia contacts the rest and tells them to leave. The spell will take effect in 5 minutes. Grafia, I understand. Contacting Surzek, who upon hearing the news formed a smile to give the order. Many began to celebrate as well as leaving. Azazel, Issei, we have to go, let's go. Issei, you guys go, I have to stop him, I'll catch up with you later. Azazel, don't be an idiot, you have to come or else those girls are going to kill me and you know it. Issei, haha. Michael, this is no time to laugh. Issei, please continue and don't let them come to an agreement. Without further ado, he took Triexta away from everyone while he screamed in fury when he saw that everything was not going well. The group, seeing what Issei was doing, could do nothing but leave. When they arrived, they saw the group of girls waiting for the rest until the last 3 arrived. Rosweiss, where is Issei? Azazel, about that, Issei will stay to stop him. Kid, we have to go after him. Michael, I'm sorry but no. Taking Kid's hand, she was surprised, like Rosweiss, to see how she was supported by Odin. Rosweiss, Odin, let me go, I have to help Issei, he is the person I love. Odin, he asked us for this so I have to do it. Kid, let me go. He tried to get out of the grip but it was impossible, mostly because he was weak from defending his team. Little by little they were dragged to the exit where they only screamed the name of their loved one. When the leaders left they saw great destruction and many corpses. Ophis, it worked right. Surzek. Ophis, great, and where is Issei? Rosweiss, he stayed there. Tiamat, what did you say? Ophis, We have to go after him. Surzek, don't go, he doesn't want you to get hurt. Serafal, you want us to stand here doing nothing, maybe you're stupid. Alice, come on. But as they took a few steps they saw how the gap began to shrink, giving the impression that the spell was working. The girls began to run and be able to go with their loved one, but the faster they went, the more they closed in. Ophis, Issei no mi dehes. In the prison Issei gave his all, pushing back the beast of the apocalypse and then going to the exit, being followed. Triexta, if I stay here, you will 2DMN it. Holding Issei's leg he just cut it off to continue, and when he was getting there he noticed that time was running out. They saw many memories of beatings, both bad and good, where in the end he saw the smile of all the girls. Issei, don't surrender. Going with greater speed, barely managing to get out, leaving Triexta trapped, who let out a roar of fury. When the girls saw that someone was flying at a high speed, they stopped to follow him, and when he crashed into a building. Upon reaching their destination they saw how Issei was regenerating at a slow speed. Issei, I'm home. Instantly the girls threw themselves at him, taking all the air out of him. Azazel, you did it, you are truly incredible. Surzek, thank you Issei for your help. Issei, I only defended the home of my loved ones. Ophis, don't do that stupid thing again or I'll make you suffer next time, okay? Issei, okay, I guess it's time for me to take a vacation. Ameri, where are we going? Issei just smiled as he thought about it. 1 year later. During that time Issei spent his time traveling with the girls, leaving the supernatural aside. Anya had the most fun spending time with her father and mothers. Rias and Sona, who were under arrest, were gradually given a little freedom. Over the days their attitude began to change. Although Issei did not see them again since he was not interested. Currently the girls were at the house planning the wedding while Issei was in the forest walking until he reached a cave. He went inside her where he couldn't help but form a smile as well as remembering the first time he was there. Issei, thanks to you I have a great life now, thanks to your legacy I got to where I am. Bowing in front of 2 drawings of a red phoenix and a blue one. He turned around to go home so he could help the rest. The end.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.